Pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Good morning and welcome back to National Trail Raceway. We are here. It's a cloudy, overcast day, but the precip is supposed to be minimal if we have any at all. It might, I'm not saying that a cloud won't drip a drop or two, but that's not the plan. Okay, we are here with the APD, as in Advanced Parts Design, 15K Eliminations. This is Thursday here at the bracketraces.com Jeg Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. Okay, we'd like to thank Strange Engineering for bringing MotorMania TV in, and of course all of the sponsors for assisting with this great event. We had last night, Scotty Richardson took the Fuel Factory 100K All-Star Shootout Championship. So congratulations to Scotty. Runner-up was Scott Taylor. They also called him Scotty occasionally. So we were pretty certain of a Scotty winning, or at least a Scott. So anyway, Mark is on his way to the scaffold. They are prepping the track right now. They have completed the time runs, and we will be going into round number 1 in a brief moment. Okay, so get whatever you're going to get, refreshments, whatever. Knock out a few things if you're at work so that you don't get yourself in trouble. Okay, we will see you. Yeah.
All right, so hey, want to welcome Motor Mania TV. Mark and Joanne are here on the grounds, and we'll welcome all of you who have been eagerly anticipating and waiting. I looked about an hour and 15 minutes ago, and there were nearly 100 of you in the queue waiting for Motor Mania to go live. So we are live. I want to say good morning and welcome to National Trail, home of the Jegs Summer Fling presented by Optima Batteries. So I'll just tell you, I did tell a little bit of an untruth yesterday. I said I would go grab my computer and make sure I had it up here for today so we can take part in the chat bleachers and stuff. That hasn't happened yet. I'll just be honest. So I'll make my way down there when I go get my race car and I go run around one. I'll bring it back. So we will have the opportunity to interact with the Motor Mania folks out there in chat bleacher land. So there's 367 of you, so welcome to all 367 of you. With that being said, Peter's coming in.
All right, we're just about ready to kick things off for round number one with K&M Pro. We have Group A door cars that want to run door cars. Group A is your double entry guys. Group A door cars that want to run door cars, we called you already. Group A dragsters, we're going to call you very, very shortly. With that said, we're going to go into opening ceremonies here. On the first day, it is Advanced Product Design Thursday.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph McCoy. I'm one of the chaplains here at National Trail Raceway, and as we start our opening ceremonies, let's begin with our invocation. Everyone, if you would, please stand with me. Remove your hats. And if you would bow your heads, we'll say a prayer. Father in heaven, we're so thankful to be alive today and enjoy another day of your blessings. We ask your special hand of peace and safety on all of the racers, all of the crews, and all of the track members, Father, and we thank you in advance for that safety. As always, we want to say thank you for those that are in uniform that keep us safe and keep us free on a daily basis here in these United States. We ask all of these things, Father, in Jesus' name, and amen. Please remain standing for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet
All right, so we are ready to go. The K&N Pro 48 round number 1 here on APD, Advanced Product Design, 15K Thursday. Good morning, Paul Jones. Shout out to you and DJ and Christy, the whole fam. Miss you guys. I have the chat up on my phone now, so we can somewhat attempt to interact, but it's a lot more difficult to keep up on the phone. But for now, it's what we've got. But here we go. K&N Pro 48. Greg Clark, Comanche, Oklahoma, left side, 6:15 to dial. Steve Roars, Frederick, Wisconsin, 87 Camaro, 6:51. They're both away. Greg Clark turns it red. Steve Roars gets the automatic win. 34 up front, goes 6:49 on the 6:51. Going to advance to round number 2. Ted Barnes, Calsterville, Ontario, Canada. The dots at the right side, 6:76. And Tom, I'm going to apologize early for mispronouncing your name over the course of the next several days, because I'm not going to get Tom Scrifignano, Middletown, New Jersey, the S10, 682. $600 separate them up front. And they're both red. Tom left first, and he was red. But True Start kicks in. As Barnes left second, he was more red. So goes back to Tom, left side, your winner. 679 on the 682. So True Start in full effect, and we see it in pair number 2. So the worst red light is going to get the red light. And Tom going, man, I was early, but we're still winning. Sean Pitts, Longdon, Ohio. 2000 Camaro, 670 to the left. Ron Johnson, Hanover, Ohio, 636 right side. Good morning, Troy Inskeep. Thanks for checking in. All is well. We're in the midst of leg 2 of 3 of our little racing excursion. Went from Tennessee to Ohio, and then we'll be at St. Louis next week. 3 to a 43. Advantage Sean Pitts. He's a bad dude. And he lights it up. Double 03, 3 above, taking 29 for the win. Ron Johnson, 637 on the 636. Got himself behind on the starting line. No good. Jeff Sowers, Johnston, Ohio. 669 the dial left side. Hunter Wolf, Lancaster, Ohio. 92 S10, 684. Getting 1500. 12 thou separate him. Here comes Jeff Sowers. Can he make it work? Finish line. Win light says no, sir. Hunter Wolf, 31, take 23, goes dead 3. 34 total. Sowers was locked out. Doug McCarty Auto Parts entry, 607 to the left. He'll turn it red by 20 thou. Automatic win gives it to Tom Artakis Jr., his new ride, that Dodge Dakota. And he does what he always does, wins. 19 and a thou under. Artakis to round 2. Andrew Sturck, Amaranth, Ontario, Canada, 636 left side. Lucas Walker, bad dude out of Murray, Kentucky, 88 Mustang on a 592. So Lucas going to give up a little more than 4/10. So Lucas will give chase on Andrew. 592 to a 636, round 1. Pro 48, K&N Pro 48 here on APD Thursday. Lucas with the advantage, and you cannot get Lucas Walker nearly 300. He'll light it up every time, and he does here. 10, take 8, goes 3 above. 41 total for Lucas Walker. Sturck had 4 thou to mess with, but goes 1 above 2 to be 8 thou behind. No good. Shane Boney, 587 left side. John Gregory, Elyria, Ohio, 597 right side of the Mustang. Gonna leave first by a 1/10, or he should anyway. Well, he left first, he left red. Shane Boney left second and left red. He was a foul more red, so give the win light back to John Gregory. 003 red goes 595 on the 597. Boney was under by 3 thou. But by virtue of true start, he'll be looking for a buyback. Well, look at that. Nasty Nick. 612 on the left side, the T1000, Michael Gramlich, maybe Michigan. His S10 right side on a 649. 19 thou separate him, and Gramlich has some work to do. Finish line. Give it to Nasty. 20. Get behind 2 thou to be under by 7 thou. Gramlich under by 28 thou. No good. Nasty Nick to round 2. Final call, Group A. Everyone in Group A. Final call to the lanes. So door cars, dragsters, whatever. If you are in Group A and you haven't ran, this is your final call. We need you. Jason Ford, 645, left side. John Coughlin, Delaware, Ohio, 599, right side. So all Group A, we need you. All Group A, we need you. So John Coughlin gets timed out. You only got 10 seconds to light that thing up and did not get it done. So Jason Ford, 6:46, moving on. Good morning, Jake Hodge. C.J. Yeagerbaum, left side, 683 to Dow. Joel Young, Clifford, Michigan, 622 right side. (16-27). Yeager with the advantage. Can he light it up? Finish line says he does. 16, dead 8, 24 total. Joel Young, mathematically ineligible. 27 up front, 1 above 1, no good. John Bailey, Oberlin, Ohio, 71 Duster, left side on a 701. Skylar B, Red Key, Indiana. Moser Engineering, Poet Bioprocessing, Get 'em Performance, Malibu, on a 673. Skylar, one of the tough young guns. Ventured away from his home track at Muncie to come over and get after it in the K&N Pro 48 here at the JAG Summer Fling. He's got some work to do here as he's behind. Win line says John Bailey, 29, 1 above 9 for the win. Skylar, 1 above 8, no good. Ben Height, Rowe, New York, 627 left side. Brian Cerruti, Nixus, Ohio. His 67 Camaro on a 639. So he'll get 1200 head start. Ben will do some chasing. So Group A, Group A, Group A. You've all been called. Group A, you have all been called. So we need all of you. $11,000 separate him. Advantage Cerruti. Win light. Cerruti there first. He's 30. Take 24 to be 1 stinking thou under. Had to take 23 or less. Ben, 41, 1 above 2, getting the win light. So Ben Height going to advance to round 2. Ross Freeman, Westville, South Carolina, 692 left side. Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan, the Bel Air on a 513. Give him a big head start, 1.8 seconds. Going to Ross Freeman. Freeman's got some work to do as Kelly Smith in full control. Finish line, you see the brake lights and the win light. Kelly Smith, 18, 2 above. Getting behind 24 thou, but still Freeman had no chance. He was behind on the starting line, and that spelled his doom. He was 27 thou under, taking 24. Drew Butchner out of Canada, left side on a 620. Matt Obertanic, Tarrenton, Pennsylvania. The AMC Spirit, 672, getting a half-second head start from Drew. Advantage Drew Butchner, and he lays down 8 total, end to end. Let's not forget, this is pro. This is no box. 8 total for Drew. double or 1, dead 7. Overton, it goes dead 1, but couldn't be 7 or better on the starting line. So Drew Butchner moving on. Rocky Van Note. All right, hey, we got Rocky Van Note, Bubba Browning. I'm going to step out of here, go get my hot rod ready for round 1, and I will turn the mic over to Alan Reinhart.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm expecting to win today. That's why I want to make sure that, you get down there, get prepped, and everything's plugged in, tuned up, and ready to go. It's round number 1, and here's the deal. If you turn on the scoreboard, you get to advance to round number 2 for free. Yay, free. If you don't turn on the scoreboard, you get to go meet the goddess of forgiveness over in the Diva Den. Whatever your sin, it can be overlooked, and you can be given another shot. Bubba Browning in the Nova, Rocky Van Note in the Vega. Down to the finish line they go. It's going to be a double breakout with the win by 8 thousandths of a second. Is going to go to Bubba. He predicted a 10. He ran 08. Rocky predicted 17, ran 14. He got there first by 1 thousandth of a second, but behind at this end by 007, so he comes out on the wrong side of the math. Rocky, go see the goddess, and she will forgive you for the fee of $160. I'm telling you, it's just like church, right? You go to church, you drop something in the plate, you say, hey, God, sorry about that thing the other night. A couple of Hail Marys, you're good to go. Well, same thing here. $160. Say you're sorry. We'll give you another chance. Justin Moser in the Corvette. Matt Daddis in the Grand Am. Pumping their way into the beams. Handicap head start's going to go to Matt. Pretty sizable for an 8th mile race. As soon as Justin, there we go. Way on the green, check. Finish line, check. Win light, check. Give it to Matt. 027 on the bulb. That's not exactly hero stuff. 617 on the 615. Took the stripe by 6 thousandths of a second. Justin Moser's car backed up 300ths. He's 547 on a 544. Left the door wide open, and Matt snuck right on through. So Matt will advance unscathed. And Justin, please go see the goddess. Glenn Dilday in the Nova. Preston Pennington. Peeps, over here on the right side. Yeah, we've got kind of an interesting organization here where the goddess lives in the Diva Den. I'm not sure how that all came together, but remember, I'm new here. I was here at the start, and then I was gone for a while, and now I'm making a cameo reappearance. My goal in life is at the end of the weekend, at least 17,000 people don't come up to me and say, oh God, we missed Nate. I mean, it's okay if a few of you miss Nate, but not 17,000. Peeps, man, got the stripe by 2 thou, but he missed a tree, cost him. Glenn Dilday comes out on the right side of a double breakout math. Dilday is under by 1 thou. Peeps is under by 11 thou. Trying to overcome an 021 light. Dilday goes on. Peeps goes to the den. Away they go, Miss Mia. Man, Miss Mia's mean. 008 on the bulb, and then taking care of business with a 605. Marty Wright runs under by 200ths of a second, getting there first by 12 thousandths of a second. He could not, would not, is not going to win that race. Missed the tree, paid for it. Well, not yet, but he will when he goes to see the goddess of forgiveness. Leon Robertson now in the left side. The little Mustang 2 out of Nashville, and Matt Costable out of Canada. Well, so Nashville's north of here, and Canada, or Nashville's south of here, and Canada's north, right? North is that way. Yeah, north is towards Canada. South is towards Nashville. I'm learning. Group B, lanes 5 and 6 are open for you. Oh, attention in the pits. Group B. Come on down. The 2 door cars easing their way into the beams. The Mustang going to take off first. Camaro's going to be on the chase. Look at little Tony trying to hold on. Here comes the Canadian Chevrolet, but he can't catch him. 013, dead 4 for Leon. That's going to be a winner. 027, 1 above for Matt Constable, and that's, well, not. Simple as that. Leon had a better reaction time. Leon was closer to the dial. You add up those two numbers, and guess what? Leon's going to win the race. Larry Pittinger now in the Camaro. Tommy Plott in the Mustang. We still have a couple of guys that haven't figured out which side of the car is the right. When you pull up to the ready line, JJ is looking directly at the right side of your car. That's where the dial needs to be visible, please. Tommy Plott goes 009, dead 1. Winner. Pittinger goes 021, had no chance. Not happening. Wasn't going to happen. He was 15 behind on reaction time. He was 15 off his dial. That adds up to a whole lot bigger number than Tommy Plott was going to allow him. Chris Sun's now in the Camaro on the left side. We were talking about this thing earlier. Just watch the taillights if you want to get dizzy. Tim Wurtson over here in the Corvette. Group B, lanes 5 and 6 are there for you. This time both drivers do a solid job at this end. 008 to a 10, and then dead on 1 beats dead on 9. Chris Sons goes 10, dead 9. That's a pretty solid run. He had no chance. Not a prayer. The 10 had him locked out. As Tim Wirtz puts together a 9,000ths overall package. And for Chris Sons, you can have another chance. Say you're sorry. Ask for forgiveness in the dividend. Pay $160. We'll see you next round. Robert Holden on the left side, Kevin Pollard on the right. Hey, want to say hey to everybody that's watching along on Motor Mania TV. Glad to have you being non-productive and pretending to work while you've got the screen running. Pollard's car made a little bit of a move towards the center line, but he's still going to make it happen. Wow. Robert Holden is 007, take 004. Oh, that's cute. You can go now. Kevin Pollard, 001, dead on 4, 5,000ths total. 007, take 004, see at the buyback window. Man, that is nasty. Robert Holden did a lot of stuff right. Kevin Pollard did it better. All of it better. Ken Atherson in the left side. That Willys is sweet. Will Holman in the right side. Lining up here in a little pickup. Pickup going to take off first. 3100ths of a second later. Lila, come on for Ken. As we work our way through round number 1. On an APD kind of Thursday with $15,000 going to the winner. And remember, if you commit a sin in round number 1, all can be forgiven. Wow. Identical reaction times at 012. Will Holman gets there first by 1,000th of a second, and on a double breakout comes out on the wrong side of the math by 1,000th of a second. Will goes 012 taking a thou. Not enough. Atherton 012 behind by a thou, and that was the winner. That's brutal. That is brutal. But then that's what fling races are all about, isn't it? Rob Mosier on the left side. Justin Lowther on the right side. That's why we have a buyback window. Because sometimes you can do everything right and still get your teeth kicked in. Mean. Brutal. Justin Lowther. Wow, how'd you get away with that? Justin goes 046 for the win. Rob Mosier is going to be sick. I mean sick. If you see somebody down there pounding his head against the ET shack, that'll be Rob Mosier. 002 to 046 at this end. Got there first by a train length to break out by 2 thou. Oh, Rob is going to be absolutely sick when he sees that time slip. And Justin is going to look at that and go, saved $160. Don't know how. Dylan Biondo on the left side, Kenny Underwood on the right side. This is pretty brutal. A couple of guys that were both part of that all-star shootout yesterday. Thanks to the Fuel Factory for getting behind that and that $100,000 to win specialty event. Kenny Underwood, 006, one above. Not enough. See you at the buyback window. Dylan Biondo goes 008, dead one. Taking 009 at the stripe, and that's going to be a winner. Dylan Biondo had 9 thou total and still didn't have Kenny locked out, but Kenny got down there, decided to feed him the stripe, and chose unwisely. Dead one for the win. Chad Sandlin, Chuck Ridenauer. Sandlin in the S10. Chuck, by process of elimination, must be driving the Corvette. I see all my Group B'ers are rolling their way in there. Let's go ahead and make this final call. Final call, Group B, lanes 5 and 6. Final call. Come on down, Group B. A 008 light left last time, and 019 left first this time. Chuck Ridenauer is going to get the win, making it happen on the double breakout. He's under by 0.03 of a second. Sandlin's under by 11 thousandths of a second. Crossing the finish line second. Chad Sandlin needed better brakes, and he could have won that race. And Ridenauer getting it done. Todd Clark in the boo. Gary Williams in the pickup over here. G-Dub in from Florida. Predicting he's going to run a 5.71, so Todd Clark in the Malibu going to see the tree and take off first. Thou apart at this end. G-Dub gets her first by 009, breaks out. Dead one for Todd Clark. Todd Clark had a 3 thou advantage on the reaction timer, runs dead one and locked out. Gary Williams. Gary, go see the goddess. All will be forgiven. You will have another chance. Chuck Ridenauer, congratulations. You won the Perform Air Eclipse weather station with your 001 reaction time, and Richard Briscoe wins the Regal's Performance Fiberglass Dragster Scoop. Congratulations to Richard. Congratulations to Chuck. You can pick up your prizes at any time. Jack Liggett now on the left side. Caroline McCarty on the right side. As we're just about to run out of door car versus door cars and get into the dragster portion of Group A. Clean green down and away. The battle of the wagons, the Boo wagon, the Rambler wagon, and the Boo gets it done. 008, one above. Carolyn goes 015 on reaction time, runs 2 above. Not bad. Not good enough in this Shark Tank. Harvey Specter left, TG Paschal right. Hey, Grace Rowe, you've still got a prize package coming from yesterday. Check in at the Diva desk and they'll get you squared away with that. Not only did you win donuts for having the first perfect reaction time yesterday, but there's another prize that comes along with it. Harvey Specter, all clean runner, TJ Paschal. Coming. No. TJ got there first by 14, broke out by 5 of them. 463 on the 464, 007 at this end, could not close the deal at that end. Specter goes 16 total and makes it pay off. Sometimes 16 is the greatest number in the world. Sometimes, yeah, not so much. That time for Harvey, it worked out perfect. Gage Birch now in the Oldsmobile on the left side, and Jamie Biden out of Pittsburgh. Jamie rolls in the dragster, Dialing a 4:54, exactly 1.5 seconds head start. 1.5 seconds. A whole race for Jamie's 4.5 seconds long, giving up a 1.5 second head start. Because we're flinging, baby. Jamie a little late at this end, paid at that end. Gage Birch for the win. 003 on this side, 2 thou under down there. Jamie missed the tree, however, and had to run further under. When you get there first by 1 hun and run under by 3 hun, you probably don't need a PhD in bracket racing to know what happened on the reaction timer, do you? But go check him out at the Diva desk. Ask for forgiveness. Pay your penance. You will be forgiven. Garrett Griffith in left, Scotty Taylor in right. Scotty trying to atone. For coming up 1 round short last night. I mean, you know, you get to the final round of one of those things, but believe me, in that group, that's a major accomplishment. When you did better than 46 of the other All-Stars, but when you get that far and lose to the one, it's like, ugh. The old classic story, right? I didn't come this far, I only come this far. Wow, Scotty Taylor gets there first by 002, breaks out by 001. Garrett Griffith, a 15 overall package, 12 and dead 3. Scotty was 14, taking 2 thou. See at the buyback window. Do everything right, come up wrong. That's what it's like around here. Jamie Freeman and the Firebird and Johnny Bracket Racer. Johnny Ezel out of Louisiana. He had a deep run last night as well. Johnny's got that top bulb lit. He's like, let's get it on. Jamie Freeman now bumping in. Not sure what Jamie was looking at when the tree came down, but it wasn't a tree. Here's one thing I can assure you when you're doing business in this group. If your reaction time starts with a 1, your time ticket's going to start with an L, especially when you got Johnny Ezel in the other lane. Johnny's 003 and basically coasted to the win down there. Jamie 537, 130, but missed the tree badly, paid for it dearly. If you want another shot, go see the Divas. Confess your sins, pay the price, and the goddess will forgive you. Chase Meade now in the Camaro on the left side. Ray Miller over here on the right. Ray Miller, the next gen race car out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. Both drivers away at the green. Win light, says Ray Miller. 462 on the 461, couple that with a 006 bulb, and that was too much for Chase. 015 on the tree, got there first by 8 thou, needed to get there first by 6. 102 miles an hour, definitely scrubbing speed down there, needed to scrub 2 more. Larry Hoke in the S10 and Corey Galetta. Galetta over here on the Dragster. You know, I've got my brilliant business idea. I just came up with $1 million business idea. I'm going to start coming to races like this. I'm going to set up in the manufacturer's midway, and I'm going to sell brake pads. Because there are some guys wearing that stuff out here this weekend. And there are a couple of guys that if they had better ones, they probably would have won their round. That's going to be my new $1 million idea. I'm going to call it Bracket Brakes. You can find me online at bracketbrakes.com. 011. Dead 7 for Larry. Left the door open for Galletti, and Galletti got there first by 006 and lost. You get there first by 005, you win. See, that's another one. If you had 1 thou better brakes, you would have won that race. And if you come by bracket brakes, I can hook you up with more aggressive brake pads and help you win when you're trying to back up. Wow, I got a slogan and everything. I'm telling you, this is going to work. Bracket brakes. Mike Rogers on the left side. Chris Galletti on the right side. Chris in a little Chevy 2 out of Tomball, Texas. Mike Rogers rolling in here from Albany, New York. Green. Chris Galletti holding 3, got there first. Bad choice. See, you needed better brakes. If you'd got behind, you could have won that race. Mike Rogers wins the double breakout. He's under by 8 thousandths of a second. Galletti's under by 13 thousandths of a second. So there you have it. Margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second on the double breakout. But better brakes wins the race. Dustin Wirtz on the left side, Sean Langdon on the right. Wirtz rolling all the way in here from Nampa, Idaho. Sean Langdon, who now makes his home in Indiana, but he'll always be a Southern California kid at heart. Sean's one of those guys that if he tells you, yeah, let me go get my other car if you want to run flat out, don't fall for that. And his other car's pretty fast. What's the quickest we've got here? 4:13, right? Yeah, I think 4:13. Yeah, Sean's car runs the 8th mile, 2.9. I mean his other car. See that womp? Womp. 004. 453 for the win. Sean Langdon. Sean, you needed better brakes. He had 013. Goes 445. Got there first by 19. Goes 445.0 on a 46. 1 hun too much. Sean Langdon will come see the goddess of forgiveness in the Diva Den. Shane Carr. By the way, they have multiple forgiveness goddesses down there now. It's not just one. We've got a whole team. What do you call it now that I think about it? Sugar Shane Carr on the left side, Carol McCarty on the right side. Left side, wow, got away with that. Carroll's 002 takes 5 hundredths for the loss. Shane's 031, 1 above. And that was the right choice. Somehow, some way. There is no way anybody goes up to the starting line here and says, I got an idea. I'm going to be 031, 2 above. That's how I'm going to win. A pantheon of goddesses. There you go. We have a pantheon of goddesses offering forgiveness. Somebody should get t-shirts made. Meanwhile, Trevor Deeks and Chris Whitfield. I'm telling you, somebody get a pantheon of goddesses. I know, well, these stupid things just kind of fly around in my head and I can't stop them. Again, right. Chris Whitfield, dead one. Congratulations on the dead one. 020? Seriously? Now, Trevor Deeks missed it worse. So Trevor will see you at the buyback window. Chris will see you in the next round. Tristan Strauss on the left side. Donovan Williams in the right. Group B, if you are not in the staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. Group B, you all should be there. Tristan smashes the 3 at 005 and takes the win at 487. Donovan was 022, got there first by 1 thou. Had to break out 3 thou in order to get there first. Donovan's choices were like this. You can get there first and break out, or you can get there second and lose. You cannot win the race. And he didn't. Tristan Strauss with the 005 light taking care of business. Tim Marklew now on the left side. Rolling in here from New York, Nick Folk in the right. I feel like every pair of cars coming up to the starting line, I could say, wow, this is a big matchup. But as a general rule, you don't come to an event like this and this isn't the place to start. Let's just put it that way. Hey, I'm just getting started in bracket racing. I'm not very good at it. Where should I go? Should I go to the Fling? Well, not if you're trying to win. If you're trying to learn by getting your teeth kicked in, then sure, yeah, why not? Nick Folk for the win. 13 on the tree, dead 6 for 19 overall. Mark Lugo 16 on the tree. Comes a little short down at the other end, running 1 above. Roman Cosner now on the left side, and Mike Crater on the right. Roman's predicting he's going to run 5:03. Mike says 4:32 is my magic number. Mike Crater goes trip, zip, perfect, 434. You want a bag of donuts? Tomorrow that'll get you cash in. Even more prizes, but today it gets you a bag of donuts. Roman Cosner goes 006 on the wrong side of the tree, and his race was over at this end of the racetrack. Linda Russello and Mark Walter. You need to check in at the Diva desk, please. Linda Russello and Mark Walter, the Divas, have requested an audience with you. And you cannot say no to the Divas. Race Kid in left. Jamie Holston in the right. Inset ready and away. 019, dead 4 for Jamie. That was enough. Race goes 69 on 68. That wasn't enough. Also behind at this end. By about 8 thou if I did the math right. Here comes Jay Beaulieu in the left side. Barry Ferraro in the right. One more time, Linda Russello. There we go. Let's go with Russello. And Mark Walter to the Diva desk. You'll be glad you did. They are giving away gifts. It's like Christmas. Here comes Jay Bolio. Bailey Ferraro. This end, separation, 1 thou. That end, dead 8 for the win. Bailey got there first by 12 thousandths of a second. Needed to get there first by 7 or less. 1 thou separation at this end, take 12, break out. Take 7, you win. Brent Martin now on the left side. Max Mosier in the right. I'm telling you, bracket brakes, that's going to be my new business. I'm going to sell really aggressive brake pads. Really aggressive. It's genius, I tell you. Brilliant. I don't see what could possibly go wrong. If we get time later, I'll tell you a funny brake story about nostalgia funny cars. I think you'll find it fascinating. At least I found it fascinating. Well, you got the same numbers, just in different places. Max Mosier is 002. Brent Martin was 020. You can probably figure out how that worked out, right? Max goes one above, 469 on 68. That's a winner. 68 on 65 for Brent. Missed it at both ends. But Brent, you can have another chance. Go see one of the goddesses. And for $160, we will forgive the sin of being late and being slow. That's pretty good, actually, because that's like, 2 sins, and you only have to be forgiven once. Kevin Poitras on the left side, another Quebecian. And Jim Glenn. How about Jim Glenn, the Washington driver that is just on tour out here these days. Hey, listen up in the pits. Do you have a product engineering or MagnaFuel regulator? I have a racer in need. Jim Glenn goes to the buyback window. Kevin goes dead on, 020, and then threw an egg at him. Jim Glenn was 013. Tell you, got there first by 10. Did you get there first by 7? Could have used better brakes. If you have a product engineering or MagnaFuel regulator, Ed Bigley would like to be your new best friend. Ed Bigley is in need. Let's help out our racer in need. Marty Martin in the left side, Jake Clayton in the right. We continue rocking our way through. I think I can just about see the end of our Group A dragsters. And that means my Group B drivers should be about getting ready to get suited up and ready to go. .447. Marty Martin, that's going to win at 148. 466.9 for Jake Clayton. I should have kept track of how many people break out by 1,000th of a second. Jake getting there first by 200. Breaking out by 1,000. McKenna Brown in the dragster left side. Brian Canada in the right. Brian up from Odessa, Texas. McKenna actually lives down in Boca Raton. Did Boca get hit? See, I'm not that good with geometry. Was Boca in the line of the hurricane, or was that not? Sometimes the best thing you can do when hurricanes come is just load your race car up and go to Columbus. That's words of wisdom that you wouldn't even get from Confucius or the Dalai Lama. Finish line, it's all Brian, 970 on a 970. 019 at this end. 54 on a 54 for McKenna Brown. So McKenna had the car dialed right. Missed the tree a little bit. Gave Brian a little wiggle room down there. He wins at dead on 6. Beats dead on 2. Now it's Jamie Tupper on the left side and Kyle Cotrera. Kyle, who lives in Maine. I learned a lot of stuff about Maine. I was looking at the manifold on Kyle's car. That's like a 2-piece or a 3-piece billet. Holy crap, that manifold I think costs more than my house. Something on the tire down there on Kyle's car, but looks like they got her squared away. Both of them taking a little extra time easing up their way into the beams. Driver got the light they wanted, but they're within a foul. Reaction times within a foul, and then Jamie Tupper threw an egg in Kyle's lap. Dead 0 for the win. 454 and a 453 for Kyle. He tried to get behind. He did get behind, but got behind a dead 0. If he'd have got in front of a dead 0, he had 1 foul to work with. 1 foul. Pretty small window. You know what's a bigger window? The buyback window. The buyback window is way bigger than a thou. And you know, if you just messed up by a thou, you got to take another crack at it. You can't let that be the last thing you did today. Chris Stein on the left side and Jordan Williams Parker in the right. 4/10 the difference. That'll be the handicap head start with Jordan jumping on the tree first. I'm telling you, my brake idea is brilliant. I'm going to make a fortune. A fortune. .025 Chris Stein, and then dead 8. 33,000 package. And you know what? Jordan still had a window. Not a big one, but had a window. Jordan was 031, got there first by 11, broke out by 9. Get there first by 2 thou. You win. Just saying. Jeff Sarah on the left, Chris Bear on the right. .007 take 008 Jeff Sarah. Chris Bear didn't have nothing for that. Holy crap, who's shooting at me? Chris Bear runs dead 0. Wasn't even in the game. Wasn't even in the conversation. Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. 034 light, nothing. Had nothing. Well, these guys did a pretty poor job of pulling into the staging lanes. How'd this happen? Ed Bigley on the right side, Kyle Bigley on the left side. How do you race your kid first round? Or how do you race your dad first round? Down to the finish line, Dad going to send the kid home. He's 4th out better at this end, runs dead 4 at that end. Kyle Bigley got there first by 3, broke out by 4. That was not a good job of pulling into the staging lanes, unless they had some kind of a side bet. Ed Bigley, I have a guy in the tower that has a regulator. That was, oh, that was him. Ed, drive back up here. No, I'm kidding. Ed, I've got a guy that's got your regulator. He doesn't know where to find you. How do we work this out? Can you send up a smoke signal or, you know, let go a balloon or a carrier pigeon or think of something. Donnie Burleson left, Kyle Gibson right. Donnie Burleson, red, 1 thou, 1 thou. You want to be forgiven? Come see the goddess. We can make that happen. Marion Goats up here on a solo run, and we're going to go door car racing in Group B. Marlon Goetz hits the tree at 018, hits the scoreboard at 493. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Group C, Dork.
It's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. It's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Meet the next generation of Autometer's legendary Ultimate Tachometer line, the Ultimate 3 and the Ultimate DL, which places the power of more advanced data acquisition systems in an affordable, convenient, and compact package. With the Ultimate 3, you can record the engine and driveshaft RPM at 100 samples per second with up to 60 seconds of available memory. Playback data right on the tach itself or easily download to the award-winning Data Pro Analysis software. Availability in black or silver dials in 9,000 or 11,000 RPM ranges. More advanced users should consider using the Ultimate DL, which adds the ability to record wideband air-fuel ratio and pressure channel data to the Ultimate 3, which can help you diagnose fuel delivery issues and improve tuning. For more information, visit us at autometer.com.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
Group B. B stands for door cars, for those of you who weren't aware of that. So here we are. Dan Sayers in left. Eddie Bloom in the right. Group C. C like Charlie. Door cars, come on down. Group C door cars to the lanes, please. Dan Sayers 19 and then threw an egg at Eddie Bloom, who was 028, had no chance, no shot, wasn't going to happen. 028 dead 6 going to the buyback window. $19 dead 0 for the win. Tanner Williams in the left, Bo Butner in the right. Tanner driving the Plymouth. I love that. I mean, I didn't know they made a fiberglass hood for a Volare. I did not know that. See, I learned something today. I like learning things. I like going to bed smarter than I woke up. Do you know what the most important thing that happened in the history today? Today, in 1927, Philo Farnsworth invented the television. Think how many millions of man-hours have been wasted since. Millions of man-hours. Both drivers get away on a green. Corvette That made a little bit of a whoop whoop move out there for Bo, and he still goes too quick. Bo had the reaction advantage, predicted a 95, won a 92. Even with a big sachet out there in the middle, low 27, dead on 4 for Tanner Williams. That's a winner. Trek Roycraft coming up now in the Nova out of Minnetonka. And John Youngbar Jr. out of Maryland. Minnetonka is not in Maryland, for those of you that might have been wondering. It is in Minnesota. No kidding. One little short Ford Chevy matchup, both get away. A Mustang. 002, 663 for the win. 5,000s package. Chuck had an 034 light. Guess how that worked out against a 5-pack? He ran too quick by 200 and still got there second. It's crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Crazy. Dennis O'Brien on the left side, David Ross on the right. The 68 Chevelle, that's Dennis. David in the Corvette, you probably figured that out because you can tell left from right. Group C, C like Charlie, door cars, final call. If you want to get up and get separated, door cars, Group C, final call. Ruh-roh. David Ross broke. Dennis O'Brien takes his foot off the gas, 568 at 108 miles an hour, and David is doing the old slow roll down the right side. Reaction time was a 3-thou coin flip, but that race was over by the tree as soon as David's car did, and well, whatever David's car did, because what David's car didn't do was advance. That's a country song, right? I won't tell you what I did, I'll tell you what he didn't do. I won't tell you what I did, what he did, I'll tell you what he didn't do. He did not accelerate to the finish line. Howard Westbury on the left side. James Sanders on the right. Separation at this end is 1,000th of a second. Howard Westbury got there first by 7,000ths of a second and broke out by 1,000th of a second. See, he needed better brakes. 655 on a 655 for James Sanders. Holding 1 thou advantage, got 7 above. Westbury took 7, needed to take 6. Doug Baker now in the Mustang in the left side. Jacob Comer in the right side. The Maverick. One moment, please. Jake is dialed in at 616. Doug Baker is dialed in at 601. We got a little Ford-on-Ford violence coming at you right here. All right, that looked a little more normal-ish. Doug Baker, unfortunately for him, jumped the gun. Jacob Comer got the win as soon as the light turned green, 614 at 112 miles an hour, 607 for Doug, but 017, too soon on the leave. All you have to do is go into the Diva Den, find your favorite goddess, Find your favorite goddess and ask to be forgiven. Pay your penance, be forgiven, get on with your life. Max Moss on the left side, Greg Kane in the right. The racing Kane. Paramount out there. I swear, I gotta find out. That's got to be an old pro stock car. Gonna be a red lighting car here. Oh, no. Greg Kane by 1/1000th of a second turns it red. Wow. Max Moss goes 581 on a 588. I mean, I've heard of Holden a couple, but Holden 7? That's a bunch. 627 for Greg Kane, but the 001 red light is his excuse to go talk to the goddesses. Don Beasley left, Scott Albrecht right. Tell you, there's so many pickups in the field, it's not surprised at all that we ended up with a couple of them side by side, both of them wheels in the air, off and away. Beasley in the left, Albrecht in the right. Double breakout, goes Beasley's way, goes 945 on a 47, that's a winner. Albrecht goes 0207 on an 09, and that's not. They both run 200 under. Go to the little teeny tiny number, 5/1000ths of a second. Makes John Beasley your winner. His 001 light didn't hurt him any, but for Scott Albrecht, another 6/1000ths worth of brake pedal, and he wins. Roy Sandenis making it happen here, holding 3 thou on the old reaction timer, then running dead on 5. Scott Hessler runs 527 on a 526. And that wasn't going to get it done. Not when you're leaving behind. Tim Riggins in a Malibu wagon. John Patterson. The Buick. The Grand National, at least it looks like a Grand National. I don't think it's still got the turbo V6 in it. I don't think Patterson's going to be bragging about his reaction time, but, well, it was better. John Patterson goes 039, dead 9 for the win, locking out Tim Riggins, who was 059, and then dead 4. The dead 4 part, that's pretty good. The 059 part, that's not so good. Of course, I would have said the 039 part's not so good either. Key thing to remember, I've learned this over the years, as Lane Dickin lines up in the left side and Christian Corey in the right. Key thing to remember. 635, that's going to be a winner. 2 thou under for Christian. Lane Dickin goes 605. He's 8 thou under. 012, left last. Lost a double breakout. The key thing to remember, drag racing is like bowling. You don't have to beat everybody in the house. You just have to beat the guy in the next lane. You know, sometimes you run 269 and get your teeth kicked in, and sometimes you roll 132 and you end up winning the game somehow. Drag racing is just like bowling. We just saw an 039 light went on a hole shot, and then an 012 is like punched in the gut. Clean green down and away with Mike Barber in the left side with Dan Bichon in the right side. Mike Barber taking care of business. 015 dead on 5. Put them together for 17 overall. Dan had a 13 bulb, had a shot, couldn't get there. Even at 123 miles an hour. See, Mike had enough brakes, backed up, took 6th out, took the win. Doug Kaiser in the left, Preston Mitchell in the right. Preston is in a whole pile of trouble. You can see that one coming. Doug Kaiser 014 to Preston's 047. Game over. Do I need to tell you the rest of it? Doug got there first and got the win. Preston got there second and broke out. That is a classic 3 strikes. Left the starting line second, strike 1. Crossed the finish line second, strike 2. Broke out in the process. Strike 3. Yeah, sure thing, Pete. Thanks. Greg Brown and Bob Ruslow having at it right now. Ruslow in the Camaro. Not going to be able to get it done. 010 is Greg taking 001. Game over. 010 take 001. Bob 029 crossing second, breaking out. Swing, swing, swing. Ron Baisden now. That Pontiac, I'm telling you, that Pontiac is 8 kinds of cool. Ron, if you want to get rid of that thing, give me a call. I want to talk to you about it. Kalen Watson in the Malibu. He just got it? Well, the Malibu's coming to the buyback window after an 015 reaction time, and then comes out on the bad side of the math. 400ths of a breakout. Ron got down there. Ron had plenty of brakes, 103 miles an hour. He's like, whoop, get behind. Come out of the good side of the wind, break out by 5 thou versus break out by 4 hun. Here's Steve Riggins in the Maverick, or the Mavrat, if you will, Big Block Chevrolet. Tucked under the hood. Mike Hundley in the S10. Now, Steve Riggins, Mike, don't take this wrong, because I'm not rooting against you or anything, but Steve Riggins is an announcer. We can't afford to buy back. Announcers don't get paid very much. Well, I mean, I do, but the rest of them don't. I didn't want Pete to have any thoughts. Like, oh, you can... Finally off and running in the pickup. Here comes Riggins. Check this out. 004, dead 5. Click, bang, zoom, and he doesn't have to buy back. Only goes 028. Got nothing. Got nada. Dead on 3. Couldn't overcome the light. So Riggins, a 9-pack. At 113 miles an hour. Winner, winner, winner. Jeff Wistenhagen in the Camaro on the left side. Brian Folk on the right side. In the Cavalier. .526 for the win for Brian Folk at 127 miles an hour. Jeff had an 052 light, and he was done. He got there first by 0.06 of a second, but he had to break out 400ths to do it. You give Brian Folk 400ths in reaction time, and he is going to send you to meet the goddess at the Diva Den pretty much every time. Pretty much every time. Mark Kidd on the left side. Kevin Rodenbo on the right. Mark Kidd 009 taking 007. Kevin was 60, 6-0. No chance, none. Got their second, broke out getting their second. Mark Kidd is safe by 4. Redenbo crossed second, broke out. Probably figure out that, right? Eric Bowman now comes up in the Firebird, and Nick Bichon in the Camaro. This isn't going to be pretty. No! Seriously? Eric Bowman is 001, breaking out a thou. Nick Deshawn is 065, 2 above for the win. Eric Bowman took an 8/100ths stripe. You need to come by Bracket Brakes and get some new brakes. 001 taking 8/100ths to break out a thou. That hurts. But for $160, the goddess will forgive you, and you can try again. Holy smokes, Tracy Sons, dead zero, taking more than a full second at the stripe. Oh my God, Stacy Schroeder, I had to put the wrong number in the box. Had a 1.03 reaction time, not a 0.1, a 1 point. Tracy Sons got there first by more than a full second to run dead zero. .585 on a 585. Dennis Meade goes dead on 1 with an 016 reaction time. Looks like a genius. Rick Bailey had an 098. Yeah, you are not going to win with an 098. Well, in most cases, you're not going to win with an 098. We have seen some wackiness. Tom Conley on the left side. Steve Vandershoot in the right. Corvette dialed in at 509. Nova dialed in 622. Ooh, I can do the math. The Nova's leaving first. Or 1.13. Win light comes on for Tom Conley. 015 and dead on 8. That's 23 overall. Vandershoot had a 005 light, had lots of room down there. Got there first by too much, broke out by 9 thousandths of a second. Pete Diagnolo on the left side, Dewey Boggs on the right. We got a couple of current NHRA world champs racing here this weekend, and a couple of former NHRA world champs racing here this weekend. Yesterday's big winner, former 5-time champ. 5-time, 4-time? 5-time, I think. Lots of time. Lots of time. Drivers away on a green. Pete's going to win it. 004, dead 12, and Dewey had nothing. Nada. No way, no how. 020 Bulb could not win the race. You get there first to break out or get there second to lose. Pick your poison. He went for getting there first and breaking out, but he couldn't win the race. Had zero chance. But if you want another chance, you can be forgiven. Go to the dividend, See the goddess. Ask to be forgiven. You will be given another chance. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Group C. C like Charlie. Group C. Dragsters. Come on down. Group C dragsters to the lanes, please. If you were in Group C, we'd like to see you in the lanes. If you're a door car, hopefully you're already there. If you're a dragster, join us, please. David Braskett had the reaction advantage, but could not close the deal. It goes 58 on a 60. Bill Webb left second, crossed second, came out on the right side of the math. 85 on an 86 is under by 1 hun. 58 on 60 is under by 2 hun. And there you have it. Bring up Jeremy York in the S10 and Jamie Miller. Jamie Miller. Mrs. Ray Ray. Bumping her way in down there in the duster. Wheels up and away is Jamie. On the chase is Jeremy. Heading to the buyback window is Jamie, because winning the race is Jeremy. 017 dead 6. That's a 23 thousandths overall package. Jamie Miller had a 25 light locked out. Got there first by 9 thousandths. Broke out by 11 thousandths. No chance. No chance to win the race. Lester Atkins on the left side, Wayne DeSantis on the right. That Dodge Daytona's kind of cool. Both drivers go in search of the front bulb. Both drivers find it. Both drivers get a green light. Only one driver gets a win light. And that one driver is going to be Lester Atkins, 580 on an 82. 2 too quick. Wayne DeSantis goes 93 on a 97. That's 4 too quick. In this case, 2 is better than 4. Kind of like if you're at a par 3, 2 is better than 4. Atkins for the win. DeSantis will have to pay for another chance. Chad 6 in the Roadster on the left side, and Chuck Mendola, the truck on the right side. Quick little job mopping up in front. Remember, perfect reaction time is still worth a bag of donuts. Tomorrow there's other prizes for that, but today it's donuts for donuts. I had a couple of them that were not claimed yesterday as well. If you had a perfect reaction time yesterday and you did not get your bag of donuts, it's not too late. If I run out of donuts later, it will be. Red light. Times 2. Chuck Mendola lost the only race you want to lose today. He lost a race to the red light. Minus 003 beats minus 005. And then Mendola threw an egg on the scoreboard, 592. With a 0 at the end, 579 for Chad 6. But he'll be buying his way into round number 2. Rob Leipzinger in the Corvette. Towing company owner out of Pennsylvania, Dave Graham. Out of Ohio. Group C, like Charlie, dragsters. Come on down. Group C dragsters. We'd be happy to see you now, please. The red light, 17 thousandths of a second. 491 or 491 for David Graham. That's interesting. Looked to me like it spun the tire. But David Graham dropped her right on the dial with 5 thou to spare. 546 on a 548 for Rob, but 017 red is what sent him to the buyback window. It's good nose zone. I mean, it's only $160 to buy back in, and you get to meet the goddesses. That's worth $160 just to meet the goddesses. It is, really. Jeff Fargo in the left, Ryan Henry in the right. As we continue on. Red light 6th out for Jeff Fargo. The red light's on, the wagon's gone. The Camaro goes on, 564. 121 the speed, 6.222 for Jeff Fargo. That part didn't hurt. It was the 006 red part that hurt. Mike Kelly rolls in now in the Cavalier over there on the left side, and Steve Holman on the right. Michigan against Ohio. There's no rivalry between Michigan and Ohio anytime, is there? Don't they, like, you know, during football season and stuff, don't they all just hold hands and sing Kumbaya? No? Oh, yeah. Maybe I was misinformed. It is quite possible that I was misinformed. People lie to me all the time, which I've never been able to figure out because, well, it's not like we're dating. Well, that was an interesting little matchup. They both run identical to the dial. They're both +1-1 on the dial. Mike Illig was 006 and Steve Holman wasn't. That was the difference. The difference at the start was the difference at the finish. Steve Sisko left, Nick Folk right. Steve won a bag of donuts yesterday. He did. Let's see, we saw Brian, I believe Brian advanced. Let's see if Nick can do the same thing. Both drivers get away on the green. Sisko not going to win a bag of donuts today, but he was 001, take 007, and Nick Folk will be at the buyback window. 571 on the 572, crossing second. But 001, take 007, Cisco for the W. Billy Lieber's going to get the win, 019, 613. That's making it happen. My Firebird goes 37 on a 39, getting our first by 2, running under by 2. At an 031 reaction time, it could not win the race. Robin Banks now in the pickup left side, and Edmund Richardson. Edmund is driving the car that won last night. Last night, the car was driven by his brother, who won the cash and had to go back to work. I'm telling you, I'm thinking if you win 100 grand, you should be able to at least take a day off. A day? I think Edmund had the wrong numbers in the box. 627 for the win for Robin Banks. 93 miles an hour, Edmund. At an 885 reaction time. I'm telling you, had to have the wrong numbers in the box. Had to have. But he'll have another shot after he comes up and says hi to the goddesses. Robert Grosch, final car in Group B, and he will solo his way down the left side of the racetrack. And he's glad he was the solo because he was 001 too soon. And then 557 on a 558. So 001 too soon, 007 too quick, and now we go into C group. Door cars, round number 1. And C group dragsters, this is final call. Attention to the pits. C like Charlie, C group dragsters, final call. To the lanes, please. Jason Ford in left, Kevin Pollard in right. Solid at this end, solid at that end. Wow, wow, wow. Jason Ford goes 009. Kevin Pollard is 011. Jason locks him out dead 1. 2 thou behind on the starting line, locked out by a dead 1 at the other end. Kevin Pollard just went 011, dead 5, and he's headed for the buyback window. When moments ago somebody was 056 and 3 above for the win. It's crazy. Well, Kevin, come see the goddesses. They will forgive you, and you will have another shot at it. 011 dead 5 for a trip to the buyback window. Jason, making it happen. Taking a look at things down on the starting line, and we'll be right back at it here momentarily. Looks like it's going to be a moment or two. I'm going to take that opportunity to go fill up a water bottle. We'll be right back.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
And just like that, we are back in business. By the way, if you haven't already, tell all your friends, Motor Mania. Log on for free, thanks to Strange Engineering. Making it happen. You got friends, you got family, you got people that just like to waste time at work. Call them and tell them to log into Motor Mania. Why be productive when there's drag racing on your computer? Why? Why? Wow. Nick Hastings, 16th out better on reaction time, goes down to the other end and gives it up by 0.0003. 3/10,000ths of a second. Larry Hawk runs dead 1 for the win. Nick Hastings, 21 dead 7, giving the stripe back 3/10,000ths. Now see, he had too good of brakes. If he'd had less good brakes, he'd have won that race. It's all about the quality of your brakes. In my new business, Bracket Brakes. When you break out by 1,000, come see me. I'll get you some more aggressive brake pads. I'm telling you, this is genius. Carmen Cottrell's on the right side, and he's going to win it. A 2-pack. Oh, man. Is that the best we've had so far? 002 dead 0. Cameron for a 2-pack. Drew Bucker was 045 and then dead on 6, but nowhere near where he needed to be. Carmen, you're showing off now. Glenn Dilday. And the Nova left side, Chris Galletti, and the Nova right side. Galletti out of Tomball, Texas. Dilday rolls in here from Missouri. A 2-pack. Man, that's just brutal. Brutal. 508 for the win on a 507 for Chris Galletti. Dilday's going to be hating life when he sees that time slip. 003 getting there first by 400ths and breaking out. Need the brakes. Oh, 17, 611 for the win for John, taking 9,000th at the stripe. Left lane missed the tree, 050. Cross second, broke out 6th out. Speed to the left, Matt Daddis in the right. Hustling down to the stripe, Matt Daddis. He's going to win it. 15 total. 009 dead 6 for the win. Chase got down there and decided to give it up, dropped back. Had a 005 light, got behind. Paid the price. CJ Yeager in the Malibu. John Coughlin. Over here in the door car. CJ Yeager off and running, John Coughlin on the chase this end of the racetrack. They were identical on a double breakout. You better be behind. And John Coughlin was 597 on the 599. Getting behind. CJ goes 6807. Both drivers 17 on the tree. If you get there first, you're going to lose the double breakout by exactly that amount. And that's what happened. Here's Dylan Biondo now and Ted Barnes. And I know that everybody here is pretty hardcore, but for those of you that might be wondering, these drivers are double entered. And you are allowed to do just that. Pay 2 entry fees and you can run twice. Dylan Biondo, Ted Barnes. I do like the Datsun. Like I said, I like the guys with imagination, the things that are a little different. A little stand out from the crowd. A little, nobody else would have thought of that. That kind of thing. Like a Datsun 510. Unfortunately, an 081 light is not going to win no matter how cool your car is. So Dylan Biondo with the 003, making it happen with the 607. Now it's going to be Chad Sandlin in the S10 left side and Tommy Plott in the Mustang over here on the right. Truck wheels up and away. The Mustang just kind of hunkers down off the start line. And the wind light's going to come up on the left side. 013 dead on 3. Tommy Plott had a 16 light. Chad Sandlin had a 16 pack. That left Tommy less than 1,000th of a second to play with. Tried to wiggle in down at the other end, and there was no wiggling to be had. Comes a Malibu on the left side that I do not have information on. I apologize about that. Scotty Taylor over here on the right. Taylor went to the final last night. Just needed one more win light to take home the big bucks. Still had a profitable day after the split. Taylor's ready. The Malibu is ready. Both drivers away on a green. Down to the stripe we go. It's going to be a 492 and a 492. We call that dead on 4. The Boo is 15. Taylor's dead 4 with a 10. 14 total against 15 reaction time. Send the driver of the Malibu to the Diva Den. Send Scotty Taylor to the next round. Ken Atherton now in the left side. Steve Rohr's in the right. Remember, if you commit the sin of going red or breaking out, we have a goddess of forgiveness. We actually have 3 of them or 4 of them. Steve Rohrs goes 008, gets there first, comes out on the right side of the wind light. 556 for Ken Atherton, comes out on the wrong side of the double breakout. 030 bulb, needed more brakes, get behind another 100th, end up winning the race. Garrett Griffith now in the S10 left side and Bill Holman in the, S10 right side. Pickup on pickup. See what you got for me here. Handicap head start, 044, almost a full bulb going to Garrett. We've seen this movie before. Identical reaction times at this end. Dead on 3 at that end is going to win it for Will Holman. Griffith decided to get behind. He went down there and dropped to a 636. Holman dead on 3 for the win after both drivers 012 on the reaction timer. Sean Pitts in the Camaro left side and Kelly Smith. On the tail fin of that 57 Bel Air it says Betty White. I guess that's the name of the car. Well, because the name of the driver is Kelly Smith, and I can't make those two come together, so. That is kind of a cool little 57 Bel Air, though. It's about as altered as you can be and still not being altered, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, the driver definitely cheated towards the center a little bit. Both drivers get away on a green bulb. Kelly in trouble. Kelly headed for the buyback window, 669 on a 670. Pitts is under by 1, 12 on a 14. Kelly is under by 2. Kelly was behind by 2 at this end, behind by 2 at that end, and under by 2, which gave Sean the win. Matt Constable on the left side, Marty Wright in the right. The unique reworked Pro Mod style Monte Carlo down there. Man, that thing's got a picnic table for a rear deck. Lots of square feetsies on the back of that thing. Marty Wright leaves too soon. He's 063 RED. See at the buyback window. Matt Constable goes 541 at 127 miles an hour. Marty Wright. You want another shot? Cost you 160. But you do. Get to meet the goddesses. Now it's Ben Haight on the left side, Peeps Pennington in the right as we continue on and on and on. Hey, do you have a big dog? And are you having trouble holding on to him right now because you lost your leash? Come see me. I do not think that belongs to a Chihuahua. Ben Haight goes 043 on the wrong side of the Christmas tree, and he'll earn himself a trip to the buyback window. 510 on a 12 for Peeps. Had a free ride down there. 27 on a 26 for Ben, but he was too quick on the trigger. Robert Holt on the left side. Got my Camaro on the right side that I don't have information on. Still entering some, especially some of the potential later arrivals. 001 592 on a 592. We call that a 5-pack. We call that a winner for the Camaro. Dead on 2 for Robert Holton after he's 016, and that wasn't good enough. Hey, for those of you who may not be aware of it, it's on the flyer, but I know that who reads, right? Nobody. Every dead zero, Thursday, Friday, goes into a drawing, gift certificate for an APD carburetor of your choice. Run dead zero, win or lose, and you're going into a drawing. You could end up with an APD carburetor. APD, of course, who is the daily presenting sponsor. We appreciate Advanced Product Design, everything they do. Leon Robertson goes 005 on the early side of the tree. Andrew Sturck gets the win, 558, 125 miles an hour. Now it's going to be Harvey Specter in the left side. And Brian Siridu and the 67 Camaro. Looks like we're getting down towards the end of the door cars here. Brian Siridu out in front. He's going to come out on the right side of the double breakout by getting behind 636 on the 637. Brian is under by 0.02 of a second, 58 on 60. Harvey is under by 0.02 of a second. Was 5 thou behind at this end, 8 thou out in front at that end. Comes out on the wrong side of the double breakout all the way around. In the S10 at the finish line stripe. Win light. It's going to come on for Carolyn. 012 getting there first. Right side of the double breakout math. Shane needed 0.03 of a second more brake pedal. 3 thou. More of the brakes. You could win that round. Rocky Van Note in the Vega. Justin Lothar in the Camaro over here on the right side. Little Ohio versus Indiana match race coming at you right here, right now. Remember, dead on zero, win or lose, and you go into that drawing for the APD carburetor. That's today and tomorrow. And perfect light, bag of donuts, get you a bag of donuts. That's today only. Because tomorrow they have, well, other prizes. .588 on the 587 for Justin. How about an 036 left first? What was it, like 3 pairs ago at 015 was locked out? 036 left first, crazy. Rocky Von Note goes dead on 8. That part was good. He goes 068. That part earns you a trip to the buyback window. Tell the goddess, I committed the sin of being late. I would like to be forgiven, and you will be. Justin Mosier on the left side. Tomer Takis on the right. The Dodge Dakota. A little different approach. Handicap head start is exactly 1 second. 1 Mississippi. Here comes the quarterback. Tom hits the tree at 005, runs dead zero. That's a 5-pack. Not the best we've seen all day, but pretty darn solid. Justin Mosier goes 546 with an 033. He's got no chance, no way, no how. Tom, you're going to go into the drawing for that APD carburetor. Gage Birch left. Chuck Ridenauer right. Chuck has already been a big winner today. Won a weather station from our friends at Altronics. That is a big wheels up launch for Gage Birch, and by the time his nose came down, his wind light was on. Because Chuck put the numbers in backwards. Chuck Ridenauer, 917 red. And then 572 while you're shaking his head the whole time. I believe he had the numbers in the box backwards. Gage goes 601 for the win at 112. And now it's going to be Rob Mosier and Ross Freeman getting after it right here. I think they were double checking a dial down there. Ross Freeman and the Nova's in at a 692. Rob Mosier. That's almost a 2 Mississippi head start in an 8th mile race. If your whole race is 5 seconds long, you're giving somebody a 2-second head start. That is a lot of handicap out there in the race. It's only 5 seconds long if you're Rob Mosier. Got room? Got room. 510 on the 509. That's going to be a winner. 695 on a 92 for Ross Freeman. That's going to be a non-winner. 008 light for the Nova. But then didn't get there. Looked like it got down there and just decided to back up. Rob Mosier runs 1 above for the win. Ed Bigley and Joel Young. Ed Bigley on the left side. You know what Ed Bigley did in the first round? He beat his kid. You kid beater, you. I don't know how they ended up in the staging lanes next to each other, but that was not a very good job of pulling into the staging lanes. Joel Young is off and running. Ed Bigley taking care of business. Isn't there a song about that, taking care of business? I'm trying to remember what the chorus is. Something about business. I don't remember. Anyway, 001, dead 8, taking 7. Solid. Joel Young was 025, had no chance to win the race. No chance. Tried to make up for a late light by running too quick. I've seen a lot of guys try that. I've never seen it work. Matt Obertanic. The AMC Spirit. TC Paschal. Over here in the Dragster. Well, is it a friendly spirit? Is it an evil spirit? Is it a haunted spirit? It's like I always wondered if your gremlin had a problem in the wiring. Would that be a gremlin in your gremlin? Oh, red light start. TG goes 003 RED. Matt was 004 671. I don't know if he did that by accident or on purpose, but took a thou at the stripe even after the red light was on. Paschal runs dead on 5. 3 thou red and then dead 5. That'll make you so mad you'll just have to go see a goddess and ask for forgiveness. Please, dear goddess, forgive me. Jason Lynch for the Fuel Factory. Mosier Engineering over there on the left side. And an unidentified dragster driver on the right. I believe he's hiding. He's either on the run from the law or he's in a witness protection program. I'm not sure which one. And you know, who am I to point fingers? Lynch and the Camaro out in front. Dragster, click, bang, got him. Got him. Wow, Jason got there first by 0.06 of a second. That's not like him. 003 for the dragster, put him in the driver's seat. 485 for the win, 143. Jason, 017 wasn't bad, but taking a large bite at the stripe. Here comes T-Dub, Troy Williams left side in. T. Wirtz, Tim Wirtz on the right. Tim Wirtz was 0.04 of a second too soon. Red light's on, Corvette's gone, the truck goes on. 563 for Troy, 515 for Tim. Tim's whole margin of error on that run was 0.06 of a second. 004 red and then 2 thou too quick. Kevin Portress and Johnny Ezel rolling in now as we continue on, just getting into our bracket program. Looks like Steve is back up here after a little lunch, and we're sliding the microphone back over to him. I am going to hand off to a round one winner who is well on his way to filling out a $15,000 deposit slip later on in the day. Well, at least he's one step closer than half the field.
Thank you, Alan. And I heard your commentary. You were dead right. Announcer, we can't afford to buy back. We ain't nothing. Johnny Ezel, Kevin Poitras, Advantage Ezel, Winlight Ezel. 001, take 45. Goes 2 above, had a comfortable margin on the starting line. 448 on the 447, no good for Poitras. And he'll be heading to the Diva desk, looking for a buyback. Jay Bolu, Quebec City, Canada, left side, 470 the dial. Bailey Ferraro, Fountain, Michigan, right side on the 445. Red for Bill Yu, and he gets by with one as Bailey was late. Goes dead 1 and 62 total. Getting the win light here in round 1. Jay was 2 above, 472 after turning it red. So hello everybody out in Motor Mania TV land. Thanks for checking in, tuning in with us, all 1,400 and change of you. It's a good number for a Thursday. I like it. 1,435 viewers. Good stuff. Sugar Shankar, Sugar with the advantage of the win light. 16, dead 1, 817 total, taking 16. Markaglu was dead 6, but gave up 11 thou on the starting line. No good. Sugar Shane going to round 2. And thank you for all the kind words and well wishes in the chat bleachers. That whole blind squirrel thing happened at round 1. So Kyle Bigley, Secaucus, New Jersey, left side, 449. Corey Galletti, Tomball, Texas, 451, right side. 200s. Head start goes to Galletti in the right lane. Run to a not run. Bigley is in big trouble. Win line Galletti. One take 41 to be 3 above. Bigley dead 9, so you can do the math. Not good. Win light goes to Galletti. Mike Rogers, Albany, New York, 492 left side. Joey Stojo, Irwin, Pennsylvania, 448 the right side, giving up 4,400s. Hello, Steven. You are right, Paul. You are right. I have the best crew chief I could ever be born into. Stojo with the advantage in the win light. 12 and 3 above as Rogers was 21, take 43 to go 18 foul under. Had to take 25 or less, no good. Stojo moving around 2. Daryl, you're right. You are right. It was 64. So there you go. I'll give you that one. I have to be careful with what I say, because I have to remember I could be on the receiving end of these reaction times being announced as well. So normally I don't have to be that careful because I have nothing to worry about. But in this case, I could do the same thing, and then I don't want Alan telling everybody if I let go 60. He will though, I think. So I may not be safe. All right, Group D to 1 and 2. Yeah, he said that's one thing you don't have to worry about. I will tell him. So then that's fine. Nobody's safe now. So we just announce them all. So Group D to lanes 1 and 2, please. Group D to 1 and 2. So I guess the operative thing for me would be don't let go 60. Jamie Tupper, Decker, Steve Hughes. Hughes turns it red, and oh my, there you go, Alan. Here's one. Tupper gets away with one. 73, dead 7, 80 total for the win for Jamie Tupper. Team Canada, exactly. It's like Alan set that up on a tee. He's like, come on, hit it. And there we did. So right on time, Hughes, 13 red, goes 4 thou under, no good. Jamie Holston, Rural Retreat, Virginia, 449 left side. Carol McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia. McCarty Auto Parts American entry on a 469. Miss Carol going to get 2 tenths to the right side. Miss Carroll, 8,000 in pocket. Finish, line, McCarty, 004, take 19, goes 1 above 9, 23 total for Carol McCarty. Jamie was 12 up front, but puts it 3 above, no good. Carol McCarty to round 2. Tristan Strauss, Newark, Ohio. The S&W entry in the left on a 488. Chris Whitfield, Highlands Ranch, Colorado, 464 the dial right side. 11 to 12, 1 foul separate them. Here comes Whitfield. Finish line goes to Tristan Strauss, and get a load of this, Alan Reinhardt. Tristan Strauss is, well, we'll go with Whitfield. 11 dead 3, 14 total. You know what that gets you? Nothing. $160 buyback, as Tristan Strauss is 12 dead 1, taking 12-10 thou. What a race here in round 1. Yeah, I'll say that's got a great crack at that. Yeah, see, that's the way luck goes sometimes. You have a great package and a losing effort on a day we don't have best losing packages. Dang it. Brent Martin, La Plata, Maryland, left side, 462. Donovan Williams, Bradenton, Florida, the overkill entry on a 470. So Donovan getting 800s from Brent Martin. And we're going to settle at 660 feet down National Trail. What? How much is that doggy? 10 red for Brent Martin. Donovan gets by with 1, 28. And 2 above, 48 total for Donovan, getting the win. Brent Martin, dead 7 after the red light start, no good. Chris Bear, Oregon, Ohio. The Dragster on a 467, Jamie Freeman. Westville, South Carolina, the Firebird, down to 532, hard charging door car of Jamie Freeman. $6,500 goes to Jamie Freeman on the right side. The Dragster are going to come out and chase. Here we go. And Jamie Freeman turns his 7th out red. Chris Bear is 007 green, going dead 6, 13 total. So now we see a 13 total for the win. We just saw a 13 total for the loss. It's all about how you line up. Freeman, 7 red and 18 foul under. Trevor Deeks, Lungden, Canada. 456 left side. Chris Sons, Hendersonville, Tennessee. 69 Camaro on a 573 right side. Nobody wanted the stage. Finally, Sons goes in. Deeks to follow. Here we go. Door car away. We're green. 2 to 4. Here comes Deeks. Finish line, says Chris Sons. 2 take 12 to be 1 above 4. 16 total. Deeks is 4 and 2 above 4. 28 total. No good. Chris Sons to round 2. Dustin Wirtz, Nampa, Idaho. 453 left side. Marlon Goetz, Troy, Texas. 494. So Goat should lead first by 4/10. They both leave red. Goats leaves first. He's 001 red. Normally that ends the race. Wirtz leaves second. He's 21 red. That does end the race. True start. Somewhere I know Kyle Seipel is looking down on us right now going, true start. That's what we're talking about. That was his baby. That's why it's there, right there. So it's Marlon Goats, when you stop today and you think about round one, just think of Kyle Seipel, give him a nod and go, dude, we love true start. Because ordinarily that just, you get you back to your trailer and make you sick. You go, man, my guy's 200's more red than me. How am I loaded up? With true start, you're not. So Marlon Goats, 1 red, dead 3. Moving on. Wirtz, dead 6. No good. Marty Martin, La Plata, Maryland, 447 left side. Ray Miller the third, Hendersonville, North Carolina, 464 right side. Part of the Fuel Factory All-Star race yesterday. Going to try to light it up for 15,000 today. And he'll get the win light here as Marty Martin turns at 4th thou red. Ray, 34 and under by 22 thou. Martin, 4 red and 2 thou under. 6 thou from perfection, but total disaster. McKenna Brown, Boca Raton, Florida, the Jags.com entry on a 455 up against Nick Folk. What a draw here in round 1. Durand, Illinois, 458 the dial. Nick should lead first by 300. McKenna has a tough customer here in Nick Folk. He doesn't take very many rounds off. Always right there in the ball game. See what McKenna's got for Nick. 7 to a 17, advantage McKenna Brown. She said, let's go, Nick Folk. 7 takes 7. 1 above 9, 26 total for McKenna Brown. Nick Folk 17, 1 above 6, no good. McKenna Brown to round 2. Brian Kennedy, Odessa, Texas, 459 left side. Jake Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 467 to the right side. So 800 separate him on the dial in. We're going to tighten it up at the other end and get a winner and get a buyback. Thorough foul separated. Here comes Brian Kennedy. Win light says Jake Clayton right side. 13, take 9, goes 1 above 8, 31 total as Kennedy was 17 up front, but can't run the dial, goes 2 above, 461. No good. Jake Clayton moving on. Kyle Gibson, New York, 432 the dial. Sean Langdon, Danville, Indiana, 446 the dial. New York's. Wow. Gibson's first race back in a while. Had the COVID word. And here he is back. So let's go. The city's so nice they named it twice. Oh, that's a nice way to come back. You get Langdon to go 50 on you. Gibson, 18 and 3 above, taking 18. Langdon late and 2 above. Max Mosier, Engineering entry left side on a 466. Mike Crater, Bedford, Texas, 434 on the right side. Max Mosier, 16, one above 7 for the win as Crater turns at 3 thou red, goes 1 above 3, no good. Mosier to round 2. Race Kid, Boise, Idaho, talented young racer in the left side on a 470. 434 the dial right side for Brian Self. Atoka, Oklahoma. All right, welcome Lion King from Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome to our Motor Mania chat bleachers. Hey, share this video with everybody you know. They might as well be watching as well. If, 1,300 of you are slacking from work today, you might as well find 1,300 of your friends to join you. Then you won't feel so bad. Oh, we got a deep stage in the right, and he didn't want to do that. That's not going to go well for Self. Race Kid, 16 and 2/10 above, and I get rolled in on Brian, and it's like, what do you do from that point? Once you're deep stage, you know this is not going to go any way you want it to, and so just idle on the racetrack and call it done. These guys are good. They're not going to mess that up. Hey, Paul Jones, that's perfect. As long as they think you're working, whether you are or not, it's that's most of the battle. Jim Glenn, Roman Cosner. Cosner is way late. And the win light, Jim Glenn, absolutely perfection. Trip zip. And 15 above as Cosner took a swing and a miss. So we got a bag of donuts for Jim Glenn. Come see Alan Reinhardt. He has a bag of donuts for your bag of donuts effort. So great job there for Jim Glenn. Tough there for Roman Cosner. All I can think about is, that's great. He's going to get a bag of donuts. I'm excited for him, but that's 1 thou from absolutely being disaster as your opponent was having some trouble. That's a good thought, Haley. I never even pondered that. So shout out Haley Elliott, watching the live feed. Thank you for the suggestion. I like it. JJ has Jake back here, so if you hear the occasional bark, it's JJ's new wonder dog, Jake, the mini Bernedoodle. So he gets excited, he starts barking, or he gets hungry, he might bark. It's okay. Jordan Willis Parker, Plainwell, Michigan, 455 left side, turns into foul red. Jamie McBride, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 004 up front, goes 449 on the 453. Oh, Jordan Willis Parker, 001 red, dead 5. Red and dead. Chris Stein, Silver Lake, Indiana. Oh, there's that 417 dial. Kyle Coltrera, Elliott Main. You know, when you're going 455, you expect you're going to chase a whole lot. He's getting chased by almost 0.4 of a second. Chris Stein, the Stein Tire OEM Combustion Service entry. Shout out Kurt Harrington, OEM Combustion. He texted me a little bit ago, said he's getting ready to get on a flight from Baton Rouge, and he'll be heading out tonight to head over here. So, work calls. He's self-employed. He doesn't get to take those off. Say I'm just going to go racing. He had to run out west. So, we'll see Kurt tomorrow. Stein gets in. Here we go. Stein has 16 foul in his pocket. Listen for the slap. Oh, boy. What a race that was. Stein, 17, take 14 to be a foul under. Coltrera under by 3 foul. So Chris Stein at 160 mile an hour, which is quite a bit slower than he'll go. Getting a win by 22-10 foul. Jack Liggett, Eaton, Indiana, left side of the wagon on a 634. Donnie Burleson, Donnie B, Richmond, Texas, 450 the Dow. Hey Rick, welcome to watching from Florida. Team John Siegel in the house in the chat bleachers. Jack is late. Donnie B is going to be coming around him. Oh, no. Oh, he does come around him, but Donnie B is going to be sick. 18, take 40 to be under by 13 foul. Jack stays behind 40 and goes under by 4 foul. Lesser of 2.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
At least you're honest about it. That's what Alan and I are doing too. We're pretending to work. But hey, we're here. Our attendance is perfect. So, Pete said just come, just sit in the seat and talk a little bit, and so far so good. Kevin Brandon, Gaffney, South Carolina, 452 left side. Jack Ostrowski, 435 right side. You know, Alan, I just thought about this. I'm like, Pete said, hey, if you want to bring the race car, you can. Now, I saw you on the practice street deal. There's a double entry opportunity available if you want to just go get a race car. I mean, it's right over there. I mean, so. Yeah, so he's pondering. 1700's head start goes to KB. Jack Ostrowski going to give chase. 5 to a 19, advantage KB. Win, lie, says Brandon. 5, take 9 to be 2 above 5, 30 total. Ostrowski, 19 up front, puts it 2 above 0, no good. Steven, that will not be today. That will probably start tomorrow. I haven't been given those official things yet, but it will be tomorrow. Typically during the main events. We're just getting warmed up. Vic Butler, Bo Butner. Butner 16 and 16 foul behind. Win, Light, Butler. Trip, zip, dead 5. 5 total in the end. Butner is 16, dead 4, 20 total, and he is just wasting fuel. And it's right, Vic Butler, donuts. It's yeah, we're doing well up here. I mean, he's got 4 left in 1 box, and he's got 1 box ain't even opened yet, so he's got to step it up. You're gonna run Reinhardt out of donuts, you gotta hurry. So Vic Butler, come here to the control tower and claim your bag of donuts. Trip, zip, dead 5. Nice lap. Brian Reisling Jr. out of Pickerington, Ohio, 486 the dial. Grace Rao, Marengo, Ohio, 515. The Lucas Oil, Streamlight Flashlights, Mickey Thompson Tire, and Performance Cling. S&W entry on the right side. Grace turns it big time red, and Brian forgot to let go. 342 and a 10th and a half above. We're north of 500 total. Light in the wind light here in round 1. Grace is 2 above, 517 after the red light start. Those just stink. I mean, didn't stink for him, but for Grace, that didn't feel good there. Caitlin Kraus, Orfield, Pennsylvania, 504 left side. Nathaniel Herndon, Herndon Auto Salvage. Dunkirk, Indiana, 04 Nelson ride on a 479. Run to 28, Herndon in full control. Win light goes Herndon. 15 total, taking 21. He's 1 and 1 above 4, going 480. Caitlin Kraus had no chance. 28 dead 8 and in the way. Herndon to round 2. See, that's ridiculous. There's only 4 of us parked over there, and I really thought that 004 had a shot to be the best reaction time in the pit area. Thanks a lot, Herndon. No more of that. I'm second best in the pit. That's true, exactly right. I did save $160. That's right. So it's very true. And I'm not Nathaniel Herndon. I'm not sitting here looking like I was a foul away from a bag of donuts. 001 don't get you anything. Randy Krause, Orfield, Pennsylvania. Bill Krug Jr., Albany, New York. 492 in the left, 479 in the right. 6,000 separate them. Here comes Randy Krause. Light it up. Wind light says Krug. 26 dead 2, taking 27 as Krause can't run the dial. Goes 3 above. 495 on the 492. No good. Jay Ralston, Handlock Creek, Pennsylvania. 438 in the left side. Art Siofi, Campbell, Ohio, 466 on the right side. And Art, I'm sorry if I messed up your name. Let me know what it really should be, and I'll do my best to not mess it up every time. We patiently pre-staged, and now here we go. Art's in. Jay is in. 11:26, Ralston with the advantage. Win light. Oh no. Win light Art. 26, take 15, going dead forward, 30 total. Ralston had the tree at 15 foul up front, but goes 3 above, no good. Art moving around 2. So Nick, you're saying it's Jofi? Because I don't think you're saying Chofi, so you're saying like Chofi? I don't know. You have to help me out with that one. And I will promise you I'll mess that one up a bunch. Jim Skinner turns it big red. Bill Rao, 36 and dead 6. 42 total for the win. Kenny Branscombe, South Salem, Ohio, 485 in the left side. Matt Gramlich, Monroe, Michigan, 502 in the right side. One of the nicest families I have ever had the pleasure of meeting in my life. Met them up at Mid-Michigan Motorplex years and years and years ago, and I don't care if we're at the U.S. Nationals or we're here at National Trail, wherever they are, I always make a point to find them or they find me, and very, very thankful to have Matt and Mike, and especially Larry. Larry's my guy. He's not here. Dad's not here this weekend, but just a great, great, wonderful family. The Gramliches are. Glad to see him here at National Trail. 2 fouls separate them. Matt trying to make it work. Finish line. Give it to Matt. 26 dead 7. 33 total as Branscombe was 28. 2 above 4. No good. Perfect, Nick. Thank you so much. So it's Art Chofi. Yeah, you did it right. You gotta say it real slow for me. Like I'm from Indiana, I'm from Muncie, like, so I struggle sometimes. So I appreciate your help. Art Chofi, got him. We'll get it right. But all he cared was I called him a winning lap. He's like, I saved $160. I don't care what that guy calls me. But thanks to Nick, we're gonna try to get it right. If I mess it up, feel free to correct me again. Steve Rowe, Michael Rourke, 5-23 advantage low. Low Chevrolet Buick entry gets the win line. 005, 1 above 7, 22 total. Rourke had no chance. 23 and locked out. Takes 17 to be 18 thou under. Not very good with vocabulary, but I'm good with math. I know that math didn't work. If you take 17, you're 18 thou under. There's just no measure of Common Core or anything else you want to use that's going to work. Tom Bukowitz, Plainville, New Jersey, left side on a 475. Skylar B, Red Key, Indiana. The Moser Engineering Pellet Bioprocessing, get a performance undercover entry. Whew, say that 3 times fast on a 505. Skylar going to lead first by 3/10. Skylar's going to try to stage last. I know this. Seen him race enough. But, and he finally goes in. He's like, I don't think this guy's going to come in with me. So, here we go. 6 down, separate him. Here comes Bukowitz. Finish line. Give it to Bukowitz. 26 takes 7, goes dead 2, 28 total. Skylar locked out. 32 dead 3, no good. Joe Crouch, Oakview, West Virginia, 478 left side. Bob Hendrickson, Couts, Indiana, 516 the dial. $3,810 start goes to Hendrickson. The Hoosier in the right side. The Mountaineer in the left. Oh, Hendrickson turns it up thigh red. Crouch was 12, dead 6, 18 total. Hendrickson drops dead 3. But man, just needed that one itty bitty teeny thousandth to go his way, and he was going to lay something down. Rick, thank you so much. Appreciate your kind words. We do the best we can do with the tools we've been given. Some have been given better than others, and I'm just trying to get by. Tyler Rudolph, Hemlock, New York, left side, 459 the dial. Cameron Fredrickson, the May Race Carbs, FTI, Mickey Thompson Tire, CD Racing entry out of Riverview, Florida on a 442. Six. This ought to get nasty. Winlight Fredrickson, 006, one above 0. 16 total as Tyler Rudolph, 003, gets there first by 19 thou, but under by 6 thou. Had to take 13 or less, no good. Fredrickson moving around 2. Daniel Comer. Albemarle, try that again. Albemarle, North Carolina. 445. Howard Westbury, Harleyville, South Carolina, 460 in the right side. Good afternoon, James. Welcome to the chat bleachers again. I saw you there earlier. 002, 4 above for the win as Howard Westbury hogs it up. 15, take 32 to be 4th thou under. Had to take 28 or less. But let's be realistic. Comer was charging at 152. Thank you, Keith. You and Nick got me all straight on that one, so I appreciate it. I'll need your help, so stay tuned. I'll need help with other pronunciations, so hopefully you all know them. Hunter Sells, Richfield, North Carolina, 507 left side. Howard Michael, Newport, Michigan, 483 in the right. Howard Michael in full control, right side. Winlight, right side. 14 and 2 above, taking 22. Hunter misses it, 40 and 2 above, no good. Chris Wallen, tough racer out of Spencer, Ohio, 452 left side. Eric Bowman, Cardington, Ohio, 446 on the right side. All right, so K&N Pro to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round, please. K&N Pro to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round, please. We need you. K&N Pro to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round. And Wallen turns it red by 13 thou. Bowman, 19 up front. Goes 4th thou under. Wallen takes his foot out of it. Sano says chasing it. I know where it'll go. He just needed that to be green. So Wallen be looking for the buyback round. Richard Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois, 489 left side. Tommy Cable, Hughesville, Maryland, 464 on the right side. And bigger struggles there for Wall on the left side. We pulled over to the wall, and which we do appreciate. good show of sportsmanship there for Chris Wallen in case he's got any foreign substance coming out of that entry. That so we'll take just a minute and retrieve Chris off the racetrack.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazier Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazier for the best solutions.
So, thank you for choosing to invest your time, invest your money into this brand, and we will do everything we can do to give the experience that you expect and even more. I mean, even this guy here at the front of the lanes. I mean, right before you pull out on the racetrack, I looked out there and he gave me a thumbs up, and I was really excited about it. And then I looked over and he gave the other guy a thumbs up too. I thought he was just cheering for me. It was like he's cheering for everybody. He's up here, he's just, man, that's what you want. I mean, you want this, you think, it's right, exactly. It's like, he loves us all. Yeah, so it's, but no, it's just, you can just tell. I mean, and just, he's glad to be here, excited to be here, and that's what it's about. Because if you can't come to the racetrack and have a little bit of fun and enjoy yourself and put a smile on somebody's face, what's it worth? So that's what we're going to try to do for you all this weekend. So again, we made the call while it's quiet for our Pro 48 buyback round. So buybacks, K&N Pro 48 buybacks to lanes 5 and 6, please. So buybacks, we need you to lanes 5 and 6 for the buyback round for Pro cars. All right, here we are, back to action. Richard Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois, 489 left side. Tommy Cable, 464 right side. And the break didn't stop them any. 1-10, advantage Briscoe, left side win light Briscoe. Double or one, take 11, 14 total for the win. Cable was 10 up front, so had 4 foul to play with. But goes 1 above 5, no good. Briscoe moving around 2. Vince Schroeder, Paxos, Pennsylvania, 456 left side. Scott Albrecht. Jackson, Nebraska, 462 on the right side. So 600's head start going to go to Scott Albrecht, right side. Schroeder turns it red by 25 thou. Scott Albrecht, 006, dead 5, 11 total. He was going to be nasty to contend with anyway. Schroeder, under by 12 thou. Ben Priester, Twinsburg, Ohio, 540 on the left side. Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York, on the right side on the 485. Seven or 13. Finish. Line. Right side. Gerard, 13. One above two, taking 2 thou. As Ben was 007, but goes 2 above. No good. Gerard Hamlick to round number 2. Dominic Lasalento Jr., 490 on the left side. Joe Barish, 489 right side. 10 thou separate him. Advantage left side to Lasalento. Finish line. Win light says Lasalento. 5 dead 2. 7 total, taking 10 thou. Barish, 15 dead 2 and in the way. No good. Lasalento rolling on. Tom Dauber. Medford, New Jersey on the left side on the 467. Mia Tedesco, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 457 on the right side. A 10th of a second head start goes to Dauber, left side. Five thou separate him. Tedesco with the advantage and Tedesco with the win light. 14 take 13, goes dead 4, 18 total. Dauber, 19, 1 above 2, no good. Paula Holman, Pataskala, Ohio, on the left side of the 499. Connor Dickerson, White House, Tennessee, 479. Going to give chase to Miss Paula. Holman turns it red by 7th thou. Connor Dickerson, 34, and way under. Dickerson was holding. Holman, 7 red, 1 above 2. No good for Paula. Josh Lukey, Lost Chevrolet entry out of Boonville, Indiana, 440 on the left side. Dan Davies, I thought he was the fast one. And I was right. White House, Ohio, 414. He's just a few ticks faster than Stein. But they're both fast. Davies going to get to air it out here as he gets the win light. He's late, but Lukey turns it 3 thou red, goes 441. Dan Davies lights up another 413 at 169, 986, 60 foot. He's 48 up front. Who cares? Wind light was already showing. Brian Merkel, Johnstown, Ohio, 5 flat on the left side. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky, 471 right side. Brian Merkel, Josh Baker ready to do battle. Who's going to stage first? I think it'll be Merkel. It wasn't. It was Baker. But Baker gets it where it matters. He's got 14 thou in his pocket. You can't give Josh Baker much. But boy, right there, he's 11, take 21. Merkel pushes him out. 25 dead 2, left side, your winner. Baker, 11, take 21 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 16 or less. No good. Lester Atkins, 442 left side. Larry Piper out of Kansas, right side on a 456. 1400s goes to Larry Piper. Larry Piper made some noise last night in the All-Star Shootout. He makes some noise right here. 2 to a 10. Advantage Piper, win light Piper. 2, take 9, goes 1 above 7. 19 total. Atkins was 10 up front. Means he had to go dead 9, but he can't. He goes 1 above 8. Piper, moving on. Billy Lieber, Todd Piper, 2 to a 27, advantage Lieber, win light Lieber, 002, take 14, 13 total for Lieber. Piper was locked out, 27, dead 0, no chance. Rob Lefsiger, Rob's Automotive Collision entry out of New Hope, Pennsylvania, 463 in the left, G-Dub. Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 457 on the right side. Who drives it right? Win light says G-Dub. Double breakout. G-Dub under by 7 thou. Lupsinger under by 19 thou. Give the win to G-Dub. Dennis Mead, Newark, Ohio. 447 left side. Racing Jason Lynch, Ashland City, Tennessee. 477 on the right side. Separate them. Lynch with the advantage. Win light says Dennis Mead. 39, take 1 to be 1 above 5. Jason Lynch, 27, 2 above 8, no good. Mark Kidd, Twin Falls, Idaho, 466 left side. Brian Self, Atoka, Oklahoma, 432 in the right. Advantage Self, win light Self, 25 dead 1 for the win as Mark Kidd misses at 46, 4 thou under, no good. T-Rock, Troy Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 473. Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana, 450 in the right side. York hasn't raced this ride too much lately, been kind of racing the pickup truck and stuff, and they whipped it out today. And Jeremy York, more than capable in anything he drives. Again, I'm a little biased. I see Jeremy race a lot more than most because he's where I'm at, but he is tough as can be. Troy Williams have his hands full here. 8 to a 25, advantage York. Win right, York. 008, dead 6, 14 total, taking all he needed to. Williams, 25, and drops it on its face at the other end. 477 at 129. I'm going to say it wasn't wide open, or close to wide open, or anywhere near wide open. Jeremy knew what he had to do. He gets rid of it and lays 14 total. See, Jerry, that's exactly goes back to the conversation we had earlier. Just do what you got to do. Let them do what they want, and do what you got to do. So our final call on the line. Zach Sylvia, Parkersburg, West Virginia. 003 goes 498 on the 495. So that will complete round number 1.
So let's talk reaction times. A lot of times people will ask me, what do you set up for? You got some guys that just say, I set up for a 9 or 10, no matter what. I have a little bit different philosophy. Depending on the round, so for instance, first round, and I battle this with Marco Perovalaris all the time. He sets up super aggressive, and I always preach aggression, first of all. I think everyone could use to be a little more aggressive and a little less afraid of the red light. Secondly, first round, you only have one or 2 laps under your belt. You can't set up 005 because you don't know, you really don't know your window yet. And also your opponent only had 1 or 2 runs. So the chances they're going to be low 00 is also
not a good chance. So first round, I tend to pad the box a little bit, and because I don't have much data to go by. So let's just say if I'm 005 and 009 on my time runs, I'm definitely not going to take any out. I'll probably add 2,000 or 3 thousandths in to cover that. Now, when you get into later rounds, it's a different story. You start gathering data, you start getting more confident, you start seeing what your window is, and on those, so basically first round, I'm more like a 10-12 setup guy. Later rounds, I'm not afraid to set up 005, and if I'm really killing it, I'm not even afraid to set up 003 or 004 in certain situations. Now, light conditions. How do light conditions play into all of this? The best I could explain is, from my experience, the quickest part of the day is going to be dusk or morning before the sun really comes up, gets high in the sky. The slowest part of the day is going to be when it's really bright and sunny and dark. So, but with incandescent bulbs back in the day, you'd have to move maybe 15 thou, 200 sometimes, especially depending on the sun. With the LED bulbs, you really shouldn't be overthinking that. You don't have to do much to the box because day to night, sun to no sun, it's pretty consistent. The only thing I'd say is what I see nighttime, if anything, people need to be more aggressive. They seem to slow up a little bit at night, and that's somewhat dependent on the light conditions at the race they're at.
And as our great friend Kyle Seipel would say as he looks down upon
Greg Clark on the left side, Ron Johnson on the right side. Ooh, gets to come back and play some more later on today. Gonna be Johnson because this one's over. Greg Clark left too soon by a mile. 156 red. Throws away 16 on a 15, 38 on a 40 for Ron Johnson. Had that baby moved as soon as the red, or had that baby won as soon as the red light came on the other side of the tree. So Ron Johnson gonna move on. Buyback door cars, regardless of letter designation, all buyback door cars to the lanes. Shane Bonney left side, Ted Barnes in the right side. The S10 against the Datsun, only in drag racing. No other form of racing would you have an S10 on one side, a Datsun 510 on the other. Oh, maybe they've got 10 in common, right? Is that like distant cousins if you got an S10 and a 510? No red light this time. We got to figure this one out 660 feet down track. And we figured it out with a 586 on a 585. It's going to go Shane's way. Ted Barnes missed a tree at 068, but he still was actually kind of sort of in the race. Shane Bonney was at 048, which isn't going to have you beating on your chest, but it was better. It was the better of the pair, and then Barnes runs 2 over. Chains gets the win. Jeff Sowers in the left side, John Coughlin in the right. All of these drivers had a problem in round number 1. Went and met with the goddesses for another chance, and now they got another chance. John Coughlin wheels up and on the chase. Catching Jeff Sowers is going to be tough. Catching Jeff Sowers is going to be, oh, that's right, impossible. 0.25 dead on 5 for Jeff. That's going to be a winner. John Coughlin. 5.99 on a 5.99. That part was good. The 0.65 light, that part did him in. Buck McCarty left, Joel Young right. Red light start. Blue truck, red light, 1,000th of a second red. Joel Young goes 6:23 on the 6:22. He dialed a 22, had an 0.22, went 6:23 on a 22. Close enough. Like, yeah, 2:20, 2:21, whatever it takes. 22, 23, whatever it takes. Skylar B on the left side. Brian Sear doing the right. The classic Camaro that even has working backup lights. Well, you never know when you might want to go backwards. Then you might want to see what you're going to run over. Or you want to line up on what you're trying to run over. That's when backup lights become really important. When you're trying to line up the thing you're trying to hit. Very important. It's tough to do that in the dark. 001, 638 for the win for Brian. Skylar goes 674 on a 674. Dead 4 with an 027, not enough. Brian goes 001, 38 on a 37 for 20 total package. Ross Freeman in the Nova. Michael Gramlich. In the S10. Buyback door cars. Buyback door cars. We're going to make this final call, please. Final call for buyback door cars. And that is all alphabetical designations. We're calling you all in together. Gramlich had a better reaction time, ran dead on 2. That's a winner. Ross had 21 on the tree, ran dead on 6, and he wasn't getting there. No way, no how, no chance. Couldn't make it happen. 13,000s package for Mike, 21 light for Ross. Pretty easy math. Matt Overtonek, Indy Spirit, Andrew Sturk in the Mustang. Andrew took a little extra time getting in there, but he's got the orange Mustang into the beams now, and he gets away on the green. And also gets a win light. Left second, got there first. 37 on a 37 for the win. Matt goes 73 on a 72 and an 015 bulb, couldn't get there. 6th thou at the stripe. Andrew for the win. All righty then, and just like that, we're back into Super Pro. Buyback round for the door cars. Chris Son and Marty Wright. They're in, they're set, they're ready, and they're way on the green. The Camaro's off and running to Monte Carlo. Marty Wright missed it at this end, paid for it at that end. 063 to 026 on this side of the racetrack, and Chris Sons wasn't going to let him back in. Runs dead on 3 at 115. Marty backed up, open for a breakout that wasn't coming. And Chris Sons gets the win. Chuck Roycraft now in the Nova in the left side, and Larry Pittenger in the right side. Larry all the way in from Arizona. Is Larry the only Arizona guy here? I don't know for sure, but I can't remember seeing the old AZ on the screen for anybody else. within a hun. They left within 4 thou. They were 1 thou apart of the stripe, and Larry Pittenger gets the win. Holding 4 thou on reaction time, taking 001 at the stripe. That's a winner. 21 on a 19. 21 on a 20 for Chuck. Couldn't make it happen. 014, 1 above. Get you the rest of the day off. Rocky Van Note in the Vega left side, Chuck Ridenauer on the Corvette right side. Handicap last time, 100th. Handicap this time, a second. Well, a second plus 100, if you want to get technical. That 100th can make a difference. 100th and a half just made a whole lot of difference. Chuck Bellinger win red by 100th and a half. 615 on 614 for Rocky, 110 the speed. 16 on the tree, not too shabby, especially when your opponent's red. 16 looks really good when your opponent's red. 16 doesn't look worth a darn when your opponent's 005. Tim Riggins left. Tim Wirtz right. Riggins in the boo. Wirtz in the Corvette. Taking a moment to pull in there and find those stage beams. Red light start by 008. Tim Riggins jumped too soon. 013 for the win for Tim Wirtz. Ran it out the back door, goes under 3 thou. 86 on an 83 for Riggins. But he initiated it red. Set ready and already underway. Chase me in the left, Robert Holt in the right, the Mustang trying to run down the Camaro, and guess what? I'm going to do it dead on 2. Both drivers 10, identical at this end of the racetrack. Robert Holden goes dead 2 for the win. 53 on a 51 for Chase, and that wasn't going to make it happen. Bo Butner in the Corvette. Kalen Watson in the boo. Malibu leaving first. Pretty sizable second and a half in an 8-mile race. Pretty big gap to try to make up. Kalen Watson down there a long ways. Trying to hold off. Nope. 006 dead 1 Bo. 7 thou overall. Kalen at 026 light had no chance. And then runs 2 above. Wasn't going to make it work no matter what. Dead 0. Couldn't win that race. Glenn Delda in the over left side. Scott Albrecht in the truck right side. Both of them away. Scott Albrecht, 003. Glendale Day, 030. Oh, what a difference it makes where you put the 3. 608 on 607 for the win for Scott. 45 on a 44 for Glenn. Ain't getting there. 27 behind at this end, 24 behind at that end, and that's pretty much the math on that. Stay Schroeder. Coming up in the Lumina. Dialed in 517. Kevin Pollard in the Camaro dialed in 530. I think I can do that math. 13, right? Taking their time getting in and stage. Not waiting long enough on leave. Kevin Pollard leaves too soon. Red light's on. Camaro's gone. Lumina goes on. Dead 3 after the red light. Just in case you're not sick enough to your stomach. Stay Schroeder. 16 on a 17, but didn't matter because the red light was on in Kevin's lane. Drew Buckner on the left side. Peeps Pennington in the right. .107 going to be the difference in dial here. Want to say hey again to everybody who's watching along on Motor Mania and watching for free, hopefully. You told your friends. Drew could be watching the rest of the day if he wanted because he's not going to be racing anymore. 009 red, dead on 2. Pennington goes 511 on a 512 after being 023. Harvey Specter, New York attorney on the left side. Dewey Boggs on the right side. Taillights, man. It's all about the LETs. They're like living taillights. Oh, he doesn't have the taillights in dance mode today. Okay. Or maybe we had that Camaro confused with another Camaro. I get confused easily because, well, I get confused easily. 019, dead on 7 for the win for Dewey. Harvey actually had 2 thou at this end. He's 017, but a 59.9. Not enough to slam the door down there. Dewey wins it by a couple of hundo. I still don't have information on the Malibu. Someday, before I leave Columbus, I want to find out who's driving the Malibu. That's my goal. I know, lofty goal. Everybody should have a dream in life. I can tell you this, Team Malibu's got a monster in the other lane right now because Scotty Taylor, after going to the final last night and then having to buy back first round, I guarantee you, Scotty's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder right now and he plans on taking it out. All over the Malibu. Let's see if Scotty's plan works. Or if after going all the way to the final round last night, he goes 0 for 2 here this morning. Both drivers on green, and that's a good sign. Malibu gets the win light. That's a good sign for the Malibu. 007 dead 6, 13 thousandths overall. Scott had a 15 light and was locked out. Got there first by 5 thou. Ran under by 7 thou. Couldn't get there. Locked out at 015. Jamie Freeman and Matt Constable coming at you right now. Handicap is 11. We cruise on through the buyback round for the door cars exclusively. Nobody even wants to pre-stage. Somebody's got to, okay, there we go. Jamie lights the first one. Matt rolls in, does that. Now we're both in and locked and ready. Now we're both off and away on the green. They both get green lights on the Christmas tree. Only one of them gets green lights on the scoreboard, and that's going to be Matt Constable. Didn't we just see this? 007 to 13, you think, okay. And then Constable runs dead to 3, so his 007 turns into a 10-pack, and Jamie's 13 light that normally you think ain't bad is locked out. Got there first by 7. Ran under by an entire hundo. Lane Dickin left, Brian Moore right. I gotta tell you, this fling racing is not for the faint of heart. These guys and gals are brutal. Lane Dickin, red, 1. Pow. 6:39 on 6:37 for Brian. 006 on the reaction timer, but that baby was over when the red light came on. And the red light came on by the slimmest of margins. Rob Mosier left. Chad Sandlin right. We came up, we messed up, we got another chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, well, there is if you win this round. If you don't win this round, we'll see you tomorrow. Unless you're doubled or tripled or quadrupled or whatever it is they do here. Separated by 3 thou on the tree, advantage Rob. Separated 1 thou on the track, advantage Rob. Double breakout, winning it by 2 thou, Rob. Crazy. 13-16. Take 001 on the double breakout, Rob wins it by 2 thou. Preston Mitchell left. Steve Vandersloot right. Corvette Roadsters, a pair. You ever have something you just absolutely knows on your computer and you can't find it? Isn't that annoying? And yes, I did try to do a search, and I still can't find it. Red light start, Preston Mitchell. He drops too soon by 0.02 of a second. Vandersloot, 21 red, 508. Preston goes 533 at 130 miles an hour, but is too soon leave. That was that. Oh, this is going to be ugly. Doug Baker in a Mustang and Chad 6. 007 603 winner 5802 for Chad. Wasn't even in the game. Missed up here with an 098, and Doug Baker was not letting him sneak back and try again. Just wasn't going to happen. Nick Hastings left, Tommy Plott right. The Pontiac T1000 incorrectly referred to as a Chevette. Kind of like calling a Challenger a Cuda. Those guys take that stuff for wow. 011 dead 4. Thanks for stopping by. Tommy Plott goes 003, dead 9. 12 pack beats a 15. Brutal, 0.03 of a second at the stripe, Tommy Plott. Congrats. Here's Jeff Hansen. Weston Hansen, I think. 69 Camaro over on the left side, Kenny Underwood in the right. Kind of unusual to see Kenny Underwood in a buyback round, but hey, Mom did say there'd be days like this. Mom really did. Westinghouse let go of the button at the wrong time. Kenny goes 005 up here, 595 down there, winner. Wisting Hansen. 643 on a 643. Good. 063 on the tree. Not good. Jason Lynch for Team Mia and Eddie Bloom for Team Eddie. Red light start, Eddie Bloom. 14,000 number, red is the color. Lynch is the winner. 585, 117 for Lynch. Eddie Bloom goes 634. So he was holding 3+. Leon Robertson in the Mustang 2. Dan Dishon in the Roadster. 27T. Oh, and a red light by a thou. A thou. Red by a thou and then dead on 4. Dan Dishon goes 538 on 537, wins it. CJ Yeager and left, Will Hallman in the right. Wow, nobody wants to stage. You guys can think about that for a minute. We got until midnight-ish. Away on the green they are. CJ got the handicap head start, runs dead on 7 to take down Will's dead on 2. Again, you don't exactly need a PhD in this to know what happened at this end, right? CJ 016, and that was the winner. Compared to an 028 for Will. 016 for the win. How many pairs ago was it that 013 was mathematically locked out? Right place, right time. Now it's Rob Leipzinger in the Corvette, Carolyn McCarty. Carolyn off and running with the wheels up in a Rambler. Was that a womp? 019. Got her away first by 0.03 of a second. Dead on 8 got her the win. Getting there first by 8 thou is Rob. If he gets there first by 5, he wins it. Game of inches, no doubt a game of inches. Shane Bonney, Scott Hessler in the right side. 002 to 022. Scott goes 002, one above. That's 12 thousandths, 22 light for Shane, and he had no chance to win the race. Even running dead on 3. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Dragsters for the buyback round. If you are in the buyback round and you're driving a dragster, now's the time. And that is all letter designations. All letter designations, if you're in the buyback round and you're on a dragster, bring it. Chris Coletti leaves too soon by 0.06 of a second. The red light's on. Chris is gone. Ted Barnes. Going on. Not that it matters because the red light was on and the race was over up here, but that's the closest stripe I've seen so far today. Difference crossing the finish line, 1/10,000th of a second. Dave Braskett, left side. Dave Ross, right side. Dave, me, Dave. Dave's not here. Anybody remember that besides me? It's me, Dave. Open up. I got the stuff. Dave's not here. No, man, it's me, Dave. Dave Ross had a reaction time that started with a 1. You know what happens after that? Exactly. Your time ticket starts with an L. Braskett's got an 011 light, eased way back off the throttle. Ross also had issues slowing to a 627, so I think he's just going to forget that whole thing existed. That would be my modus operandi. Eric Bowman now in the Firebird. Dragsters, buyback dragsters. All leather designation, buyback dragsters. Come on down. Come one, come all, come everybody. Oh, Mike Hunley had an 010 ball, but then slows to a 662, and that let Eric Bowman sneak back around. He's a little late at this end. Dead on 9 at that end. Gets out in front by 12,000ths of a second. You are correct, Steve. Cheech and Chong. Really? Only one guy got that? Only one guy got that. Garrett Griffith and Greg Kane. I still want to know. I'm going to find out before the end of the weekend if that really is a Pro Stock car at Another Life, because it sure has the look. It sure has the look. It's dialed in 628. Truck is dialed in 636. Not a whole lot of handicap going on here. Oh, and the truck's going to get the win. Greg Kane was 004 looking good, and then he goes 626, taking 400s. 637 on the 36 for Garrett. 017, 637, that was winner. We have the mops come out, look like kicking a couple of rocks off the old starting line down there. Looks like my buyback dragsters are all rolling in here at a nice clip. Robert Holden on the left side. Kevin Redenbow in the right. The Vega out of Indiana. The Mustang out of South Carolina. Kevin is predicting a 611. That's the number he put on the scoreboard down there on the right side of the racetrack. Robert Holton says 524. Both drivers away on the green. Kevin with the Vega. Robert with the Mustang. It's going to be a double breakout. Going to go Robert's way. He's under by 0.02 of a second. Kevin is under by a 10th. Make that a 100th. A 100th. Yeah, that's the 10th. That's the 100th. That's the okay, I got it now. Kevin had 1 thou in his pocket, got there first by 009, comes out 008 on the bad side of a double breakout. Edmund Richardson now. Kind of interesting that, you know, last night his brother drove that car into the winner's circle, no problem. Edmund drove it straight to the buyback round, no problem. And he's got Nick Folk on the other side. Ooh, man. Like I said, not that there's Not that there's a lot of ducks that come to the fling races anyway, but when you got Edmund on one side, Nick Folk on the other, holy smokes. Edmund's going to win at 0:16.601. Nick Folk goes 0:23. And then 5:73 on the 5:75 prediction. Nick had a little bit of room. Didn't have a lot of room, had a little bit of room. A couple of thousandths to play with down there, and he just couldn't quite tighten it up. Kelly Smith, Betty White, the Bel Air, and Gary Williams. Williams up from Bradenton. Kelly from White Cloud, Michigan. Right place, right time. Gary Williams hammers the tree at 009, runs one above. Thanks for stopping by. Kelly Smith goes 001 at dead 8. Gary Williams got a 9,000th reaction time. Kelly had a 9-pack. Leaving Gary less than a thou to play with. Guess how that turned out. Ross Freeman left, Marty Wright in the Monte Carlo. I don't know why, but I like that Monte Carlo. I'm not sure I like it quite as much as I like the black Pontiac. I really like the black Pontiac. Marty Wright, chasing. It's like running down a dream that never would come to me. And you didn't catch it that time either. Dead 4 beats dead 2. Ross Freeman was 013. That was enough to win it. Marty was 038. That was not enough to win it. 038 dead 2 for the L. Ross Freeman, 013 dead 4 for an invitation to the next round. Larry Pittinger pulling into the water box on the left side, and Bob Ruslow in the right. And looks like we got dragsters poking their noses under the crossover now. No, I'm good. Larry Pittinger goes 002 red. Russell goes 16.566 on the 67. Larry goes 21 on a 20, but he left 2 thou too soon. Too bad. Dustin Wirtz on the left side. Jack Otrowski on the right side. As we've got into the dragster buyback portion of the program, and we got a long line of dragsters back there who bought back. Remember, tell all your friends they can watch for free on Motor Mania TV thanks to Strange Engineering. Team Stangy and Company. True story, my 67 Mustang had been sitting for 13 years, and I finally got it all back together, got it running, took it out for the maiden voyage, dumped the clutch, and threw the pinion on the ground. After 13 years, I got to drive it about 200 yards. 437 for the win for Jack, better on the tree, and then dead on 7. Dustin Wirtz goes 031, 454. I decided while I was sitting there looking at the gear oil dripping on the road, I was never going to do this again. Called Jeff Stangy. Said, here's what I need. He said, give me a credit card. And I have never worried about it a lick ever again. I really appreciate the folks at Strange making it possible for everybody to watch for free this weekend. Mike Rogers left, Jim Glenn in the right. Mike Rogers goes 002 on the tree, but he got dropped on his head down at the other end. Got there first by 200ths plus, broke out by 3 thou. Jim Glenn was certainly not late. He's 006. He's 476 on a 75. But Mike Rogers, 002 light, could not close the deal. Brent Martin left. G.G. Paschal right. 2 hun the difference in the dial-in for these two. Should be side by side all the way. Well, Brenton was supposed to get a 200th head start. He only took a hun of it. TJ had the better bulb, and then TJ got there first by 7 thou, and then TJ comes out on a good side of a double breakout. 62.6 on the 63 is under by 4. 63.9 on the 65 is under by 11. You can figure that out, right? 7 thou. That's the difference. Trevor Deeks on the left side, and Brian Kennedy in the right. This time they're both dialed exactly the same. Watch the car, see who jumps first. See if you can tell who moves first. If you can tell who moves first, that driver's in the driver's seat. Hey, listen up. Fuel. We'll be closing in an hour. If you need fuel tonight, the fuel depot is going to close in an hour. They will be here tomorrow, but they will not be here Saturday and Sunday. So if you need fuel for the weekend, you need to get it either today or tomorrow. And if you're going to get it today, you got an hour. And Dragster buybacks, all categories, Dragster buybacks. You should be in here. Well, Brian left first at 039, but he couldn't close the deal. He also got there first and went 457. Trevor got there second, went 458. They both dialed 459. Yeah, this ain't golf. 2 under is not better than 1 under. Bo Butner and Josh Baker coming at you right now. I'm telling you, it's bowling. Drag racing is bowling. You don't have to beat the house, just have to beat the guy in the next lane. Always marveled at the nights when I'd throw 246 and somebody'd kick my teeth in, and the guy in the lane next to me throw 138 and win. It's like, how come I'm not bowling you? 008, dead on 4 for the win for Josh. That's 12 thousandths overall. Bo was 004, couldn't get there. 443 at 151 miles an hour, comes up 7 thousandths of a second short. Kyle Bigley. You know why Kyle Bigley's here? Do you want to take a guess why Kyle Bigley's here? Because he did a very poor job of pulling into the staging lanes in round number 1. Raced his dad. It's like, yeah, it's like, hey, son, let's go up together. No, hey, Dad, let's not. Definitely not the way they drew it up. Grace Rowe. Now, Grace won a bag of donuts first thing this weekend. She did come get those. She also had another prize coming, and I don't know if she ever did come get that or not. So, Grace, if you didn't, visit the Diva Den and get squared away. 015 for Kyle Bigley, and then he threw an egg at her. And Grace didn't have nothing for that. She left second up here. She got there second down there, and she also broke out down there. Couldn't win the race. Wasn't going to happen. No way. No how. No chance. Kyle Bigley. Mad at his dad, took it out on Grace. Yeah, well, you only have to hate the person in the next lane from the time 3 bulbs are lit till the time you get to the scoreboard. Then you can be friends again. Undeniable truths in drag racing. You have no friends when 3 bulbs are lit. Grace Road did pick up her prize. Okay, thank you. Apparently the divas are listening. 001, take 009, Randy Krause. Wrong. Bailey Ferraro, 004, cross second, right. Comes out on the double breakout. Bailey's 4th thou too quick. Randy's a full Hun too quick. 001, take 009. Go home. Nasty. Tyler Rudolph. Left side. Steve Hughes. Right side. New York against Pennsylvania. Surely these guys could have found someplace closer than this to race. But you know what? It wouldn't be a fling. And if it ain't a fling, well, you either get it or you don't get it. And if you've raced a fling, you get it. If you haven't raced a fling, it's like trying to explain ice cream. You've just got to try it. And once you do, you'll want to do it again. Always want to do it again. 4:58 for the win for Tyler Rudolph. Had the reaction time in the bag, ran dead on 8. Steve Hughes runs dead on 6, did not have the reaction time in the bag. So Tyler Rudolph going to be back up a little bit later on. Tim Markaloo in the left side, Jake Clayton on the right. It looks like the Diva Den was well visited after first round. Always wonder what the percentage is, right? I mean, you go up there and you do something, you go, oh, I got to go try that again. Or you go up there and you do something and you just go, you know what? That was so dumb, I don't even deserve a second chance. And you just go dive head first into the cooler. Jake Clayton, Timmy Markaloo, click bang winner. Jake Clayton goes 005, 1 above. Enjoy the rest of the day. You've got it off. Markaloo goes 008, dead 4. Put together 12 thousandths package. And that's 5 thou better than Jake Clayton. 005, 1 above. For nothing. Nothing. Jamie Holston left. Todd Piper right. Ted, these guys play brutal. Brutal. Gently bumping their way into the beams. Piper going to move first. He is dialed 18 slower. And he's going to get the win. Jamie Holston goes James Bond red at 007, and Todd Piper goes 467 at 138 miles an hour. Holston goes 449. But it didn't matter once that red light came on. The red light like mocking you. Comes Kalen Cruz, the S&W race car machine. Out of Pennsylvania, left side, and Chris Whitfield down from Colorado. Just curious, let's see, the altitude here is like 900 feet, right? And the altitude at Bandimere Speedway is 5,800 feet. So if you're at Bandimere, could you just pull out the gate, push the clutch, and coast all the way here? I think you could. There might be like a little part out there where you need to put up a sail, but certainly, you know, coming across Kansas, Nebraska, there's enough wind to push you. That's my new $1 million idea. I'm going to build toter homes with a sail on top. That way when you're going across places like West Texas or where the wind's always blowing, you can just shut it off, put the sail up. I'm telling you, I think that'll work. 004 for Caitlin Cruz, she's going to win it. 7th out too quick. Chris Whitfield, left second, cross second. ran further under. That's like oof, puff, pow. To go back into, the old Batman days, right? Oof, pow. Zot wasn't Batman. Zot was a cat in the hat, right? Yeah. Roman Costner on the left side, Sean Langdon on the right. Oh, Sean got away with one there. He was behind at the lead by 17, and Roman made a bad choice at the finish line. Got there first. 9th out too quick. Sean followed him across 6th out too quick. 031, leave second, cross second, get the win. Crazy. Kevin Portress on the left side, and Skylar B. Skylar for Team Mosier. Get him performance. Man, somebody in the Motor Mania chat said 3 o'clock is officially beer o'clock. Is there any openings at your place? Skylar B goes 006, dead 3. Kevin goes home. Well, at least for the day. 034 wasn't having no part of that. Yeah, Steve, 3 o'clock officially beer o'clock. Crazy. Jay Ralston on the left side, Donnie Burleson in the right side. I think I can see the end of the dragster line. Yay, the end of the dragster line. Separated by 0.02 of a second at this side, both of them solid. Jay got there first by a long ways, broke out by 0.02. Donnie turned him loose. Comes out on the safe side. +17. Winner. Jay Beaulieu in the left. Joe Barsh in the right. Quick reminder, guys, the fuel depot will close at 4. 1 hour. 1 hour. Is it 5? I thought it was 4. I'm just trying to rush everybody over there. That way they can leave early. Joe Barsh goes 021, dead on 8 for the win. Jay had some room. He got there first by 18th out. If he gets there first by 16, he wins the run. Wins, yes. Fuel will be closing at 5. I guess I looked at my watch earlier and couldn't read it either. Hey, numbers is hard. Yeah, my house, it's noon. My house, it's noon. Of course, at my house, it's probably 100 degrees, too. Josh Ledke and Corey Galletti coming at you right here and right now. Let's find out just because we can. Because technology is such a beautiful thing. Oh, no, it's nice at my house. It's only 98. And it's only going to be 104 today. No, I mean, that's better than, like, tomorrow's going to be 106, Saturday's going to be 108. And people say, why didn't you go home after Indy? I was like, well, it's like this. Both drivers leave in the teens. Josh gets there first by 1,000th of a second. That was the wrong choice. Wrong choice. On the double breakout, Corey Galletti. 5 thou closer. I'm telling you, you let go and you go, okay, I'm good. You get down there and you take a thou. Okay, I'm good. No, you're not good. You have chosen unwisely. Chris Bear on the left side. Howard Westbury on the right side. Wouldn't it be nice to have a crystal ball? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to freeze time at like 600 feet and go, okay, let me analyze the situation here. And then turn the time loose and do it again? Fun fact, reason Pete Biondo was so successful doing this because he can do that. He's an alien. He would get down there 50 feet before the finish line, stop time, make a decision, and then carry it out. And the driver in the other lane, not being an alien, didn't know that was even possible. But no, that's a true story. True story. 004, dead on 8. Chris Bear, that's a win. Howard Westbury was in the race with a 008 light. But he runs 19th thou on the plus side and left the door wide open for Chris. Now it's going to be Marty Martin in the left side and Brian Folk in the right. And Brian goes double. Oh, 9 too soon. And then 456 at 150 miles an hour, 447 on the 447. Martin, 006 dead 3, didn't need any of it. Save that for when you get to kick somebody in the chops. Jim Skinner left, Tommy Cable right. The end is near. I just mean the end of the buyback round. And as a matter of fact, dun, 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 it's like I'm psychotic or something. Tommy Cable for the win. He's 010 to 044 at this end of the racetrack. Skinner runs dead on 1, and that wasn't even getting him close. Tommy Cable for the win, 65 on a 64. All righty, K&N Pro. Round 2, lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. K&N Pro, round 2, lanes 5 and 6. Jordan Willis Parker left, Donovan Williams right. Jordan Willis making it happen. 014, 1 above. Donovan was 028, locked out, dead 4. Jordan gets her first by 8 thousandths of a second, puts together 24 pack against a 28 light. 24 pack, one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things. Another one of my favorite things is an 18 pack, another one is a 12 pack. I mean, I don't hate a 6-pack, but I like a 12-pack better than a 6-pack unless I'm bracket racing. Then I want donuts. Donuts, man, I want donuts. Hunter Sells on the left side. Mark Rivark on the right side. 006 take 005 for the win. That's going to be Hunter. Mike was 25 at this end, 1 above at that end, and too much room, especially for Hunter's 006. Did I announce the Division III finals last year in Indy? I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I'm sure I did. Mark Kidden left. Wow, Mark Kidden left, Troy Williams in the right. How'd you guys end up here? Oh, I need to announce the division. Oh, I see. I got it. Mark Kids 003, dead 3. Have a nice day, Troy. 016 taking 004. No chance. 0. That's about what you got to do if you want to beat Williams. Oh, I need to. I get it. I need to announce the Division 3. When is it? When is it? Hey, guys. They don't play well apart. That's the problem. Paul Holman left side racing Jason Lynch in the right. Man, Jason. What did Paula do to you? 001 dead 6 for Jason Lynch. What did Paula do to you? Hit over the head with a 7-pack like that. Paul had no chance. Left second, cross second, broke out. No chance. Vince Schroeder and T.G. Pashal. K&N Pro, round 2, lanes 5 and 6. Come on down. Looks like they're starting to roll in there. K&N Pro, lanes 5 and 6 for round number 2. TG goes 007 and then threw an egg at Vince. That's back-to-back 7-packs. Vince had an 033 light, forget it. Done at that point. Might as well just park, get out, call an Uber. Well, I guess if you got to get back to the trailer anyway, might as well drive it back to the trailer, but you get the idea. Lester Atkins in left, Sean Langdon in right. It's next weekend? I'm in Reading next weekend. Sorry. I'm in Reading next weekend. A lot of people can't believe I'm here this weekend, but it's going to be 107 at my house on Saturday, so that's part of it. That's part of it. Sean Langdon, 008, 448 for the win. Let's try an 044 light to Langdon's 008. You can probably figure out how that went. It went exactly how you would figure it would went. Sean Langdon went on. McKenna Brown and Tom Dauber. McKenna, part of the Jags family and conglomerate. How far actually is Jegs from here? 20 miles, 25 miles? They're in Delaware, right? Is it 35 miles? Hebron, Ohio to Delaware, Ohio.
Delaware, 1 hour, 2 minutes.
34 miles, oh, 54 miles, 54. McKenna Brown let go 2,000 too soon. That's that. Dauber ran 2,000 too quick, but it didn't make any difference once the red light was on for McKenna. So she punched her own exit slip, and Tom Dauber gonna move on. Here comes Race Kid in the left side, Brent Martin in the right. As we continue rocking along. Good news for those of you that were wondering. I was able to find the video clip on my computer that I couldn't find. I know that there was a lot of worldwide agony going on about that. Brent Martin goes 001 for the win. 465 on a 464. Race Kid 008. That part wasn't bad. 472 on a 70, and that part wasn't enough. You hear the old throttle womping down there at about 500 feet, give or take. Rob Leipzinger in the Dragster, as opposed to Rob Leipzinger in the Corvette. And Chris Wallen in the Dragster. Double 05. Red and then dead on. Chris goes 449. 153 miles an hour. I don't know, 14 reaction time, and all he needed to do was turn it green. He did. Sometimes that's all you got to do. Jamie Freeman left. Ben Preister right. K&N Pro round number 2. K&N Pro round number 2. You need to be here because we're just about out of dragsters, and you're up next. K&N Pro round number 2. You need to be here. Something wrong with Jamie. Ben shuts off early. Stay on the plus side, 556 at 106 miles an hour. When it was time to go, Jamie didn't. Like, go, no. Go, no, go. You can't make me. I'm not trying to make you, I'm trying to help you. But it didn't work. And when the mops come out on the starting line, it might have something to do with why it didn't work. I think some of the Go Fast fluid fell out. Key thing to remember, race cars are like high-tech electronics. It is very, very, very important to keep the smoke inside of them. You let the smoke out, that's a bad thing. Also, helpful tip for the day, something to remember, any machine can be a smoke machine if you use it badly enough.
Mike Eames brought it up to Peter and I and said, you know, we give away these coins at our racetrack that we used to, you know, run, and they're a really cool token that people seem to love. So he said, can you think of anything like how to give one away? So Peter and I just started brainstorming, and, you know, we liked the idea of it being something that had to do with a perfect light, you know, like the perfect coin. So we went back and forth with all these names, and me and Lela and Peter sat down, and we were like three-way chatting, and we put down like a couple names and stuff, and we were like shooting them back and forth to each other, and we finally settled on 000 Hero Coin, and we're calling it the KS 000 Hero Coin. So any racer who is 000 with a win light, they receive a coin, And I don't know which is better, the coin or the $50 that goes with it, but people seem to really like the coin. And in fact, some don't even come and collect their $50, and they just are really, really, the coin is really special and it's really cool. So I have one here. We ended up putting Kyle's face on the front of it, which is really neat. We worked with this great company that really kind of did a really great job memorializing his face in this coin. And then the back says perfect 000 winner at the Flings. And then the bottom says let's roll, because that was Kyle's tagline. And anyone who is lucky enough to know Kyle knows that he's just all about good times, let's roll, you know, let's do it. So it's a really cool coin that just adds a little fun to the event.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
If you're still in, need you the staging lanes for round number 2. Other door cars, please stand by. Just door cars that are double entered still in to the staging lanes round 2. Cleanup on the starting line complete. We roll back in. Donnie Burleson, Kyle Bigley. Couple more pairs. Couple more. Close out the buyback round. Kyle Bigley was 016 and Donnie Burleson was not. Let's just leave it at that. 454 on the 449 for the easy win. Donnie Burleson runs 50 on a 48. Could not overcome. The reaction time started with 1. Double entered door cars. If you're still in, I need you up here for round number 2, please. Double entered door cars. If you're still in, need you for round 2. Jordan Willis Parker left, Bob Hendrickson right. Final pair in the round, the buyback round. You've asked for forgiveness. It has been granted. Please don't sin again. So far, no sin has been committed at this end. Womp, womp, womp. 008, take a thou for the win for Jordan.
All right, racers, I'm hanging out here with Bubba Browning. Bubba, I'd like to present to you our Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award out here today at the Spring Fling. Tell me a little bit, Bubba, about this beautiful hot rod behind us.
I got this car off my cousin, Troy Williams Jr., back in October. Decided to do some upgrades. My buddy John Siegel helped me out a lot. He took it under his wing and kind of steered me in the right direction. It's been 4 or 5 months of just nothing but love, and didn't clip any corners. I think he did a pretty nice job, if I'd say so myself. Did a lot of hard work in this thing.
So you spent about 4 or 5 months. What was the condition before you put that much time in it? What was it? What was the starting point?
I mean, it was in okay condition. It just it's 1967 Chevy 2, and probably hasn't had a whole lot done to it since it was brand new. It used to be the old Harold Stout car, and we just went through and just basically cleaned it up a little bit. Did some chassis stuff. We got underneath, ran into some stuff. Actually changed a bunch. I think it turned out really well. We definitely didn't cut no corners.
This pearl white paint job on here just absolutely pops in the sunshine. Did you guys do the paint?
Yeah, this is a John Siegel one-off. This is actually a Cadillac paint color with a little bit more metallic. We were sitting around trying to figure out what we were going to paint it, and we went originally with white, and then through the process we added the black top, and he kicked some more metallic on the black top as well. So yeah, we're pretty impressed with the way it turned out. You go into something with a vision, and you're not quite sure how it turns out. When it rolled out of the paint booth, we were pretty excited.
Inside and out, a beautiful hot rod. Tell me just a little bit about the power plant.
It's got John Spare motor right now. We got the original motor. We wanted to make Galat, so we got the other motor being finished. That's going to be a 434. This is actually a 408. It's John Spare to the wagon, so that's hence the color that it is. But the original motor is all white to match the car. Thank Peter and Spring Fling. This is my first one actually, and I'm very impressed. With all the weather conditions that we fought, the track staff and everybody getting this thing in. It's just as a racer, it's very much appreciated.
If you're out here on the property at Galat, come and check out Bubba's car. This thing is absolutely killer. Congratulations on your Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award. And, of course, as you know, $500 bonus comes along with that.
That's awesome.
And thank you so much for supporting the Strange Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries out here at Galat.
All right, we are back in the tower here at Galat. I'm joined by Will Holloman. We brought him up here. We just want to say hi. So everybody wants to get interviewed. We thought we didn't want to leave you out, right? No, it's not what we brought you up here for. We've been a great few days of racing. It's been packed around some weather and these things, and we have our Todd's Extreme Paint MVP award. And so for the last few days, we've been looking at Blaine Parrish and Robert Holton and Will. And today it kind of separated a little bit for us. We're saying, man, Robert Holton and Will, they're both going deep. They're still going rounds. They're doing their thing. And so then Robert goes out, and we start looking. We start digging deeper. And then we look at the winnings. And Will, you had a pretty good week. You've turned on a lot of win lights this week. You turned on, I think we said 24 win lights in 3 days. Robert had turned on 18 win lights in 2 days. And so it was tough. But then you go deeper than that. And, man, they didn't make it very easy on you this week. You had a lot of double O lights. You had a lot of close finishes. So when it all came down to it and we award the MVP award, we say not only who wins the most rounds, that's important, obviously, but it's what you're doing beyond that. When you're turning win lights on or you're not turning win lights on, you're involved in a lot of good races. That's what separates the great drivers from the really good drivers. There's no bad drivers here. So I'm up here and I want to present the Todd's Extreme Paint. It'll be $1,000 and a custom painted helmet from Todd's Extreme Paint, and we're going to award the MVP award to Mr. Will Holloman. Congratulations. And I'm going to so Will, I kind of summed up a little bit, but it's your turn, bud. We're going to turn it over to you. Just kind of, I'll hold the check or something. You can hold the mic and just kind of let us break down your week for us. Let us know what your experience has been here at Galat.
Just a typical week. Found double O early. I think my 2 time runs I was 1 and 4, and just one of those deals. I didn't touch it from there. I let it ride all week. Every time I don't get to race here much, even though I live close. But when I do come race here, they don't welcome me back real well. I mean, they beat me pretty good, even when I make good runs. So bringing the Fling in brings in another tier of racers. So I just stayed set up, absolutely nothing, and tried to take as little as possible. But it's cool because my teammate Chris Bear won MVP at Columbus at the Summer Fling last year, so it's pretty cool to do it myself.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you described it well, and that's not the only successes you had. You won the warm-up race. You found yourself running off for the Brodix Heads. You had a lot of good things happen for you this week, and it's been fun to watch. It made it exciting. It seems like you have one person that kind of runs away with it during the course of a week, and this week it made it very interesting. But at the end of the day, Will, you earned it. You deserve it, and we're proud to present to you the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award for the Strange Spring Fling here at Galat, presented by Optima Batteries. So congratulations, Will. Thanks so much for racing with us, and continued success down the road.
Yep. Thank you.
What do you think of the color scheme on that there helmet?
Carolina blue, just like God intended.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
All right, listen up. Door cars, all door cars. Round number 2, come on down. All door cars for round number 2. You are being cordially invited to the staging lanes. We've got K&N. Super Pro, round 2. Jeff Sowers in the left line. Lucas Walter in the right lane. You gotta like Lucas's car. It's got a license plate on it. Down 593 does wheelies and has a license plate on it. Please do not do wheelies on city streets. They frown on that. And we frown on that. You're supposed to race at a racetrack. 594, that's going to be a winner for Lucas. He'll be back 012 on the reaction timer. Sowers missed the tree a little bit. He was 048. One above the dial, but he couldn't make up to that 048. CJ Yeager pulling it out left side in the Malibu. Josh Gregory and his Mustang. That Mustang looks an awful lot like a Mustang I used to race that met a very unhappy end in the shutdown area at Tucson Dragway a few years ago, where they still debate just exactly how many times it flipped before it stopped. I'm grateful I wasn't driving it that day. Last round was all about reaction time. This round, wow. Come on, man, really? 2 thou separate them at the start, advantage CJ. 2 thou separate them at the finish line, advantage Gregory. John Gregory leaves 2 thou behind, throws an egg up for the win. Margin of victory less than 1 thou. CJ leaves 2 thou first, runs dead 2, and he's going home. True margin, 0.0006. Holden 2, dead 2 for the loss. That's brutal. Tom Scrivignano in the left side. Mike Gramlich in the right side. See, this one was a blowout compared to the last one. 0.06 of a second. And exactly 0.06 of a second was the difference up here. Both drivers identical on the dial. Plus 1.9. Tom left 6 thou first, got there 6 thou first. Sean Pitts in the left, Hunter Wolf in the right. I mean, come on, man. So we had one that was 6 10,000ths. We had one that was 6 thousandths. So apparently the margin of this one should be 600ths, is that right? And then the next one will be 6/10, and after that it's 6 seconds? Nope, Sean Pitts goes red. By 0.02 of a second. 688 for the win on 684 for Hunter Wolf, 669 for Sean Pitts. Hit the dial. 2 thou. Too soon. Clocked out early. Now it's Jeff Sowers left and Kelly Smith right. Door cars, round number 2, Super Pro. All of you. Door cars, round number 2, Super Pro. Kelly Smith goes 0-16 too soon and fouls away at her shot at fame, fortune, and 15K. Jeff Sowers goes 626 on the 628. All he had to do was turn it green, and if Kelly had known, if only Kelly had known, Jeff was missing a tree. Again, that's why you need the crystal ball. Everybody needs a crystal ball. Well, I need a crystal ball. I want everybody. I want to be the only one with a crystal ball now that I think about it. John Bailey in the Duster. Tom Artakis in the Dakota. And the Duster taking care of business. 002 at this end of the racetrack, 702 on a 7 flat down there. Tom got there first by 0.06 of a second. If he gets there first by 3 thou, he wins it. Because he broke out by 3 thou. John Bailey had a reaction advantage, left the door open, and Tom just couldn't quite sneak his way through. Couldn't quite. Is the bouncy castle up over there yet? Okay, anybody bouncing it? Because Pete said there's no age limit. He said I could go bouncing it if I wanted to. But he also said if you pop it, you buy it, so. You know what I think it'd be fun? I think it'd be fun if they fill one of those things up with helium and just go for a cruise. Red lights start. Ron Johnson, 1 hun too soon. Nick Hastings. Automatic win, 608. At 112.21 for Nick. How about Nick? He had an 012 light and then went 112.21 miles an hour. Got a little 112 thing going on there. Ron Johnson goes 10 red, 638 on a 639. Missed the dial by a thou, missed the tree by a hun. Jason Ford in the Vega and Steve Rohrs in the Camaro. Door cars, final call. Super Pro door cars. All of you. Staging lanes, please. Wow, 013 Jason Ford gets there first by 008 and gets the win, 49 on a 48. Rhodes was 5 thou back and then left 5 thou more on the table. Dead 3 beats dead 8. 5 thou difference in reaction, 5 thou difference down the track. Margin .0008. We had a 6 10,000ths margin of victory. Now we have an 8 10,000ths margin of victory. Both drivers away on the green this time. Bronze hairdo. Shane Bonney for the win. 007 dead on 8, taking 1 thou. It's getting brutal out there. Brutal. 636 for Brian. Had no chance. 020 on the reaction time. Had no chance. None. Wasn't happening. Couldn't win it. Let go 20. Might as well quit. Joel Young left. Andrew Shirk right. Joel Young wins at 0:15 and 1 above. 6:37 on the 6:37. Andrew Shirk runs dead on 2. Had a 40 light. Not enough. Drew Buckner, the 85 Camaro right there on the starting line. He's the last one in the Pro 48. Leaves on red, but we don't care because there's nobody in the lane. So there, Neener, and Neener. 6204 on the 620 dial. And just like that, we're in Super Pro door cars. And we've only got a few of them left. How many are there? 372?
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
Bubba Browning over here on the right side of the Nova. Bubba's car's nice. That was the best appearing at an earlier fling. And it really is pretty cool. The 67 Chevy 2 up from Florida. 608 the dial for Bubba. 580 the dial for Chris. Wow, Bubba's car hung a left while it was in the air. He tries to drag it back into the center groove, and he's still going to win the thing. 018 to 016 on the tree advantage, Chris. Bubba's car made a hard left. He drug it back into the groove. Chris slowed down to a 584, and Bubba sneaks by. 610 at 113. Now it's Tracy's sons and Robert Holton. Tracy Sons off and running. Robert Holton on the chase. Mustang tracking down the Dodge. Got him. 011 526. Further away in 022. 623 on the 19, and that wasn't going to work on either end. Robert Holton making it happen. Chad Sandlin on the left side. Tommy Plott on the right. Chad Sandlin goes 009 too soon, and Tommy Plott with a free ride. He takes 006. He takes a 535 on the 36, but he had it 1 as soon as that red light came on. 20 on a 22 for Chad after he clocked out early. The Malibu on the left side has been playing the secret game forever, and Tim Wirtz on the right side. Wow, where was he going? 008, getting there first by a mile to break out by a thou is the boo. Tim Wirtz goes 050, 050 to 008, runs dead on 9, and somehow, some way got away with that. Taking 500 the stripe to break out by a thou. That's brutal. Jack Liggett on the left side. Peeps. Pennington in the right side. Both drivers off on the green. Only one of them gets it on the scoreboard, and it's going to be Jack. He goes 018, taking 006. That's going to be a winner, Peeps. 513 on the 511. Had an 023 light. Just didn't get there. Just didn't get there. Left 5 thou back and finished 6 thou back. Mia Tedesco on the left side, and Matt Dudas in the right. And they both get away on the green. Can Matt hold her off? The Grand Am out in front. Nope, Matt cannot hold her off. She's 003. 1 above the dial, making it happen. Matt is 3 above the dial. Car didn't get where he needed to be, and Mia's going to make him pay. This time Garrett Griffiths gets a little anxious on the starting line, and he lights the cherry by a hundo, giving Justin Lothar free tip around the racetrack. 87 on an 88 for Justin after being 007, but 10 red for Garrett. And his next shot will be tomorrow. Larry Hoke, Carolyn McCarty. Carolyn turns loose the Rambler, and Larry turns on a red light. The 602, 112 miles an hour for Carolyn. Red light start for Larry, 003 RED and 580. 117. Now Dylan Biondo in the truck, and Mark Kidd. Dylan's got a 601 on the window of the truck. Mark Kidd says 588. Handicap head start goes to left lane. Green lights go to both lanes. The Kid against Mr. Kidd. And the Kid is going to beat Mr. Kidd. 599 is under by 2 for Dylan. 584 is under by 4 for Mark Kidd. They left within 4 thou. Mark got there first. Comes out on the wrong side of a double breakout, and Dylan Biondo taking care of business and moving on. Now it's going to be Rob Mosier in the left side, and John Youngbar in the right. 5:10 on a 5:08. That's going to be a winner for Rob. 004 on this end of the racetrack gave him some room. And John Youngbar, 664 on the 660. Couple that with an 030 light, and he is not getting inside what Rob Mosier was leaving for him. Brings up Gage Birch in the Oldsmobile on the left side, and Bob Russello in the Camaro over here on the right. Turns loose the Oldsmobile. Bob turns loose the Camaro, and at the finish line, it's going to be the Oldsmobile. 013, one above. That's a winner. 568 on the 566. Can't make it happen. Now with an 026 light for Bob, so Gage Birch will be back. Glenn Delday left, Chris Coletti right. We got the two Novas separated by a couple of years and in a complete generation. Generational split from 67 to 68. Dilday's going to get the win. He's 020 on the bulb to Galetti's 035. That gave him 15 advantage. He took 14 down there and wins it. Dilday runs dead on 2, couldn't catch him. Dead 3 to dead 2. 15 at the starting line, 14 at the finish line. That'll make it work. Steve Cisco. Steve was chowing down on donuts earlier in the weekend. Chuck Ridenour. Chuck, who I do believe won one of the electronics prizes earlier today, did he not? Pretty sure. Thinking so. Liking the chances. Steve turns loose green, so does Chuck. Steve's going to get the win. He's 004 on this side, 641 going down the racetrack. Right now it was 2 over the dial and 25 on the tree, and that wasn't going to make it happen. 25 on the tree against 21. Complete package. Everybody knows how that math works. Ed Bigley on the left side, Ted Barnes on the right. If that's not the fastest Datsun 510 in the world, I want to know what is. Probably somebody's got one somewhere with it, like 2JZ in it. Turbo, but that one's pretty cool, I think. And I got the microphone, so as long as I got the microphone, I'm making the rules. My mic, my rules. Sizable handicap, Ted Barnes is out there. Here comes the bird. Can Ed Bigley drop the nose on him? He does. Well, not exactly. Barnes got there first by 400ths, broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. 009 taking too much. And that's the end of his day in that car, in this class. Ed Bigley, 5801. Behind on the leave and above the dial. And Ted Barnes gifted him. Kenny Underwood now in his Camaro left side. And Dewey Boggs. Dewey out of Lancaster, Ohio, in the 67 Camaro. This end, the light's green. That end, the green light, is on the left side. 014 taking 007, 593 for the win. Dewey Boggs predicted a 566, ran 66.8, but he could not overcome the 024 light. Couldn't do it. Kenny Underwood, 25 total package. Dewey Boggs had a 2 thou window, or a 1 thou window, or a really small window. Anyway, it didn't work. Dan Sayers on the left side, John Coughlin on the right. Continue our trek through round number 2 with the double inners and Dan Sayers. Gives himself the rest of the afternoon off with a 009 red light, 6:01 for John Coughlin. At 112, 6:15 for Dan Sayers. Just gonna remember the red, because that's all that mattered. Leon Robertson and Will Holloman coming at you here. Wind light comes on for Leon. He's 015 at this end, taking 005 at that end, running dead on 2. The truck was in the game at 011. So he's 11 away from perfect, and he's 11 away from the dial. That leaves 22, and that was too much. You left 22, Chris was 17. Figure the margin at 005. Tanner Williams and Christian Corey coming at you now. Now it's going to be Tanner in the Dodge, Christian in the truck. We work our way right on through. What was it the Doors used to say? Break on through to the other side? Break on through, break on through. I know, pretty good, right? You should hear me doing my country tizzy. Difference in reaction, 004. Difference at the stripe, 006. Advantage, Tanner Williams with the wind light. 692 on the 691, 36 on the 35 for Christian Corey. Tanner, 4 thou better at the tree, 2 thou closer to the dial. Wins it, Roy St. Dennis, James Sanders. Coming at you now. Coming at you. James with a big head start. Roy with the big win. He was better on the tree by a couple of hundred. He got there first, runs under by 5 thousandths of a second. Sanders runs under by 11 thousandths of a second. So 006 on the double breakout for Roy. Make that a winner. Ross Freeman in the Nova and Dan Deshawn in the Roadster. Nova gets an extra point for the final top, but that is not going to overcome the red light. Ross goes 016, then 694 at 92 miles an hour. Dan goes 639, 125 miles an hour. But all he had to do was turn it green. He did turn it green, Ross Freeman. Carlos looked like it stuttered on the starting line, but it ended up red 16th out. Ken Atherton left, Bill Webb in the right. Both drivers solid up here, but Bill Webb is back of the dial by a full 600. You cannot do that. Not 8th mile racing with this group. Ken Atherton. 5:59 for the win, 119 miles an hour. 009 to 12 on this end. Both drivers solid. Webb's car slowed way down. Ken takes advantage. Here comes Steve Riggins. Steve is trying to stay out of the announcer booth by turning on wind lights with the Maverick, and Scott Hessler, who thinks that Steve is better in the announcer booth than he is driving a race car. Yeah, prove it. Prove it. Right place, right time. Wow. Scott Hessler just went 004 dead 6. Oh, that's cute. Nice try. Steve Riggins went 003 dead 1. A 4-pack beats 10. Wessler 004 dead 6, and he gets himself a free trip out of here. Right place, right time, right Riggins. So after a near perfect run for Riggins, John Beasley comes up right in his tire tracks and turns on a Red Bull by 0.03 of a second. 593 on a 91 for Chuck Mandola. At 114, here comes my favorite Buick, or Pontiac. The Grand Prix. That's not a Buick, right? Buick Grand Prix, yeah, that wouldn't be right. Hey, I'm learning. I'm new to this car thing. Mike Barber left, Scotty Taylor right. And here we go again. 002 taking 008, Mike Barber. See you tomorrow. Taylor goes 004 dead 5 for the win. 9,000s packet for Scotty Taylor. Mike Barber goes 002 take 008. If he goes 002 take 007, he's got himself a 2-pack. But he didn't. Break out by a thou. Doing everything right and break out by a thou. Ron Bazin left, Brian Moore in the right. That Grand Prix really is pretty cool, don't you think? Don't you think? Well, I think it is. It's going to be a winner again, too, 025. And then one above at 654. Brian Moore gets there first by 003 and breaks out by 001. Get there first by 003, lose. Get there first by 002, you win. I mean, like, come on, man. Come on. Stace Schroeder left, Edmund Richardson right. Edmund driving the Richardson boys car. .602 for the win, taking 1,000th of a second. Edmund 009 taking a thou. And that works. Stacy was 022. One above the dial, and that, in this case, didn't work. Doug Kaiser left, Doug Baker right. The Chevelle out of New Haven, Indiana. Mustang out of Newark, Ohio. Both drivers jumped too soon. Too soon by 2 more, Doug Baker. So Doug Kaiser going to get the win. 011 and 013, both drivers early. Cater's two thou closer. That's going to win it. Eric Bowman left, Brian Folk in the right. Separated by 3 thou at this end, separated by 11 thou at that end. Brian Folk runs dead on 3 for the win. Eric Bowman actually had the extra 3 thou up here, but he runs 43 on a 42, and Brian slides by. 0-11 at the stripe. Max Moss in the Cavalier. Jacob Comer in the Maverick. Double 09617 for Jacob Comer, and Matt didn't have anything for that. 027 on the bulb. 026 off the dial. That's a wide window for Jake, and he went right on through it. Rocky Van Noten in the Vega. Nick Dishon in the Camaro. As the door cars just keep on rolling up here. Loads of them here in Super Pro. We appreciate each and every one. Double 009 for Rocky, but he breaks out a thou. A thou. Nick was dead on 6. Had an 026 light. He was in trouble when he left. But he went dead on 6. And Rocky goes 1 thou. Too quick. And that, as we've been known to say in the business, is that. Couple of red Chevys coming at you here. Robert Grayson left side, Steve Vandersloot in the right. Couple of white Chevys coming at you right behind that. Took a little time, got in, stayed, didn't waste any time. When the green light came on, it was time to go. 014 taking 002, dead 3. Winner. 017, dead 2, getting their second, not winner. Vandersloot made a really nice run. Grosh made a better one. White Chevy's coming at you now. Scott Albrecht on the left side, Kelly Smith on the right. Scott Albrecht leaves 033 RED. Kelly Smith at 13 total. 012 on the reaction time, dead on 1. That wasn't leaving a whole lot of room. Albrecht went 003 red, and at that point, didn't matter how much room. All right, listen up in the pits. Dragsters, double entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Double entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. If you're not double entered, still in. Sit tight, we'll call you later. But double entered dragsters, you're both in. 1 and 2 for round 2. Greg Brown's going to win it. 012, 1 above, 628, 0. David Graham is 016. He got there first by 13 thou. Broke out by 7 of them. Get there first by 6 and win. Get there first by 13 and don't win. Dennis O'Brien out of New York. Cameron Cardles, right side out of Ohio. Dennis goes 003, but he couldn't run the number. Cameron Cardles is 011, dead on 4. Takes 13, totals 15. O'Brien is 2 back of the dial on 003. Light wasn't enough to save him. David Braskett now in the Sonoma. And John Patterson. Once again, dragsters, double entered dragsters, if you're both in. Lanes 1 and 2, please. John Patterson is 008, got fed the stripe. Got there first by 400ths, breaks out, 92 on a 93. David Braskett, 10, meaning 61. 661 on a 658. Using the parachute. And backing up down to the other end. Jeremy York and Ryan Henry coming at you now. Identical 016s. Henry runs dead 0. And that locks out Jeremy York. He went down there, goes 37 on a 36. And that wasn't going to make it work. Identical. Henry goes dead 0, getting there first by 12. He gets there first 13, he breaks out. Threading the needle. Nailing the number, making it happen. Bo Butner. Andrew Stark. Corvette versus, well, Corvette. 63 model versus, well, 63 model. Roadster versus, well, darn it, it's not another Roadster. Andrew Stark goes 003 RED. 3 thou red and then dead 4, of course. Bo goes 492 on a 492. Did it with a green light. And green light's a winner. Tom Conley left, Tracy Sons right. And looks like our double-entered dragsters are rolling in. That's a beautiful thing. And Tom Connolly's car just quit. Did the burnout. And he is not going to make the run. Tracy Sons with a free trip. .573, 120 miles an hour. And a tough break for Tom as they push him back.
Weldon, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Matt Overtaning, Tarrenton, Pennsylvania, left side, 672, Steve Roars. Frederick, Wisconsin, 87 Camaro, 650, right side. Three to a 32, advantage Steve on the right side. Win light says Steve, 0033 above, taking 17. 32 on the left side, one above 9, no good. Mike Illig, Gladwin, Michigan, 541 left side. John Siegel, Riverview, Florida, 610 on the right side. Double 03 to a 16, win light says Siegel, 13 total right side, taking a foul. Illig had no shot, 16 and 2 foul under, no good. Lester Atkins, Corydon, Kentucky, 579 left side. Robert Holton, 524 on the right side. Moncks Corner, South Carolina. Two to a 29, advantage Robert Holton. He's driving the Mustang and can't get there as he's 7 above. As when he left, he kind of went to the left and had to drive it out of that and was no good from there. Lester Atkins, 29, 2 above, 453 total for the win. Dennis Mead, Newark, Ohio, 585 left side. Matt Dattis, 615 right side. The Grand Am out of Vermilion, Ohio. So Dattis getting 3/10. Dennis Mead, Matt Dattis, here we go. 10 fouls separate them. Advantage Dattis, win light Dattis. 12 dead, 1, 13 total, taking 17. Dennis Mead, 22, dead 8. Pete Dagnolo, Rochester, New York, 579 left side. Tim Wirtz, Nampa, Idaho, 515 on the right side. .3:16 advantage Dagnolo, win light Pete. 003, 003, dead 0 for Pete. Wirtz, 16, dead 8, 24 total, and had 0 chance. Dagnolo, 3 total, dead 0. So that'll get him in a drawing, I believe. The best dialer. Yeah, it's Thursday, Friday, best dialer. So Pete Dagnolo going to the drawing for that certificate for an APD carburetor. Nice lap there for Pete. Harvey Specter, 559 left side. Tommy Plott, 536 right side out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Specter turns it 12th foul. Red, Tommy Plott, 26. And 100th under, 535 on the 536. Billy Lieber, Tonawanda, New York, 614 left side. Preston, Peeps, Pennington, 513 right side. To a 003. Here comes Peeps. One light says Peeps show. 003, dead 6, 9 total. Lieber did all he could do. He's 8 take 5, which is good a lot. Should be good a lot. He's under by 5 thou. He had to take, he's under by 4 thou. Had to take 1 or less to turn on the win light. Here in round number 2. Preston Pennington. Peeps. Moving on. Robin Banks, 612 left side. Skinny Kenny Underwood, 593 right side. Identical at this starting line. 15's a pair. Win light goes to Underwood. 15 dead 7, taking nothing. 7-10 foul. Margin of victory for Kenny Underwood. They're both 15. They're both dead 7. We got to go to 4 digits and light it up for Kenny Underwood. Jason Ford, Beaver Creek, Ohio. 72 Vegas. 648 the dial left side. Gage Birch, Palmetto, Florida. The Oldsmobile. 604 the dial. All right, so hey, the snack shack is going to be closing at 5:15. So if you need to get ice or you need to get that last bite to eat or whatever, now's the time to do that. They'll be open again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for ice and breakfast. But the snack shack's closing at 5:15. So here we go, Birch and Ford. They're 1 foul separated on the starting line. Who drives it right? Finish line. Gage Birch, 13 takes 7. Goes dead 2, 15 total. Jason Ford, 12, 1 above 0, no good. So all double dragsters have been called. All double dragsters you have been called. Double dragsters, round number 2. You have been called to lanes 1 and 2. Double dragsters, you've been called to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. The rest of the dragsters, you can kind of lay back. We'll let you know when. But double dragsters, you've been called to 1 and 2. Sean Pitts, Longdon, Ohio. 669 left side. Caroline McCarty, the Rambler Wagon, McCarty Auto Parts. On a 602. to 15, Caroline with the starting line advantage. Can Sean Pitts lock her out? No, sir. Caroline, 008, take 2, goes 2 above 2, 30 total. Pitts was 15, 1 above 7, no good. CJ Yeager, West Salem, Ohio, 681 left side. Brian Cerruti, 637 right side. Third with 10. Cerruti and Yeager locked in one right here. Finish line. Who's it going to be? It is Brian Cerruti. 4. Get behind 16 to go 1 above 7. 21 total. Yeager mom. 10. Take 16 to be 5 thou under. Had to take 11 or less. No good. Cerruti to round 3. Todd Clark. Albany, Indiana. His Malibu. 663. It'll be alongside T-Rock, Troy Williams, Bradenton, Florida, 566 the dial. So he'll be chasing down the Malibu. See what Williams has for Clark. Todd is affectionately known at home as a corn dog king. Oh, he does this a lot at home too. Number 7. Can Todd make it work? Oh, he's run, take 11 to be 8 thou under. Had to take 3 or less as Troy Williams, 007, 3 thou under, breaks out the least. Margin of victory, 57-10 thou, goes to Troy Williams. Larry Houck II, Thornville, Ohio. 582 the dial in the S10. Justin Lowther, Sunbury, Ohio. 68 Camaro on a 587. And Lowther's in deep trouble. Houck with the advantage, and Houck with the win light. 009, 4 above, taking 20. Lowther, 56, 1 above 7, no good. Dylan Biondo, Middle Village, New York, 6 flat left side. Tom Artakis Jr., the Dakota pickup truck, 645 the dial. Shout out Paul Rigsby out here. He's the old guy on the chat bleachers. Nine to a 21, Dylan Biondo with the advantage. Can Biondo make it work? No. Goes 2 above. Tom Artakis, 21, take 3, goes dead 7, 28 total. Dylan, I believe, dropped to get behind there. Matt Costable out of Canada, 628 left side. Racing Jason Lynch, Ashland City, Tennessee, 587 right side. Jason Lynch turns it 2,000 red. Matt Costable, 006. Goes dead 8, 14 total for Costable. Racing Jason, 2 red and 10,000 under. Jack Liggett, Eaton, Indiana, 635 left side. Rob Mosier, Mosier Engineering entry out of Portland, Indiana, 508 the dial. The wagon leaves first. And the wagon turns at 11,000 red. Rob Mosier, 21 green. Goes 507 on the 508. Jack, dead 8, 635, but unfortunately turns it red. Garrett Griffith, Alexandria, Kentucky, the S10 left side on a 634. Ed Bigley, West Milford, New Jersey, 578 right side. Hey, thank you, Jerry. Thanks, Aaron. Much appreciated. Those were a couple feel-good laps there. $16 to a 36. Advantage Garrett Griffith. You can't hand him 20 on the starting line. He'll make you pay. 16, 2 above, 636. As Ed Bigley, 36, take 8 to be 8,000 under. Had to take absolutely nothing and hope. KP, Kevin Pollard, McGaysville, Virginia, on the buy run. 530 on the window. See how close he can navigate to that number. The Hoosier Racing Tire, Kowalski Racing Engines, House of Pain Performance, Camaro. One of the best behind the wheel. Just picked up a win, Labor Day 250K, foot breaking it, Sunday in Bristol, and here he is. And he's right on time. I don't have go after. Absolutely perfect. Trip zip. Come get you some donuts. Lays 14 total, 531 on the 530. Kevin Pollard. Trip, zip, perfect. right side. So Kyle Gibson, 433 in the left, Jim Glenn, 475 right side. We come back out of commercial. The announcer was not very well advising Joanne there, so. But we're back. We made it. We missed nothing. We're just now pre-staging, so all is well. All is well that ends well. Six now separated. Here comes Kyle Gibson. Finish line goes to Jim Glenn. 17. 2 above, taking a bunch is Kyle Gibson, a 10th over in the left side. Not sure what happened there with Kyle, but going to cost him here in round number 2. We are in round 2 dragsters of our APD Thursday 15K warm-up. Marty Martin, La Plata, Maryland, 448 the left side. Marlon Goetz, Troy, Texas, 494 right side. Marlon Goetz, 009 for Marty Martin. Martin, 9 dead 3, 12 total. Marlon Goetz, dead 2. So he'd had to light it up. So he's 12 total. He'd have to be 10 or better to have a shot. He's 8 red instead. So no good. Marty Martin to round 3. Chris Stein, the Stein Tire OEM Combustion Service. Rear engine dragster out of Silver Lake, Indiana. About a modest 416. He's going to match up with Ray Miller III, Hendersonville, North Carolina, on a 464. So, big thanks to all of you out there in Motor Mania TV land, all your kind words. I appreciate my little cheering section I've got going on in the chat bleachers. Hopefully I don't disappoint you, but I'm gonna tell you I don't have anything better than what I've done for 2 rounds. So there's no A game. That says all of it. So, but it is cool to come back and read your comments and that stuff. It's much appreciated. I do read it. I do look, and I appreciate you guys. It's kind of odd how you start to do these races and you team up with the Motor Mania crew and that stuff, and you really begin to get to know people in the chat bleachers, and you kind of feel like an extended part of the racing family. So I know Troy Abercrombie, we communicate on a fair basis, and I never would have known him had it not been for doing this stuff. So I understand every day the blessing that I'm able to live, and so thank you all for that. It means a lot. So we're doing a little bit of cleanup here on the starting line, maybe add a little bit more, and then we'll be right back at it with Ray Miller and Chris Stein. Yeah, Jeremy Mitchell, it's probably not the direction it's going to go, to be honest.
Jags, trusted by all since 1960. What you want, when you want it, at a price you want to pay.
Jags.
There's Troy. James Kroll, you are right so far. Yes, Xerox is good. Hopefully we don't hit rewind or something like that. So all we can do is all we can do. You'd have told me this is how I was going to kick off my first ever fling, I'd have taken it in a heartbeat. So. But we, wouldn't do a whole lot of good to have announcers in the booth if it wasn't for you guys either. So you guys help make it enjoyable for us as well. You guys sometimes have insight that we don't necessarily see all the time. Because we're sitting there watching and studying, and we have a great group of educated fans in the MotorMania chat bleachers. So hopefully just a
I'm Chad Fergan from Brookings, South Dakota. I'm driving a 1959 Corvette. I bought it my senior year in high school as a project car. It was an old B-gas altered, and been playing with it ever since. It's actually a pretty basic 454, but with a blower on it. So in about 2000, right around 2000, I took this car to my friend Bill Barrett, and he put a whole new brand new chassis underneath it. Tube chassis, strut front end. Redid the whole thing. We made it a roadster. Then we had Rick Coonert paint it. It was a bunch of friends helping me out, doing stuff that they like to do. The main reason I should say, other than the fling, the reason we came out here is to hang around next weekend because my son Cole works on the Scrapper's Top Fuel car. This is my very first fling event, and this is great. It's crazy fun.
See, look at that, Troy Abercrombie. You're already getting rave reviews. See, I knew you could do it. I remember when you first talked about going out and giving it a try. I had no doubt you were going to be successful. Well, looks like Mother Nature might be messing with us a little bit. Getting some droplets, and it sounds like we're going to send race cars back.
Welcome to Las Vegas. Welcome to the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. For many of you, this is a familiar feeling. For others, it's a first. And while this entire week will be amazing, an experience that will last a lifetime, ultimately, there's a reason that most of us are here. I want you to humor me for just a moment. I want you to close your eyes and allow yourself to sink into, to imagine what it's going to feel like here on Friday morning. Soak in that energy. Because if you know, you know. You can say it's just another race all you want. And yet, you know, $1 Million Day, it's just different. There is an electricity in the air. There is an intensity in your gut. It's largely unspoken. You're surrounded by professionals. We all know what we signed up for. But make no mistake, it's here. And you are not the only one feeling it. With that excitement, with that electricity, there is an inherent pressure to perform. The stakes are high, sure, but what might be even more intriguing to the competitor in all of us is this unique opportunity to test our skills against the best racers the world has to offer. Embrace this moment as just that, an opportunity. You belong here. When you roll into the water for round one, you see the mountains in the distance. If you're fortunate enough to make that left turn beside the tower for round 6 and see so many of your fellow racers standing on the fence, eliminated, but waiting with bated breath. Because, let's be honest, no one leaves the million before it's over. I'm not going to tell you that in that moment, your heart won't be beating out of your chest. It will. I'm not going to tell you that you won't feel that nervous energy in the pit of your stomach. I will tell you this, embrace that feeling. It does not come every day. It's not rooted in fear. It's not rooted in trepidation. No, those butterflies in your gut, do you know what they mean? They mean that you care. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't be here in the first place. You've done the work necessary to succeed at this level. Trust yourself to execute to the best of your immense ability. Find confidence in the fact that you have worked, thought, studied, trained as hard or harder than anyone in competition at this moment. You are prepared, you are ready. These are the moments that make the grind worthwhile. You have trained yourself so that now, on the biggest stage, you can trust yourself. Focus on your strengths, execute them to the best of your ability. It's natural to think that on this stage, against this immense level of competition, that we have to be superhuman to succeed. Only, that's not accurate. Race within your comfort zone. We're all familiar with the stakes. This promises to be the richest Spring Fling million ever. The consequences of winning today, pretty monumental. For most of us, winning today's event, it would be a life-changing experience. But not winning today's event, it's not as devastating as we often think in the moment. Sure, a loss in the big show, it stings. It stings more than normal. But we'll wake up tomorrow, we'll resume everyday life, and if we're honest, we're in Las Vegas, driving a race car for the better part of a week. If we're honest with ourselves, our life is pretty good. I want to encourage each of you, take a moment in the heat of battle. Take a moment to soak in the scene. You've got the mountains in front of you, a beautiful backdrop to an incredible facility. You're surrounded by the energy of hundreds of racers striving for that same goal, creating an atmosphere that is as electric as any that our sport has to offer. Give yourself a moment, maybe at the ready line, maybe it's as you pull into the water box, perhaps it's right before you pre-stage. Take a look around. Breathe this in. This is what it's all about. The approach today with your best effort, your best attitude. Practice optimism on purpose. Well, that doesn't mean that you're going to be perfect. Listen, there have been 7 winners in the history of this event, and not one has been 0-0 for 9 consecutive rounds to do it. In fact, no one's been 0-0 anything for 9 straight rounds to do it, because we don't play a game of perfect. So don't expect perfection within yourself. And don't allow your inability to be perfect to derail you from your ability to be the best that you can be. Strive to underreact in the moment. You have earned the right to be confident. And if we're honest, while it may not feel like it in the moment, in the big picture, you've got very little to lose. Keep that in perspective and enjoy one of the best days that our sport has to offer.
All right, here we are, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Moser Spring Fling Million. It's first round, we're at the ET Shack, and here's another edition of Terminator Tips. So a common theme, a common situation that I see and have people ask me is, why do these guys hold so much? There's a certain, mostly the traveling pros they call them, that will hold 4 to 5 numbers, 2 to 3 numbers. And why do they do that? Well, some would say it's so they can drive the finish line. But one of the main reasons they do it is to show you, if you're in the other lane, a totally different look. Usually, it's getting close down there. When you race one of them, they have you covered up early. So guess what? They want you to say, oh, I'm screwed, and get you in a negative mindset and maybe a knee-jerk reaction, and they'll try to take you out of your game and dump early, and that's how they get more room down there. They're getting you to do something that you weren't strategizing to do, so you end up going.
So here are Chris Stein and Ray Miller III, 416 and a 464. Stein's in deep trouble. Ray Miller, trip zip, 3 above, 467. He'll earn an Alan Reinhart bag of donuts. I think he may have already gotten one yesterday as well, I think. Stein was late, dead 7. Chris Bear, Oregon, Ohio, 467 left side. Sugar Shane Carr, 458 right side. Fouls separate him. Advantage Chris Bear. Win line says Shane Carr. Double breakout. Chris Bear's 13, take 19 to be 7 foul under. Sugar Shane's under by 2 foul. Breaks out the least and gets the win. Jamie Tupper out of Canada, 463 left side. Corey Galletti, 451 right side. All right, if you're a double dragster and you've not ran your first entry, we need you absolutely now. If you are a double dragster and you've not ran your first entry, we need you here now. Tupper and Galletti, 1,200, separate them on the dial in. For Jamie Tupper. Corey Galletti, 14 up front, goes 447 to the 451. Tupper, 1 above 464. Kevin Brannon, KB, 451 left side. Bailey Ferraro, 446 on the right side. Double 03 to a 13. Finish line. Win line says Kevin Brannon, 13 dead 8, taking 2 foul, 21 total for KB. Rabbit gets it done. Ferraro, 003, 2 above 0, no good. Joe Crouch, 479 left side. Jack Ostrowski. Doria, Pennsylvania, 437 right side. Double 01 to a 22. Joe Crouch, your winner. Ostrowski, 22, take 4 to be 4th foul under. Had to take nothing. Crouch, 001, 2 above 1 for the win. Dennis Mead, Newark, Ohio, 448 left side. Johnny Bracket Racer, Johnny Ezel. Out of Louisiana, 461 right side. To a 15. Here comes Dennis Mead. Finish line. Give it to Dennis Mead. 008. 1 above 1 is Johnny Bracket Racer. 15. Take 14 to be 10 foul under. Had to take 4 or less. Mead 19 total, light in the wind light. Tristan Strauss, Newark, Ohio, 487 left side. Dustin Wirtz, Nampa, Idaho, 454 right side. Forward to 16. Ken Wirtz. Get around Strauss. He does. 004. Dead 9. 13 total. Strauss is locked out. 16. 1 above 5. No chance. Daniel Comer, North Carolina, 446 heads-up race with Sean Langdon out of Danville, Indiana. They're separated by 2 foul. Here, wow, Winlight, Langdon, 16, take 10, goes 1 above 8. Comer, 3 above 0, no good. Hunter Sells, Richfield, North Carolina, 509 on the left side. Max Mosier, Portland, Indiana, Mosier Engineering entry on a 470. Six to a 12. Finish line. Win light. Hunter Sells. 006, 2 above is Mosier. 12 and 4 above. Caitlin Krause, Orfield, Pennsylvania, 503 left side. Brian Kennedy, Odessa, Texas, 470 the right side. The American entry in the right, S&W left side. We are in round 2 of Dragsters of our APD. Thursday, 15K warm-up. Finish line, give it to Brian. 009, 1 above 2, 21 total. It's Caitlin, had a good shot there. She was 003, take 29 to be 11 foul under. Had to take 18 or less, no good. Brian Kennedy's around 3. Kyle Bigley. K-Money. Secaucus, New Jersey, 449 left side. Scott Albrecht, Jackson, Nebraska, 462. Oh boy, Kyle Bigley's 007 and 7th thou behind. Win light goes Bigley. 007 take 5 to be 1 above 2, 19 total. Scott Albrecht was absolutely perfect, but goes 2 above 4, no good. I don't know how your deal works, Alan. Do you give away donuts for 000 not winning? Okay, all right. So Scott Albrecht, if make you feel better, you can still come get donuts. So. That's right. Ease the sting of that round. Alan Reinhardt still have some donuts up here for you. Zach Sylvia, Parkersburg, West Virginia, 497 left side. Brent Martin, La Plata, Maryland, 465 on the right. Seven to a 17. These guys are lights out. Finish line, left side, 17, dead 0, taking 2 thou. Brent Martin is 007, 1 above 2, 19 total, and looking for the trailer. Rough. Trevor Deeks, London, Canada, 459 left side. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky, 470 on the right side. Identical reaction times, 11's a pair. Finish line, lighted up right side for Josh Baker. Double breakout, Baker under by 1 thou. Deeks under by 12 thou. So he had to get behind to have a chance there. Josh Baker to round 3. Jeff Serra, 455 left side. Jim Glenn, Ridgefield, Washington, 485 for Jim. Advantage, Jeff Serra. You can't give Jeff anything. Win light, Serra, 20. 2 above, 457 on the 455 as Jim Glenn had a shot. Tight little shot. He's 44 up front, takes 15 to be 13 thou under. Had to take 2 or less. Not easy to do against Jeff Serra. Dan Davies, White House, Ohio, 414 the dial for Dan. Todd Piper, St. George, Kansas, 465 the dial on the right side. Piper getting a half a second, going 465. 5 thou separate him. Here comes Dan Davies. And Davies, wow. That's not fair. Piper, 13, take 45 to be under by 37. Had to take 8 or less on Dan Davies, coming at you at 166, laying 21 total. 18 dead, 3 for Dan Davies. Kevin Poitras, Quebec, Canada, 446 left side. Larry Piper, Wamego, Kansas, 456 right side. separate them. Win light goes right side to Piper. 16-2 above as Poitras was 35, 1 above. 9 thou separate him at the finish line. Light it up for Larry Piper. Jamie Holston, Rural Retreat, Virginia. His wife Heather made us chocolate chip cookies at the racetrack last weekend in Bristol. Still forever grateful. It was her birthday and she made us cookies. So shout out Heather Holston wherever you are. You are the real MVP. Jamie down at 449. Gerard Hamlick, Hampton Bays, New York, 485, right side. Gerard. 12, dead 7, 19 total, taking 10. Holston, 007, 2 above, no good. Steve Law Chevy Buick, Boonville, Indiana. Or if you buy somewhere else, it won't be the tires you'll be kicking. 467, TG Pascal, McLeansville, North Carolina, 463 in the right. Pascal and Lowell, finish line, Lowell, 009, take 009. 23 total, Pascal, 11 and 2 above. No good. Brian Reisling Jr., Pickerington, Ohio, 486 the dial. Mia Tedesco, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right side. Miss Mia giving up 3/10. Well, not sure what happened to Brian there. Miss Mia, trip zip. Get her a bag of donuts. Goes 2/10 above. Brian was just dead late. Tom Dauber, Jeremy York, 10 to a 23, advantage York, win light York. 10 dead 4, 14 total, taken 9. Dauber, 23, ineligible, dead 0. Don Bukowitz, Greenville, New Jersey, 475 left side. Joe Barish, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 489 right side. Barish in full control. Winlight, Barish, 24. One above 6, taking 28. Don, late, and 5 thou under. Jordan Willis Parker, Plainwell, Michigan, 457 left side. Bill Rao, Amanda, Ohio, 483. Getting 26 hundredths from Jordan. Bill turns it red by 6 thou. Jordan Willis Parker gets away with one, 31 and 2 hundredths under. Jay Bolu, Quebec City, Canada, 472 left side. Brian Self, Atoka, Oklahoma, 431. So final call, Dragsters, round number 2. Final call, Dragsters, round number 2. We need you. Final call, Dragsters, round number 2. Side with the advantage, but no. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jay is 31, take 50 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 41 or less, and Brian Self's getting away with one. 70, dead 2. Race Kid, 469 left side, Boise, Idaho. Mike Crater, Bedford, Texas, 433. To a 2, Race Kid, 8 take 2 to be 2 thou under. Had to take nothing as Crater, 002, dead 6, 8 total for the win. Brian Merkel, Johnstown, Ohio, 499 in the left side. Jamie McBride, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 453. Separate them. Here comes Jamie. Win light goes to Brian Merkel. 16 dead 6, 22 total as Jamie McBride was 18 take 5 to be under by a thou. Had to take 4 or less. Telling you, rough crowd here today. Mike Rogers, Albany, New York. 49 489 left side, Joey Stojo, Irwin, Pennsylvania, 448. Stojo is 11 behind. Win light left side. Look at that. Mike Rogers, 9 total. Trip, zip, dead 9. There goes another bag of donuts. Stojo, 11, dead 9, 20 total, and 11th out behind. Rogers, trip, zip, dead 9. Billy Lieber, Tonawanda, New York, 451 to the left. Howard Michael, Newport, Michigan, 484 right side. .006 a pair. Finish line says Billy Lieber as Howard Michael. 006 take 4 to be 3 thou under. Had to take 1 or less as Billy Lieber is 7 total end to end. 6 dead 1. Tim Markaglu, Staten Island, New York, 445. Heads up race with Cameron Fredrickson. Riverview, Florida, the right side. To a 12. Here we go. Win light, Markaglu, 11 total. Fredrickson locked out, 12. Take 1 to be 2 thou under. Had no chance. Timmy Markaglu, 008 dead 3. Winner. Ben Priestor, Twinsburg, Ohio. 542 in the left side. Jake Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 466 on the right side. One to a 29, advantage Priester. Win light, no. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ben is going to be upset. 1 take 42 to be 9 thou under. Had to take 33 or less. Clayton, 29 dead 5, 34 total for the win. That's going to bring up Dominic Lasalento Jr. and Art Chofie. Chofie out of Campbell, Ohio on a 465. We'll make this my last pair, and we'll let Alan Reinhardt slide back in here. And I'll go get ready for round 3. So we'll take Chofie and Lasalento down. Chofie giving up 2,500s to Dominic over on the left side. Away, green and greener. Win light, left side to Lasalento. 29 dead 4 as Chofie was late. 1 above 8. No good for Art. So I'm going to pass it on as we bring up Jason Lynch and Chris Whitfield. I'll bring back in Alan Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Riggins, sir. Go light another wind light. Steve mentioned it's Jason, it's Chris. Rolling at you now as we continue on with round number 2 of the dragsters, and we do need K&N Pro 48 back into the lanes. On the green. Wind light's going to come on for Whitfield. He was holding 4, takes 002, 65 on a 63 for the win, 78 on a 76. Not good enough for Jason Lynch. Leaving the 4th out behind, crossing the finish line 2th out behind. That's locked out. And Marty Martin now on the left side, Tommy Cable on the right. As we continue rolling along, not a whole lot of handicap here, about 15 if I'm doing the math right. And I'm pretty sure I can count to 15. It's 8, 9, 10, 1 teen, 2 teen, 3 teen, 14, 15, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Last time starting separation was 4, this time starting separation was 5, but it goes the other way. The car that left second got there first. Marty Martin gets there first by 1. Thou, dead on 1 for the win. Gable goes dead on 7. Had a 10 reaction time, goes dead 7. 17 thousandths, but left the door open. And Marty Martin by 1,000th of a second sneaks through. Marty had 2 thou to play with. And that was all he needed. Chris Wallen in the dragster now on the left side, and Connor Dickerson in the right. Take your time, boys. I need Jeopardy music. I thought I was kidding about the Jeopardy music. Now we're ready to go. Chris Wallen took all that time to stage and then couldn't wait another 11 thousandths of a second to turn loose. 473 for the win for Connor, who missed the tree. But you don't have to hit it when your opponent is red. And that's exactly what happened. Chris Wallen goes 0-11 on the wrong side. Connor Dickerson runs dead on 1 and we'll go on. Now it's Richard Briscoe in the left lane and Eric Bowman in the right. Difference here is not quite a bulb. With the left lane going first, at least the left lane better go first. Looking at the math on the handicap head start, if the right lane goes first, somebody really in trouble. Really in trouble. Well, they both left a little bit early. Briscoe left a little bit less early. He goes minus 011. Bowman goes minus 19. Both drivers leaving early. The lesser 2 gets the nod, and that's going to be Briscoe. Saved by True Start. In the old world, Briscoe loses that race. Chris Bear, Brian Falk. Got our K&N Pro cars rolling in there, please. K&N Pro, lanes 5 and 6. Round number 3, K&N Pro, come on down. Won't be long after that. We're going to be turning right back around because not a whole lot of those guys left. Advantage at this end goes to the left lane. Advantage to that end, same thing. 006 take 005, and Brian Folk couldn't get inside that. Dead on 9 wasn't enough to get him there. Finished behind by 0.005 of a second. 006. Chris Barron then backed up to snug him. At 005, McKenna Brown driving her Dragster mobile, a yellow and black. Flying the colors of our sponsor this weekend at the Jeg Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries and Nathaniel Herdman. Over here on the right side, chassis welded together at Danny Nelson's place. Difference in dial shows me the right lane. Gonna get the green first. But McKenna's not going to have to wait long. Just 2,300, so about a half a bulb. Told you McKenna wouldn't have to wait long. Told you. And McKenna's going to turn on the wind light. 457 on the 56. Getting there first by 0.004 of a second. Hernan missed the tree. He left 2.5 on behind. Got there 4 thou behind, and he broke out even though he wasn't getting there. McKenna safe. By 17 thou at 142 miles an hour. Tyler Rudolph on the left side. Bill Krug on the right. Difference this time 22, and that is also about a half a bulb-ish. Ease on in there, Tyler. There we go. Away on the green, Rudolph at 009. Bill Krug just flat missed it. He had no shot at winning the race. Runs under by 3, getting there second. Tyler Rudolph goes on 009.59. Gave away another bag of donuts. The race now is on to see. Do I have enough donuts to get through the day? Or if I run out of donuts before you guys run out of perfect lights. Remember, tomorrow, trip zip and a wind light get you better than donuts. I mean, I don't know, better than donuts, but probably more cash value than donuts. Donnie Burleson, 016, dead zero. Tristan Strauss, 017, got there first by less than a thou and broke out by a thou. Come on. Donnie Burleson leaves first by 1 thou, runs dead zero to lock Tristan out. And Tristan got there first by 0.008. 8/10 thou at the stripe. Tristan breaks out. Burleson dead zero. And that dead zero was going to get him in the drawing. It works today and tomorrow, every dead on zero. Win or lose, an APD carburetor up for grabs. And it'll be a random draw between everybody throws an egg on the scoreboard. And that is going to be a large list, a very large list. Mark Kidd on the left side, Skylar B on the right. Skylar way on the green, so does Kidd. Skylar goes 005, taking 009, 506 for the win. Mark Kidd runs dead on 4 with an 023 light, wasn't getting there. Not happening. Skylar taking care of business. Chris Stein on the left side. Bailey Ferraro on the right. Chris, one of the quicker cars, 416. 4.6, that is hustling down to the 8th mile. I mean, hustling. Bailey's in at 443. Let's get our K&N Pro cars. K&N Pro, lanes 5 and 6. We need you, please. K&N Pro lanes 5 and 6 for round number 3. Your turn coming up soon. I need you in the lanes. .016 dead on 6. Now it was more than Chris Stein could handle. He runs 16.8 on a 16. That's dead 8, and he wasn't getting there. No way, no how, no chance. He was behind 17 on the reaction time. He was 2 thou further away from the dial. That makes the margin 0.19 at the finish line stripe. And Bailey Farrar coming back. Kyle Gibson and Johnny Brackett Racer in the right here and right now. Gibson out in New York over there on the left side. Tell you one thing I like about Johnny Ezel. Burn out, turn on the first bulb, man, let's get it on. Now they're in, set, and ready. Johnny, 011 on the bulb. 004 out front at the finish line, wins it, 59 on a 58. Kyle Gibson dialed at 4:33, ran 4:34.0, could not overcome the 0:22 reaction time. He's out for the win. 011 taking 004. Making it tough. Jamie Tupper in the left side, Carol McCarty in the right. I'm telling you, it's crazy. A strategy that makes you look like a genius one pair makes you look like an idiot the next. Situational, right? Situational. Looks like we got our last couple of dragsters here. Let's make this final call. Attention in the pits. Final call, K&N Pro, round 3. Final call, lanes 5 and 6. Need you in the lanes, please. Off and away on the green. Jamie, Carol, Jamie. Carol, 13,000. 008, dead on 5. Jamie had an 025 light. Wasn't nothing they could do with that. 463.7 on a 463 and no chance, 0 chance. Could not win the race. Kyle Bigley on the left side. Donovan Williams on the right side. You know, after last year in the shootout, I don't think these guys swapped Christmas cards, if you know what I'm saying. K-Money out of New Jersey. Donovan Williams out of Florida. Listen up in the pits. Double up door cars. Double up door cars. Come on down. We need your lanes now, please. Door cars that are still doubled up. First call to the staging lanes. Double up door cars. Come on down. Kyle in the left. Donovan in the right. Oh, shades of a year ago. I'm not going to stage, you stage. I'm not going to stage, you stage. Anybody got any popcorn? I think we got time to make some. You know, if you guys sit there 10 more minutes, it's going to be happy hour. I'm going to go get a beer. Everybody put your feet up. Donovan Williams blinked the bulb. Kyle Bigley goes in. Donovan goes in. Drivers get away on the green. Finish line. Gonna go Bigley's way on a double breakout. Donovan Williams, 011, and take 007. Bad choice. By 1,000th of a second, Kyle comes out on the right side of the math. He's 017 crossing second, wins the double breakout by a thou. Wasn't Johnny just 011 taking something for the win? Donovan Williams, 011, taking 007. That was the wrong call. So Bigley moves on, and we'll wait and see what happens if those two match up again later on in the weekend. Jordan Parker in the left side, Sean Langdon in the right side. Man, Langdon hot lapped that thing, didn't he? I asked him down in the staging lanes. I said, the Million next week. He said, yep. I said, Reading next week. I said, yep. I said, you can ask Connie for a weekend off. And he said, I've been trying to figure out how I can do that, but I don't think it'll work. I think you're right. I don't think that'll work. Getting away at this end, and Jordan's going to get the better of it at that end. 013 Dead on 2. Jordan Williams throws 15 in Sean Langdon's lap. Sean had an 024 light. No way. No chance. No how. Got there first by 3 thousandths. Broke out by more than 3 thousandths. Double up door cars. Double up door cars. Come on down. This is your call to the lanes, please. Double up door cars to the lanes. Gary Williams and Corey Galletti. Tick, tick, there we go. Gary gets in there. Williams, 002. Dead on 6. Game, set, and match. Corey Galletti's 11 on the tree. Got no chance to win. 11, dead 6. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you tomorrow. Marlon Goetz on the left side. Max Mosier on the right side. Tell you, it's brutal out here. Brutal. That's why it's fun. That's why it pays so well, because it's not easy. Somebody famous once said, this stuff ain't easy. Well, hopefully all my K&N Pro drivers are there, and hopefully all of my double-up door car drivers are rolling in. Right place, right time. These two separated by 1 thou, and the wind light's going to come on for Max Mosier, dead 2 at 142 miles an hour. Gates, 3 too quick, got there first by 2.5. Had a little window, and I mean a little window. Had 1 thou to play with, got there first by 2 hun. When you only got a 1 thou window, 2 hun is not going to work. And guess what? We just proved that again, it didn't work. Shane Carr and Ray Miller. This big matchup. We got a couple mops out on the starting line. A little quickie cleanup down there on the left side. We'll be right back at you. Double up door cars. Double up door cars. This is going to be your final call. Need you to lanes, please. Double up door cars. Come on up. We need to get you in the front so we can get the rest of them in behind you. Welcome, everybody. What a fun afternoon.
Larice Motorsports Insurance offers drag racers the broadest insurance policies in the industry. Larice Motorsports Insurance was created by racers for racers. Larice insures race cars on and off the track, trailers and equipment. Larice even pays racers contingencies at the Fling bracket races. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Larice Motorsports Insurance today.
ATI for the first of our triple 30s. Here at the JEG Summer Fling, presented by Optima Batteries. They'll get things mopped up over there on the left side, and we'll get right back after it. Shane Carr and Ray Ray. And just like that, they're mopped up, and look, we are, as advertised, right back after it. Sugar Shane, as he's known over there on the left side. Ray Ray, as he's known over here on the right side. 464, the number that Ray has chosen. 458, the number that Shane has chosen. The next-gen race car builder out of North Carolina against the guy who's sitting in his office right now. Hold my calls, please. I have an appointment with Mr. Miller. I should be free in 4.58 seconds. Red. Shane goes 9 thou too soon, and man, he was holding. Ray Miller goes 461, 149, had a 006 up on this end of the racetrack. Shane goes 9 too quick and then goes 451 against a 458 prediction. That is holding a ton. All right, door cars, we'll take all of you. Door cars, round 3, we will take you all, please. Come on down. For the Super Pro bracket. Hopefully all double ups are up front there. Let's get the rest of the door cars rolling in. Jim Glenn 002, Womp, times 2, 456. That's a winner, 142. 63 on a 63 for TC. 017 on the tree, put him behind, and that wouldn't make it work. Hey, listen up. If you still want to get a hat, t-shirt, a hoodie, now's the time. Now's the time. Last call for apparel in front of the staging lanes. They got tumblers. They got lots of fun stuff over there. If you want to grab something, go by and check them out. They're the tent right in front of the staging lane just before you turn right to go race. And this is going to be last call. They're going to shut her down for the day.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
So Vic Butler got pulled out for the solo, and then got told, hold on one second, you're going to run somebody, and then got told, nope, never mind, you've got the solo. Tried to give our other competitor a chance. I got it thought fixed up to the back of the staging lanes, and then apparently whatever the issue was still an issue. Hopefully they'll be able to get it straightened out today. Come back and race some more tomorrow. And the day after. And the day after. And apparently there's an issue down there with Vic's car. See, John Stoverman, our starter, just told him, hold up, hold up, hold up. Went over, took a look at something. And now he's going to go ahead and roll it on in. And Vic Butler looks like just going to idle on down on the solo. And he'll go back and get ready for the next round. All right, we got K&N Pros sitting in the staging lanes. They're going to be up next. Hopefully all of our door cars are here. Door cars for round number 3 of Super Pro. You should be here.
at different skill sets, different skill levels on where they're at. The goal on this, and I'll stay on here as long as you guys want, is to give you guys, no matter what skill set you're at, a foundation, just a couple of foundational points to build a foundation for you as a racer, regardless of what skill set you're at. And one foundation point, I'll call it, is keeping a very simple game plan. The simply, like a game, like Mike, it sounds like you don't hold too much. Maybe your game plan is, all right, I know I can cover my number. I'm probably going one under, let's just say. And I can relate to this because early 2000s at ACO, I ran a weekend like this, and it was real simple. I said to myself, if I can get to the stripe first, I'm going to get there by as little as I can. Because if I'm not going to get, if I see he's getting there, I'm just going to bail out 100th and a half. I wasn't holding much. I was killing a tree, and I did great. But even with all the tools I have in my toolbox, weapon, so to speak, that was the simple game plan I chose to use for that day, for that weekend. And I think if you can just simplify it more, and it sounds like you're kind of getting ahead of yourself as you're going down the track, and you're overcomplicating, and it's turned into second guessing. Just keep it really, really simple. Okay.
It really feels like if you can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win, because a lot of really good bracket racers show up, and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year, and I'm going up against the best of the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it because it's a great time. It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the spring fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go spring fling team.
All right. righty, looks like our Moto Major guys are zoomed in, courtesy of Strange, putting together the free weekend broadcast. Joel Young on the left side, Lucas Walker. Camaro off and running. How about the Mustang? Just hiking the front end out there ever so beautifully, setting it down, charging the stripe and taking the win. 007 take 004. That's a winner. 111 the speed. Joel Young is 10 on the tree and then 24 on the 23. That's not a bad lap. Not a bad lap. Puts together 25 total package, but it wasn't quite as good as the 21 put together by Lucas Walker. Ben Haight now and the Camaro on the left side. Hunter Wolf on the right, and that little S10. Handicap head start going to go to Hunter. He's predicting a 686. 628 comes up for Ben. The Camaro on the left side, so the pickup will be off and running. About that much out in front. And it went too much out in front. 18 thou, the number, red, the color. Ben Haight, the winner, 628. 105 miles an hour, 688. For Hunter Wolf at 98 miles an hour, but dropped the cherry. 18 thou. Tom Scrivignano in the S10. John Gary in the Mustang. John Gregory in the Mustang. Gregory out of Elyria, Ohio, a little north of here. This time both of them get away on a green. We're going to figure this one out down at the other end. Tom off and running in the S10, the Mustang. Ooh, that's going to hurt. Mustang gets the win. Dead on 4 for Gregory. 021 dead 4 for the win. Tom was 003. Got himself a big bite down at the stripe at 2.5 on him. Broke out by 2 thousandths of a second. Tom needed another 2 thou worth of brakes and he wins the race, but he didn't have it. John Gregory going to come back. Drew Butcher in the left side. Jason Ford in the right. Jason and DeVega are going to get a little bit of a head start. Not a whole lot of head start, but a little bit. And then we'll see if Drew did a good job with the prediction software. According to my calculations, we should be able to run 6.22. Well, your calculations were off a little bit. Jason Ford goes 024, dead 5. That's a winner. 032 for Butcher. 624. He tried to go down there and sit down. Didn't work. Dumped to a dead on. Ford 29 package. Drew had a 32 reaction time. Wasn't going to win the race. Shane Boney. Nick Hastings. .611 the prediction on the Pontiac. That's still the fastest T1000 I think I've ever seen. In the first place, where do you find it? In the second place, how do you come up with an idea for, okay, race car? Because look how aerodynamic it is. The good news is, I guess you don't need a very big trailer to haul around. Ain't that thing neat? I'm telling you, that thing's neat. 008 for Nick, taking 11th out the finish line stripe. That's going to be an easy winner. Pickup didn't have much there. And John Bailey, the Duster, he's going to be our solo run this round. We're getting down to it in K&N Pro. All right, John, you can still win a bag of donuts on a solo, you know. As long as JJ doesn't eat them all. Can't win a bag of donuts with no 17 reaction time. 701, 95 miles an hour. Dr. John predicted a 7 flat. And we'll re-rack up here and get ready to roll out with Super Pro. Starting with the door cars. As we get later into the rounds, trim them down, closer into the money.
Some people have an unextinguishable fire to compete, a fire that burns and ignites. The same fire inspires us. It pushes us to run an engine to the edge for just a few more horsepower. Fuel Factory is performance driven, built by racers for racers. We're focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast, we want to win, and we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory, built for speed.
Well, you know, it's the old story. You do well, you win a couple of races, and then right away, everybody's against you, everybody's your enemy. You know, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Watch carefully. These stock eliminator finals are always so close. And how about this? Sal Biondo takes the win. It's the 100th final for the Biondo family, and it's a winning one for Sal. Sal Biondo, Peter Biondo, many national event wins. Of course, brother Peter has won any number of sportsman championships. For the third time in the last 12 years here at Maple Grove, Peter Biondo, Sal Biondo both win their respective eliminators at the same national event.
Biondo Racing Products, a family-owned and operated business, now in the 35th year of racers, providing racers with over 50 years of racing experience and expertise. Please check us out at beyondoracing.com.
Rob Mosier on the left side, Bubba Browning on the right side. One of them is going to be the one first one. Whoa, hang on, Bubba. Now really hang on, Bubba. You turn on the red light, man. Don't wreck the car after that. Bubba turned loose and turned left. Substantially left, 509. After a 009 for Rob Mosier. Went at 133 miles an hour, 648 for Bubba, but I'm just glad that thing ended up coming back pointed this direction. Now it's Glenn Dilday. In left, Tommy Plott in the right. As we keep rolling on through, 1/10 of a second. Going to be the handicap head start going to Dilday. Good drag race. Dead zero for the win. 011 dead zero for Dilday. Taking 17. Tommy Plott was 016 on the tree. Had no chance. Locked out by the 11,000ths overall. And Dilday for that dead zero get his name thrown in the hat for the APD drawing. Come up after we figure out, well, how many names are in the hat. Gage Birch, Kenny Underwood. Coming at you, Gage in the Oldsmobile, Kenny then in the Camaro. Gage Bird's going to get the win. Comes down to a double breakout here. Kenny Underwood was 8 thou better on reaction time, but he took 10, and that put him on the wrong side of a double breakout math. Gage Birch for the win. 2 thou under versus 4 thou under. Steve Riggins, here comes the other microphone holders hanging out here today, driving the Maverick. Going to show everybody that he's more than just a one-trick pony. And John Coughlin, part of the Jegs family, trying to show everybody that this is Coughlin territory. Both drivers away on the green. John Coughlin takes the handicap head start. Riggins trying to push him out down there, and it ain't going to happen. 6 flat, 112 miles an hour with a 009 reaction time. And that makes the difference. Riggins goes 85 on an 84, but he left a little bit back here, and Steve Riggins will have the rest of the day off from driving the Maverick. As Tanner Williams and Troy Williams roll up. No relation, at least not that I know of. Tanner's out of Ohio. Troy's out of Florida. This one's decided on a red light start. Tanner Williams, James Bond on the tree at 007. Troy Williams for the win. T-Dub goes 564, 118 miles an hour. Williams 693 at 94, but that red light going to end his Thursday fling experience. Doug Kaiser in the Chevelle. Dan DeShawn in the Roadster. 608 to a 538 comes down to about 0.7 of a second if I'm doing the math right. I feel relatively confident that I'm doing the math right. I'm looking at that roadster. It looks like it's pointed to the left, doesn't it? There he goes. Now he's kind of easing it back over here a little. Oh, and Doug just rolls through and the car wouldn't stop. The roadster was pointed left and went left. Doug rolled in, 1 bulb, 2 bulb, and the car wouldn't stop, just kept on rolling, so he rolled down the racetrack before the tree was even activated. Easy win for Dan Deshawn, 540. Leon Robertson in left side, Tracy Sons in the right. As we go with the blue Mustang against the blue Camaro. And we are now trimming the fields down for real, and off they go. Glenn Robertson had the reaction, or had the handicap head start. The reaction time advantage went to Tracy at 002. Then Tracy slides by, 1 above the dial for the win, beats dead 5 by 0.08 of a second, crossing the finish line stripe. Jack Liggett now in the wagon, and Kevin Pollard in the non-wagon, also known as a Camaro. You know, every car in the world is either wagon or non-wagon. Every car in the world that is a non-wagon is not a Camaro, so that's, you know, pointed that out because I knew that was important information. Green, gone. 011 for Kevin. That was the better light. 532 for Kevin. That's 1 above the dial. 007 at the stripe for Kevin. That's a winner. Jack Liggett runs dead on 4. But it's 027. Had him in trouble early. Could not overcome it. Ken Atherton left side. Tim Wirtz in the right. The 41 Willies of Ken, dial 558. 516 for Tim Wirtz. Over here in the Corvette. Drivers away on the green. Both drivers in good shape at this end. Unfortunately for Tim Wirtz, he got himself too big a bite. Took 2.5 on, runs under by a foul. A foul on the breakout. Ken Atherton, 011 on the tree, 61 on a 58. And Tim's going to be kicking himself. Another foul with a brake pedal. And he wins the race. Dylan Biondo in the truck. Brian Suridu in the Camaro. 601 to a 637 with Camaro off and running first. Like I said, the Camaro off and running first. Dylan Biondo on the chase, and the truck going to be able to sneak the nose out in front. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Brian was 5 thou better on the reaction timer, stuck the nose out 1 thou at the finish line. Just like that. 638 for the win. 602 on a 601 for Biondo, and that wasn't going to be enough. Double-enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. All door cars. Hopefully you're there. All door cars, you should be there. Double-enter dragsters, lanes 1 and 2, please. Greg Brown on the left side. Peeps in the right side. Red light. Greg Brown by 013. He clocked out early. He had the automatic win to Pennington, 512 on a 512, had 1 thou to spare at 132 miles an hour. 25 on a 27 for Greg Brown. 13 on the tree. Game over. Robert Grosh in the left side, Carolyn McCarty in the right. Continue rocking our way on through. 008, womp, womp, womp. 603, one above the dial for Carolyn. That's a winner. 59 on a 58 for Robert, and that's not. Left a little bit back here, left a little bit down there. 200's margin, Carolyn making it happen. Brings up Mia Tedesco. Got some of those wacky taillights in the Camaro over there on the left side. And Scotty Taylor. And the Roadster over here on the right side. Bump, bump, bump. Me with the real Camaro. Scotty with the carbon copy Camaro. As in carbon fiber copy. Both of them get away on the green. This ought to be interesting as they close in down on the finish line stripe. Wow. Mia had 1 thou and takes 1 thou. They run identical to the index. Mia Tedesco holding 1 thou, taking 1 thou. That was the race. That was a crazy race. Indexically identical. 1 thou in reaction time, 1 thou out in front at the finish line. Dave Brackett. In the Dodge, Brian Folk in the Cavalier. Double entered dragsters. Come on down, please. Double entered dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Both drivers leave at 00. Sound like Brian Folk may have pedaled his out there in the middle. And Dave Braska goes 59. On a 59, dead 3. That's 7 thou. The package. Brian Folk had a 008 light. Wasn't going to win that one. 008 light and you're locked out. Getting mean out there. Matt Dattis. Nick Deshawn. We roll right on through here. 008 light and you're locked out. Man, these guys are playing for realsies. For realsies. Red light Matt by 1 thou. 540 on a 39 for Nick. 015 on the bulb. Didn't need nothing. Matt goes 1 thou red. Then goes 613, but the 1 thou red did him in. Roy Sound Dennis on the left side, Kelly Smith on the right. They keep coming and coming and coming. It's like they're building them back there in the staging lanes. Both drivers missed the tree, but Roy missed it a little less. And he's going to take the win. 28 on 28, running dead 6, taking 003. Kelly Smith goes dead 1 at 136 miles an hour. Couldn't get there. 022 looks like a hero on the tree. Right place, right time. Dead on beats dead on. With a little change to spare. Ron Basden in the left side. Bo Butner in the right. I guarantee even Bo thinks that Pontiac over there. Bo's a car guy. He probably walked over and went, man, what do you want for it? Because that's his Bo. That thing's cool. What do you want for it? I gotta get it home. I'll think of something. I'll think of something. 0003 RED for Ron. Bill goes 491 at 144 miles an hour. Had that one won just as soon as Don let go of the button too soon. And then goes 653 on the 652. As Ed Bigley rolls in the Firebird against Robert Holton. Robert Holton in the Mustang. Double-entered dragsters, last call. You should be up here at the front of the lanes. I'm not sure how many we've got left in there, but if you're double-entered in a dragster, you should be in the staging lanes. Drive that Mustang. Doesn't that thing look like fun? Like wheels up and away? Oh yeah, wheels up and away and a win. 10 on the tree, 27 on the track. That's going to make it happen. Ed Bigley goes 19 on the tree and 80 on the track. So Robert Holton took the 10 reaction time and just snugged it up down there, 008. Winner, 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 winner. Cameron Cardelis in the left side. Jake Comer in the right side. Jake and the Maverick out of New London, North Carolina. What's wrong with the old London? Was it just me, or did the truck look a little lazy when it left? I guess it was just me, because 003, 669, that's going to be a winner. Holding on by 9,000ths of a second. For some reason, it just looked a little lazy when it took off the starting line. Jacob Comer goes dead on 6, but he had an 032 reaction time. Could not overcome that. Even dead on 6. Kyle Bigley, we need you to staging lanes, please. Kyle Bigley, we need you to lanes. Steve Cisco. Steve's been jumping on some of my donuts this weekend. Justin Lothar. Camaro over here on the right side. And a red light start for Cisco by 1,000th of a second. Red light's on. Cisco's gone. Justin Lothar's going on. 587. 113. 645 on the 42 for Steve, but the red light's what he's going to remember about that is Garrett Griffith and Chuck Mendola. Pull their pickups up. Chuck's almost looked like the monster put a hand on top of it, right? Just, we're going to smush that down about 4 inches. Right, it's for wind resistance, definitely. Definitely for wind resistance. Garrett Griffith out 635, so the car in the left lane or the truck in the left lane is going to leave first. All right, we'll take all the dragsters for round number 3. Come on back. Dragsters, round 3. 15 to a 20 at this end. 002 at that end. Garrett Griffith for the win. He was holding 5 thou, taking 002. That's an unbeatable combination. Chuck Mendola couldn't get inside it. Both of them run 2 above the dial, but Garrett taking care of business on the starting line. Tom Ratakis in the Dakota, Edmund Richardson in the Camaro. Wouldn't it be something if Edmund was to win tonight in the car that his brother won in last night? If that's the case, I'm going to go down there and ask him if I can rent it for tomorrow. Just like Avis, right? $79 a day. Yeah, I'll take the damage waiver just in case. Red light start. Artagas turns it red 5,000, gives Edmund a free ride. 601, 106 miles an hour. That car does not move much, does it? 644 to 105. for Tom, but 005 red. I'm still flinching every time a rock hits the window up here. I'm wondering how many rocks can hit the window before the window hits the announcer. No, I don't want to start a pool on that. Who suggested that? All dragsters, come on down if you're still in competition. All my Super Pro cars to the lanes. Larry Hoke left, Steve Rohr's right. Steve gets a handicap head start. That's going to be the only thing that went right for him. Trip, zip, perfect. 586 for Larry. Larry got a bag of donuts coming. Steve runs one above the dial. That part was solid, but his 065 light, done. Forget it. Out of here. Larry, you got a bag of donuts coming for that perfect reaction time. Congratulations. Come grab one whenever you'd like. Lester Adkins left. Ryan Henry right. Couple of Camaros separated by a few years and 2 generations. The 2 Camaros leave almost as one. Dialed fairly tight together down there. 565. 119 for the win for Ryan Henry with a 009 reaction time. 81 on an 80 for Lester Atkins, but he had 28 up here. Couldn't overcome the 200 deficit. Joe Siegel on the left side, Matt Constable on the right. All righty, looks like our dragsters are all rolling in back there now. Chevy 2 out of Florida, Camaro out of Canada. Red light out of Canada. Wind light shines all the way to Florida. Matt Costabile is 004 red, and then of course dead on 3, just to make you feel even worse. John Siegel goes 13, 610. Something about having a race 1 before you moved. As Gage Birch and Kenny Underwood get set to go now. Gage on the left side, Kenny on the right side. Gage attacks the tree at 002 and then attacks the track at 607. It was too much for Kenny. Kenny had an 025 light. 3 above beats 2 above, but the 002 light carried the day for Gage. And he'll come back at least one more round. Couple of drivers in their teens. Tommy Plott, 13. Rob Mosier, 18. Tommy gets her first 009, wins it. 536 on a 535. 510 on a 509. Both drivers running 1 above, better light. And Tommy Plott made the right choice to finish line and gets the win. Pete Diagnolo Rolls in now in the orange machine, and Carolyn McCarty in the Rambler, and then we're going to go dragster style. So dragsters, if you are in the round and you are not in the lanes, you are in the wrong place because the dragsters are pulling up under the tunnel. And the first pair is actually in the water box. Last two door cars down on the green. Carolyn got the head start. Pete Diagnola got the better light. 5801, 113 for the win on the 78. 605 on the 602 for Carolyn. She's 3 back at the dial. He's 2 back at the dial, and he was also better on the reaction time. Kevin Brandon left, Ray Miller right. Getting into some pretty serious stuff here. Brandon out of South Carolina, Miller out of North Carolina. So I guess Miller's closer to home, right? Because in North Carolina a little bit closer to Ohio than South Carolina? I mean, a little? Just a little? One foul apart in reaction time at this end of the racetrack and really playing the womp game down there. But the win light's going to come on for Kevin Brandon. Takes a stripe by 008 and wins at 53 on a 51. 67 on a 64 for Ray Ray. He's back at the dial at 143 miles an hour, and Kevin Brandon sneaks the nose in. 008. Jordan Willis Parker in the left, Corey Galletti in the right. Galletti rolling in here out of Tomball, Texas. He's predicting a 451, so there's going to be a slight, and I do mean slight, 0.06 of a second head start. Goes to Jordan over there on the left side of the racetrack. Both drivers get away 00. Corey Galletta is going to win at 003 and 452 on the 451. Willis got there first by 15 thousandths of a second. That was a little too much. Needed to get there first by 009. He goes 006, breaks out 006. Corey Galletta for the win. Marty Martin now rolls up in the left side. Dustin Wirtz, his opponent over here on the right. Difference in dial, 0.06 of a second. Isn't that right what we were dealing with last time? Dustin Wirtz going to be off the starting mark first, and he is. Marty. Chase. No catch. 454 on a 454. Goes 0-10, dead 5. Marty Martin was 24 and locked out. Couldn't do anything about it. Goes dead 8 with no chance to get there. Jeff Serra left, Skylar B in the right. A little bit more of a handicap this time. We're talking a full bulb, 455 to a 505. A full bulb with the right lane off and running first, and then Jeff Serra going to be hustling down there trying to catch Skylar. Nope. Red light left side, win light right side. Skylar 504, 134 the speed with an 011 bulb. 449 for Jeff Serra. Jeff Serra goes 1 thou red, and then he was holding about 6. 6 is a pretty big hold. In an 8-mile drag race, Kyle Bigley on the left side and Johnny Ezel. So Kyle made it up here and got a little matched up with Johnny Bracket Racer. Johnny Ezel again. I'm telling you, I like that. Burn out, back up, turn on the top bulb. Like, not playing games, not wasting time. Stage them up and let's race. Head start to Ezel by 1/10 of a second. 00 light to Ezel. Win light, Ezel. 460 on the 459. Put a 003 up front. Kyle Bigley was 21 on the tree. Got there first by a thou, but he wasn't going to win the race. And the only way he could get there first by a thou was to run too quick by 3 thousandths of a second. Johnny rolls on. Will Holloman in the left side. Gerald Hamlin in the right. Neither driver in any particular hurry to pre-stage. Now they both go find the first bulb at about the same time. Gerald dives right in. Hamlin looked like he backed out. Tick, tick, tick. No. Hamlin went on the trans brake and the car came backwards. Will going to roll on down the boulevard with a free ride. 468, 156 miles an hour. Hamlick went in and staged. Hallman went in, and then it looked like when Hamlick went on the brake, the car rolled backwards. Bottom bulb went out. He tried to reset and get back in there, jumped through. Cost him the race. Will. Numbers don't matter when you're driving in the other lane. Backs out and then leaves before the tree. Vic Butler and Brian Canati. As we roll in here with a couple of mono strutters. Man, Brian moved that thing over pretty substantially back there in the last 2 feet, didn't he? Vic Butler in the left, Brian in the right. Vic's going to leave first. 21 the difference in dial. With the left lane. Getting a head start. And the left lane getting a head start. I don't know what happened down there, but Butler's car sounded like it quit. 511, 133. Brian goes 482. At 122, he was actually behind on the lead, but Vic's car just quit down there. So Brian rolled up on him, took his foot off the gas to stay on the safe side. Stayed on the safe side. Steve Law on the left, Max Mosier in the right. This is going to be pretty darn close to heads up. 200ths of a second. Difference in prediction, 200ths of a second is about the amount of time it takes to blink your eyes. So don't blink. Max Mosier left last, got there first. He's 13 on the bulb, dead 2. Taking 004. 007 on the bulb with Steve Law, but he couldn't run the number. Predicted a 68, ran a 69. And that won't get it done. 19th thou around here is leaving the door wide open. And Max Mosier took full advantage, winning by 4 thousandths of a second. Dennis Mead in the left, Larry Piper in the right. Piper rolled in, looked like he double bulbed accidentally, wanted to back up and give that another swing. Now we're both back in the normal routine. Handicap head start's going to be 900ths of a second. Right lane leaving first. And the wind light comes on the left side. Dennis Mead, 447 on the 48. He's under by 3 thou. 56 on the 57 for Larry. He's under by 5 thou. Do the math out to the little bitty numbers. 2 thousandths of a second. Dennis Mead for the win. Larry Piper's 004, but he made a mistake. Too big a bite at the stripe. Breaks out more and let Dennis Mead right back in a race that he could have locked him out of. Tyler Rudolph in the left side. Jake Clayton in the right. All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Jay Clayton, 009 for the win, 466, 10 overall. Tyler goes 023, had no chance to win the race. 59 on a 58. Pro, come on back. K&N Pro 48, 6 cars left. You are on a ladder. And because we're going to have 3 coming back, best winning reaction time. Going to get a free ride to the final round. Walker, you're going to run Haight. Hastings, you're going to run Ford. Bailey, you're going to run Gregory. That's the way we're going to match you up. And best winning reaction time with 3 cars left. We'll take a free ride into the final. McKenna Brown on the left side. Donnie Bolson on the right. But K&N Filters, pro bracket, 6 cars left. Bring them to the lanes. McKenna Brown is 004 taking 003. And she looks like such a friendly, innocent young lady. That's brutal. That's like beating a guy over the head with a pipe. 004 taking 003, dead on 6. You know what Donnie Burleson had for that? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Maybe undying admiration. Tim Marklew on the left side, Jim Glenn on the right. As we rock our way on through. Jim Glenn by a thou. Turns it red. Timmy Marklew 002. 444 winner. Glenn red a thou. 474 at 145 miles an hour. Joe Crouch and Sean Langdon. Crouch at the end of the burnout appears to have lost fire as our starting line team is going to go out there and check on him. Hey bro, you okay? You need anything? Out of gas? Want me to call AAA? Well, looks like Joe's able to get his car started back up. That's good news. And it'll back up. That's good news. But is it healthy? I guess we're all going to find that out together. – Well, we'll see as Joe rolls that thing forward. He's dialed in at 479. Langdon at 445. To the left lane. Going to leave first. And then the guy that's been a champion at everything he's ever done in drag racing is going to try to chase him. Well, it's like this. Joe Crouch, after having problems backing up, trip, zip, perfect, taking fourth thou. Sean Langdon goes 008. Thanks for coming. See you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening. 008 and one above, no chance. Joe, trip, zip, taking fourth thou. Joe, you got a bag of donuts coming. Come get your donuts. Get them while they're, well, I was going to say hot, but they're not really hot. Get them while they're room temperature. Get them while we still got them. Billy Lieber on the left side, Mia Tedesco on the right. I guarantee you Langdon's going to look at that time slip and go, come on, man, really? After all that? Perfect? Perfect? Billy Lieber taking care of business here. He goes 007 on this end of the racetrack, 453 on that end of the racetrack. Mia Tedesco goes 57 on a 56, which was solid, but 044 light was not. So Billy Lieber going to roll on back into the next round. K&N Pro, final call. Final call, I need the 6 of you, please. K&N Pro, I need 6 of you. Walker, you're going to race Hastings, you're going to race Ford. Bailey, you're going to race Gregory. Best winning reaction time. Go straight to the final round. Comes Dom Silento and Jeremy York. Gage Birch. We need you, Gage. Jeremy York's got an 014 light, and he was in charge with an 014 light. 450 for the win, 145. Dom goes 490 on a 489, but he missed the bulb at 043. Jeremy 014 taking 12, looks perfect. A couple minutes ago, 008 was out of the race. Now 012 is like flexing muscles. Richard Briscoe on the left side, Connor Dickerson in the right. 16 the difference in dial here with the head start going to the left lane. Gage Birch. Gage, come on down. You are the lone double door car. We'd like to get you up at the front of the line, please, and then we'll call the rest of them in right behind you. So, Gage, you get a personal invitation. The rest of them get a cattle call. Mr. Birch, I would like to personally invite you to the front of the staging lanes, please, for the next round of competition. Connor Dickerson goes 006 on the tree and then 474 on the track. And that's interesting. The door was open that much. I mean, that much. Dickerson put together 20 total package. Briscoe had a 19 reaction time. He gets there by 005 to break out. If he gets there by 001, Connor almost let him sneak back in. Hunter Sells on the left side, Joe Barish on the right. And the hits just keep on coming. Hunter, dial in 511. That reminds me, I need to go shopping. Oh, 511 tactical gear, I love this stuff. Love this stuff. Barish goes 010, one above the dial, and makes that work. That's a 25 total. Hunter had a 23 light, so same thing. He had a couple of thou to play with. Couple of thou. He got there first by 008, broke out by 006. Trying to sneak through a small window. Sometimes you make it. Sometimes you don't. Dan Davies in the left side, Mike Rader on the right. Continue rolling on through. 414 for Dan. Fast car, really fast car. Pro Charger hanging off the side of it. All right, let's get the rest of our door cars, please. Next round of Pro door cars. Pro door cars, come on down. Attention in the pits. Pro door cars, all of you, come on down. Don't know what happened to Mike. He was supposed to leave first. His reaction time started with a 6. You can probably figure out what happened after that. Dan Davies, I guarantee you, even Dan was going, isn't he supposed to be out in front of me? He eased back onto the throttle. Stay safe and win. Zach Sylvia left, Brian Self right. Interesting seeing Brian Self in a race car. I think the last time I actually saw Brian Self drive something, he was in a pro stock truck. He's been doing like cylinder head, manifold, engine work for a number of years. Door cars for round number 4. Come on down. Zach in the left, Brian in the right. Right place, right time. 23 to 27 on the tree, advantage Self. Dead 2 to 1 above on the track, advantage Self. Brian Self for the win. Brian's got an 023 light and was still able to lock Zach Sylvia out mathematically. Sometimes a 009 light and you're locked out mathematically. Crazy. Ridiculous. Goofy. Brian Merkel and Bailey Ferraro. Brian in the left, Bailey in the right. All door cars for the next round of Super Pro. To the lanes, please. All door cars to the lanes. Reaction to Brian Merkel by 200. He takes 16th out at the stripe. Runs 5 flat on the 499, 445 on the 444 for Bailey. Both of them one over with change, 16th thou at this end. Brian Merkel making it happen. Shane Carr left, Chris Whitfield right. Whitfield off and away, Carr on the chase. Whitfield with the win light. This one comes down to a double breakout. Separated by 4, thou on reaction time, advantage Carr. He got there first by 007. And on the double breakout, came out on the wrong side of it. He's under by 13. Chris Whitfield is under by 10. You can do that math, right? Whitfield for the win. Leave second, cross second, win the double breakout. Jim Glenn and Josh Baker coming at you now. $15, that's the difference. In the dials with Josh Baker. See in the tree first. Actually, they both see the top bulb at the same time. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Win light 4702, Josh Baker left second, but he got there dead 2. Couple that together was 22 light, and Jim Glenn who misread goes 16 here, which gave him the advantage, but then he takes 17 thou and runs under by 9. Needed to back up a little bit more. Another one where a good set of brakes wins you the race. Marty Martin left, Carol McCarty right. Did Glenn ever come up and get his donuts? I don't remember seeing him. Remember, today's the last day for the Donuts for Donuts. Tomorrow they got other special awards. You will not be disappointed. Separated by 2 thou at this end, separated by 3 thou at that end. Marty Martin runs dead 4 for the win. Carol McCarty runs dead 5, not good enough. Carol is 2 thou behind at this end and 1 thou further back of the dial. 029. Dead 4 for the win. Jordan Willis, Parker left, Ray Miller right. As our double up cars were hustled back around and got at the end. Oh, you got a trash can junkie down there. Red. 006 red for Ray, 456 for the win. And for Jordan, 151 miles an hour, 030 bulb, didn't matter once the red light came on. Kyle Bigley in the left, G-Dub in the right. Looks like we got the last pair, we got a solo, and then we're gonna be ready. Semifinals. K&N Pro Bracket. Kyle Bigley smacks the tree at 005, takes 12 down at the other end, and 449 is going to get the win. G-Dub runs dead on 4, but he had 024 reaction time, could not overcome that. Kyle Bigley taking care of business. Wouldn't that Bachman turn and overdrive used to take care of business? Mike Rogers is going to be the final car in category, and then we're going to do a little touch-up on the racetrack. We've got our semifinals. For the K&N Pro bracket back there, we should have all door cars. Quarterfinals. Quarterfinals, that's what I meant, 6 cars. We're racing our way into the semifinals. Rogers on a solo. You can win donuts on a solo run, you know. You can. Not with a minus 006 you can, but Mike Rogers will go back and he'll get ready to come back in the next round. All righty, we're going to have a couple of minutes. We're going to go out there and touch up the old racetrack.
I want to start with the evolution of bracket racing from the time I got into it and what I know about it throughout the decades. You can see in the 1980s across to 2021, that chart is going to be related to the total package. We're right now where the package is a lot tighter because of the better technology, the racing schools, the racers sharing information, and the 8th mile. Start with the 1980s, and you can't have a racing school and talk about the history of drag racing without talking about these two guys. Edmund and Scotty Richardson. I bring them up because they totally dominated the 1980s and 1990s, and I'm going to explain how they did it and the impact it had on our sport. So the way they did it back then, it was quarter mile. The technology wasn't what it is today. The reaction times weren't where they are today, and these guys exploited it. Man, did they just absolutely dominate. So the way they did it was make sure they could run at least 2 under the number, and they would just cross first. It was as simple as that. It worked so good, as a matter of fact, and when I relate this to big buck bracket racing, when we got to the 2000s, this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next, because everybody said, how the heck do we beat these guys?
Law Chevrolet Buick in Boonville, Indiana is a family-owned sales and service center proudly serving the tri-state area for over 10 years. Racing has always been in their blood, and over the past few years, they've been blessed with the opportunity to serve hundreds of racers from all across the country. All of the crew at Law Chevrolet Buick would like to thank each and every racer for the opportunity to do business. Remember, if you buy a vehicle anywhere else, it's not the tires you'll be kicking.
All right, here we are, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the Moser Spring Fling Million. It's first round, we're at the ET Shack, and here's another edition of Terminator Tips. So a common theme, a common situation that I see and have people ask me is, why do these guys hold so much? There's a certain, mostly the traveling pros they call them, that will hold 4 to 5 numbers, 2 to 3 numbers. And why do they do that? Well, some would say it's so they can drive the finish line. But one of the main reasons they do it is to show you, if you're in the other lane, a totally different look. Usually it's getting close down there. When you race one of them, they have you covered up early. So guess what? They want you to say, oh, I'm screwed, and get you in a negative mindset and maybe a knee-jerk reaction, and they'll try to take you out of your game and dump early, and that's how they get more room down there. They're getting you to do something that you weren't strategizing to do, so you end up going, let's say, 3 off the dial. So my main point here is, when these guys have you covered up, keep your mental game strong and just execute like you were going to. If you're not holding, you don't need to do much. If you're holding to spot drop, you spot drop, but don't do anything different just because they're showing you a different look.
Racers serving up the very best parts. That's what Mazir Enterprises is all about. Since our first product introduction in the 1980s, we have been in the relentless pursuit of excellence on the track and off, with a mission to produce the very best parts. Problem-solving parts for your high-performance vehicle. No matter if it's chassis and fabrication, water pump and cooling system, starters and the accompanying electrical, or full billet flex plates you're after, look to Mazir for the best solutions.
Dragsters, we need you please. Dragsters, we need you please. Round number 4, Dragsters, we need you please. All Dragsters, round number 4, we need you please. So here we go. Round 4, K&N Pro 48. Quarterfinals, John Bailey, Oberlin, Ohio. 701 left side, John Gregory, Elyria, Ohio. 595 right side. Giving up the head start. Hello stage, here we go. 17 red for John Bailey. John Gregory is 10 up front. Goes 594, 8 on the 595. John Bailey, 2 above, 703 on the 701 after the red light start. Ben Height, Road, New York, 628 left side. Lucas Walker, Murray, Kentucky. 88 Mustang on a 593. Trip Zip doing 006. Lucas is 6 and 6 behind. Ben, Trip, Zip, dead, 0, absolutely perfect run. Here in the K&N Pro 48, if you're going to be Lucas Walker and be 6 and 4th out under, you want your opponent to make a perfect run. Wow, and he does. Ben, absolutely perfect. Trip, Zip, dead, 0. So there's your bye to the final. No need to think about it. No need tiebreakers, nothing. Ben Heidel, we go into the final of the K&N Pro 48. Perfect run at 6. Jason Ford, this is a matchup. Jason Ford, Beaver Creek, Ohio, 648 left side. Nick Hastings, 611 the dial right side. Separated advantage, Hastings. Win light says Hastings. 13, take 15 to be one above 225 total. Ford was 25 on the starting line, had to go dead 0, does not, goes one above. So Nick Hastings moves on to the semifinals. That was a tough round of K&N Pro 48. So let's see now what we've got here, round 4. Door cars. Kicking it off with Gage Birch and Dan Deshawn. Birch out of Palmetto, Florida. 93 Oldsmobile on a 604. Deshawn, the Deshawn transmission. 27 Ford Roadster out of Logansport, Indiana on a 540. So there's a $1,000 bonus in the K&N Pro 48 today. So the winner of that's going to get $1,000. And roll on. So Deshawn giving up 6,400s. Set in the right lane. He'll watch Gage Birch take off and have to go chase. Birch has been lights out. Deshawn thinks there's no better time than to end his run right here. Oh boy, Deshawn 27 and 27 behind. Finish line. Gage Birch 10 total. Trip Zip 1 above 0 for the win. Deshawn 27 and 16 thou under and a thou behind at the finish line. Gage Birch, Trip Zip, take 1. Nasty. Bo Butner, Clarksville, Indiana. 491 left side. Tracy Sons, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 69 Camaro, 573 right side. No, nothing for that today. You got to do it during the 30K. Larice Motorsport Insurance has a perfect run bonus during the Friday through Sunday program. They get $3,000 if they're a Larice policyholder. 3,000 separate them. Win light. Give it to Butner. 20. Take 1. To be dead 8. 28 totals. Tracy Sons 23 dead 6. No good. 12-10 thou. Margin of victory goes to Bo Butner. Ken Atherton Jr. Constantine, Michigan. 558 left side of the Willies. Brian Cerruti. Nixos, Ohio. 67 Camaro on a 637. time red. Cerruti, 13 and 2 above. Not sure what Ken did there, but did not go so well. Glenn Dilday, Sibley, Missouri, 544 left side. Tommy Plott, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 536 right side. 800's head start goes to Dilday in the left. Wow, 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 wow. Absolutely perfect on both sides of the Christmas tree. Both of them go dead 3. Win light goes to Glenn Dilday, left side by 8, 10, foul. So Plott and Dilday, trip, zip, dead 3. Here in round 4, nasty. So 8-10 foul, margin of victory. Going to the 4th digit. Going to Dilday. John Siegel, 6'10", left side. CD Racing, Mickey Thompson Tire, FTI transmission machine on 6'10". John Coughlin in trouble. Win light, Siegel, 11 and 2 above. Coughlin misses the tree, no good. So Coughlin under by 11 foul, getting there last by 3 fouls. Siegel moving on. Cameron Cardulis, Newark, Ohio, 667 left side. Robert Holton, Moncks Corner, South Carolina. On a 523, that hard charging Mustang. Oh man, 9 for Cardulis, 1 red for Holton. Holton, 524 in the losing effort. Cardulis, quadruple 6s in the left side after being 9 up front. Wow, Cardulis goes 666 to the 6, taking 6 foul, well 6.6 foul. Wow, that's crazy. Troy Williams, Bradenton, Florida. T-Rock, 565 the dial. Caroline McCarty, Hazelhurst, Georgia, 68 Rambler wagon. McCarty Auto Parts entry on a 603. To a 10, advantage T-Rock, win light McCarty. 10 dead, 4 for Caroline. Take an 11 foul. Williams, 5 to get behind. 11 foul, no good. Garrett Griffith, Alexandria, Kentucky, 635 left side. Justin Lowther, Sunbury, Ohio, 587 the dial. 4800's head start going to Garrett Griffith. G-Man leaving first. G-Man takes 200s with him. Should be, could be. It is. Garrett Griffith, 20. 2 above 7, taking 16. Justin, 44. 1 above 9, no good. Dave Braskett, 99 Sonoma left side, 659 the dial. KP, Kevin Pollard, McGaysville, Virginia. 530 the dial for Pollard. 15 to a 16. This one's going to be close. Win lies says Kevin Pollard. 15, take 3 to go 1 above 1, 26 total. Braskett 16, 1 above 3, no good. Roy St. Dennis turns at 9th out red. Edmund Richardson, 16. 1 above 9. Moving on, St. Dennis, 1 above 2 after being 9 red, no good. Pete Dagnolo, Rochester, New York, left side, the Malibu on a 578. Nick Deshawn, 69 Camaro on a 540. Forward 15, Deshawn with the advantage. Finish line, chalking up for Pete Dagnolo. As Deshawn, 4 take 21 to be 13 thou under. Dagnolo under by 3 thou and gets the win. Mia Tesco, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 584 left side. Rob Mosier, Portland, Indiana. Mosier Engineering Roadster on a 509. Mosier's on the wrong side of this one, 7 to a 26. Miss Mia. She is 22 total, locks out Mosier, 26, 14 thou under, taking 10, no good. Gage Birch, Palmetto, Florida, up again with his second entry, 604 the dial. Ryan Henry, Homer City, Pennsylvania, 565 the dial. I believe Gage Birch is our last remaining double entry, I believe. Waiting for independent confirmation. Marco says yes, yes, smartest thing you've said all day, that's correct. So Ryan Henry would like to bring Gage back with the rest of the field down to 1 entry. Gage would like to continue with 2. Because, well, it's more fun with 2. It's more better. Well, he'll continue at 2, I believe, unless something goes incredibly crazy here. Gage Birch, 007, 3 above, taking 31. Ryan Henry misses it. 60, and 1 above 0, no good. Larry Houck the second, Thorntonville, Ohio, 582 left side. Peeps Pennington, 512 the dial right side. And Laura in the next room. Yeah, she's back. Man. She got a camera, she got 14 laptops, she got cords. She is ready. She is prepared for anything. I didn't prepare that much for Y2K. She's like, I don't remember that. Youngsters. So Houck getting 7/10s from Peeps Pennington. Halk turns at 9th out red. Peeps, 19. Goes one above 4, 33 total. Pennington to round 5. Halk, under, and red. Kevin Brandon, Corey Galletti, Rabbit with the advantage, 5 to a 19, finish line, Rabbit. 5 dead 5, 10 total, taken 10. Galletti 19 dead 1 on the outside looking in. Brannon to round 5. Tim Markaglu, Staten Island, New York, 445 in the left. Max Mosier, Portland, Indiana, 469 right side. So Mosier getting 1400s from Tim Markaglu. $445 to a $469. Markaglu, no stranger to deep runs here at Fling events. Max Mosier would like to make a run of his own. Line, Markaglu, 14 dead 1, 15 total, Max locked out 27, and a foul under, getting there last, no good. Markaglu to round 5. Jordan Willis Parker, Plainwell, Michigan, 457 left side. Dustin Wirtz, 454 right side. K&N Pro 48 semifinals. We'll take you to the lanes, please. K&N Pro 48 semifinalists. We need you to the lanes this time, please. So Willis Parker and Wirtz ready to settle it. One goes around 5, one finds the trailer. 7:22. It looks like Wirtz should stick around and does. 007 dead 0. 7 total for the win. Jordan 22 dead 5. No good. McKenna Brown, the Jags.com entry, left side. Boca Raton, Florida, $4.55. Brian Self, Atoka, Oklahoma, on a $4.31. McKenna Brown, she should have and does have. One take a whole lot. As Self, 6 above, no good. McKenna, moving on. Billy Lieber, Tonawanda, New York, 451 left side. Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana, the 15 diamond entry. $4.48, giving up 300. York with 7th out in his pocket. Win light, Jeremy York. 11 dead 5 had Lieber locked out. Lieber takes 2, but under by 4, had no chance. Jeremy York to round 5. Marty Martin, La Plata, Maryland, left side on a 447. Skylar B, Red Key, Indiana. 5:05 for Skylar. So again, K&M Pro 48, if you're not here, we need the semifinalists now, please. Well, Skylar's in full control. Skylar's not going to be happy with that run, but he's going to be happy the wind light's on. Skylar let go 38. And he had Marty doubled up. He goes 1 above 6, taking 28. So Skylar can chalk it up and go, hey, you got to have one every once in a while. Let's go. See, all right, that's it. No more shaking. That's it, Sean. He won. It was good. Doubled him up. If only it was that easy all the time, we'd take it. Brian Merkel, Johnstown, Ohio, 498 left side. Brian Kennedy, Odessa, Texas, 471 the dial right side. Have you seen this before? Kennedy, 4, dead 2, 6 total, taking 10 thou. Merkel, 3, 1 above 3, 16 total, and just riding along. No chance. Mike Rogers, Albany, New York, 490 the dial. Joe Barish, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on a 489. Barish gonna give up 100th. Hopes to make it all up here on the starting line and make the other end easier. And he does, and more. This should be real easy for Barish. It is. 18, take 18. To go 1 above 3, 31 total. Rogers swinging a miss, 53 and 4th thou under. Kyle Bigley, Secaucus, New Jersey, 449 left side. Johnny Izzo out of the great state of Louisiana on a 459. All right, Gage Birch, I would like to extend a special invitation to you to come to the staging lanes by yourself. Since you're the only double left, we'd like to get you here before we call everybody else. So, Gage Birch, I extend a special invitation to you to come to the lanes for round number 5. So, Bigley and Ezel. A 10th, separate him in dial-ins. I'll venture to say that won't be 100 separate him in reaction times, but we'll see. Well, we are not, I mean, it's only Thursday. We're not in that big of a rush. I mean, JJ is, but that's right. Yeah. Reinhardt's ready for happy hour, and these two are, well, here we go. Ezel's in. Oh, we're flicker. Oh, 3 to 13. I was right. 100 separate them. Finish line. Win. Oh, Bigley said flicker that. 3 dead, 1 for Bigley. 4 total. He's locked out, 13 and 7th out under, getting there last. Dan Davies, White House, Ohio. Mr. Diamond Race Cars, 413 left side. Jake Clayton, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 465 right side. We'll take the rest of our door cars. Round number 5, door cars. Round number 5 will take you, please. Dan Davies with the advantage. Dan Davies with the win light. 16 total. Ouch. 4 take 3 for Dan Davies at 167. Clayton, 18 dead 2, no good. Dan Davies, round 5. Will Holloman, Pine Level, North Carolina, 468 left side. Chris Whitfield, Highlands Ranch, Colorado, 463 on the right. And Whitfield turns it a foul red. Holloman turns it 1 foul green. Holloman 1, 3 foul under. Whitfield 1 red, 9 foul under. Dennis Mead, Newark, Ohio, 448 left side. Connor Dickerson, White House, Tennessee, 473 on the right side. Nick Hastings, we need you, please. Nick Hastings, we need you, please. We are short. Nick Hastings, we need you, please. Oh boy. Nobody's going to run home and tell anybody, but somebody has to win. Left side, 45, 2 above for the win, as Connor Dickerson was 42 and should have sealed the deal. Take 33 to be 3 foul under. Had to take 30 or less. Perfect. All right. Joe Crouch, Elkview, West Virginia, 480 on the left side. Josh Baker, Lancaster, Kentucky, 469 right side. Hey, racers, from this point forward, everybody has to have a working taillight. Taillights, 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 and taillights. Everybody has to have one. We have to be able to keep track of you. So the track lights are on, and it's getting dim enough out there tonight. We want taillights the rest of the day. So everyone must have a working taillight from this point on. 22 or 37, advantage Josh Baker. He don't mess these up. Win light Baker, 22 dead 1. Joe Crouch, 37, take 8 to be 22 thou under, no chance. Josh Baker to round number 5. So, I see him looking this way. I think he's ready to jump back in. That's right, round's over, so I gotta go. I gotta go get Jake some food anyway. So he's in need.
I'm Chad Fergan from Brookings, South Dakota. I'm driving a 1959 Corvette. I bought it my senior year in high school as a project car. It was an old B-gas altered, and been playing with it ever since. It's actually a pretty basic 454, but with a blower on it. So in about 2000, right around 2000, I took this car to my friend Bill Barrett, and he put a whole new brand new chassis underneath it. Tube chassis, strut front end. Redid the whole thing. We made it a roadster. Then we had Rick Coonert paint it. Just it was a bunch of friends helping me out, doing stuff that they like to do. The main reason I should say, other than the fling, the reason we came out here is to hang around next weekend because my son Cole works on the Scrapper Stop Fuel car. This is my very first fling event, and this is great. It's crazy fun.
Mike Eames brought it up to Peter and I and said, we give away these coins at our racetrack that we used to, run, and they're a really cool token that people seem to love. So he said, can you think of anything like how to give one away? So Peter and I just started brainstorming, and, we like the idea of it being something that had to do with a perfect light, like the perfect coin. So we went back and forth with all these names, and me and Lela and Peter sat down, and we were like three-way chatting, and we put down like a couple names and stuff, and we were like shooting them back and forth to each other, and we finally settled on 000 Hero coin, and we're calling it the KS 000 Hero coin. So any racer who is 000 with a win light, they receive a coin. And I don't know which is better, the coin or the $50 that goes with it, but people seem to really like the coin, and in fact some don't even come and collect their $50, and they just are really, really, the coin is really special and it's really cool. So I have one here. We ended up putting Kyle's face on the front of it, which is really neat. We worked with this great company that really kind of did a really great job memorializing his face in this coin. And then the back says perfect 000 winner at the Flings. And then the bottom says let's roll, because that was Kyle's tagline. And anyone who is lucky enough to know Kyle knows that he's just all about good times, let's roll, let's do it. So it's a really cool coin that just adds a little fun to the event.
And when you go trip, zip, dead zero, you pretty much lock that down. Pretty much lock that down. Looks like our pro door car driver's getting suited up and strapped in. Dragsters, come on back. Super Pro Dragsters. To the lanes, please. And then there were three. Nick Hastings and Little Square Pontiac. John Gregory in the Fox Body Mustang. The winner will run Mr. Perfect. It's almost a shame that we don't have the best losing package awards today, because I got to believe Trip, Zip, Dead 3 for the loss would probably garner that. I was going to say try to do that again tomorrow, but maybe try don't do that again tomorrow. That's probably better. 3 cars. About to figure out who's going to come back and run Mr. Perfect in the final round for the K&N Pro 48 cash and trophy. Both drivers away on the green. Nick Hastings on the left side. John Gregory on the right side. Finish line stripe. Give it to Gregory. Left second. He got there first. I don't know what happened to Nick, but his car is a mile back of the dial, only 690. Had the reaction time. Car didn't run the numbers, so John Gregory eased back off the throttle and takes the win, 606 at 105 miles an hour. So Ben Haight got himself a time slip that's going to be framed. Going to come back after a practice run, take 1 hit for cash and glory. Hits the tree at 15 and shuts her down early. Dragsters, come on down. Super Pro Dragsters to the lanes, please. Gage Birch still doubled up. And the little white Oldsmobile. As we're getting closer and closer to the cash, and he's hoping to make more and more of it. In a perfect world, you run yourself in the final round, which ain't easy to do. Brian Sear doing the Camaro. Going to try to relegate Gage to 1. But there have been a lot of guys that have tried that so far today, and Gage continues to be unrelegated. .637 the prediction for Brian, so the Camaro's going to leave first. Hastings needs a tow at the top end. I guess that explains why the car slowed down. If you are with Mr. Hastings, or you just have a soft spot in your heart for people with broken race cars, Mr. Hastings is at the top end and is in need of assistance. Bring a strap. Both drivers away on the green. Brian in the right, Gage in the left. Gage trying to stay alive twice, and he's going to stay alive twice, at least for now. As Brian slows way down there, 1 thou apart in reaction time. But Brian backs up almost a full 1/10 of a second. That just left the door wide open for Gage to go 607 on the 604. Call that a winner. Bo Butner on the left side, Carolyn McCarty in the right. How about that Rambler wagon that has been sending them home all day long? Don't take this wrong, Bo, because you know your carbon copy Corvette is kind of cool, but the Rambler wagon, way more cool. Way more cool. Not even close. I mean, sorry, but not even close. Bumping their way in sizable handicap here. We're talking about 1.13 seconds. That's a pretty sizable handicap. That's Carolyn way down there. Here comes Bo Butner closing the gap just like that. 008 dead 1, game over. Carolyn goes dead 5, but had an 017 reaction time and could not overcome that. Bo certainly was not taking the Rambler lightly. Throws a 9-pack on the board and We'll be back. John Siegel on the left side, Kevin Pollard in the right. 0.8 of a second difference in dial here with John Siegel taking off first for MT Tires and FTI. Kevin Pollard, a little help from the House of Pain and the folks at Hoosier over here on the right side. Both of them get away on the green. Only one of them is going to get a green on the scoreboard. Kevin Pollard goes 009 dead 9. Oh, that's cute. John Siegel goes 005 dead 2. 009 dead 9. And guess what? Either one of those 9s, we were locked out. As John Siegel throws up a 7-pack. I'll tell you, tomorrow when we start handing out those best losing package, you're gonna have to really earn your keep to win one of those. Pete Diagnolo and Peeps Pennington. Preston Pennington rolling in the Roadster. Diagnolo in the Boo. Left lane going to go first. Both drivers leave early. Pennington gets the win light. 006 early, beats 0012 early. So Peeps lost the race to the red light to Diagnolo. Pete then ran a little too quick. Peeps ran dead on 5. But that race was decided down here, courtesy of True Start. Cameron Crudulis in the truck, Edmund Richardson. Trying to do tonight what his brother did last night. Final call for dragsters. You should be in the lanes, please. Final call for dragsters. You should be here. This time both drivers get away on the green. Cameron first. Edmund chasing, and he ain't going to catch. 668 on the 667. 100 miles an hour for Cameron. He tagged the tree at 001, then ran one above the dial. Edmund Richardson locked out with an 018. 602 at 109, hoping for the breakout that wasn't coming. So Cameron will advance. Mia Tedesco roll around the corner for the Fuel Factory at Mosier Engineering in her Camaro. And Garrett Griffith, the S10 out of Alexandria. Half of a second, 0.500 to handicap head start. Garrett's going to get the tree first. Mia has to catch him. Getting down to it now. Car count getting smaller, turnaround getting quicker. Pressure getting higher, money getting bigger. Everything about this is fun. No, that's not fun. Mia Tedesco almost had to have the wrong number in the box way too soon, and then, of course, dead 3. Garrett goes 007, 633, but he had the win when that red light came on. And I got to believe that was some bad mouth in the box down there to be that far on the wrong side of the tree. Our dragster driver's getting suited up and ready to come rolling out now. But first, Dilday. Going to see if he can slow down Gage Birch. Gage has turned on the most wind lights today, no question about it. And still trying to come back with a swing at 2 more. He will be back one way or the other, but will he be back once or will he be back twice? Handicap this time, 0.6 of a second. And Gage, who was chasing, if I recall moments ago, going to be the chasee now. What was it? The Buford Justice said, may I say as the chaser that you the damnedest chasee, or no, pursued. May I say as the pursuer that you be the damnedest pursuee that I ever pursued. Ah, yes. Smokey and the Bandit, the second highest grossing film of 1977. Dragster's at the ready line. Let's see if Glenn can do what no man has been able to do today. And that is light a wind light on your side of the racetrack when Gage Birch is on the other side of the racetrack. Remember, racers, track lights on, tail lights on. This friendly reminder brought to you by Pete Biondo and the Summer Fling. Both drivers get away on the green. Gage is out there. Here comes Dilday. And Dilday failed as well. 19 for Gage Birch and then threw an egg at him. Dilday had 4th thou on the reaction timer, then runs 1 above. And Gage added his name again, I think it was already there, into the drawing for the APD carburetor. You run dead 0, you get your name in the hat. You run dead 0 3 times, I think you get your name in the hat 3 times. But Gage is still doubled up now as we go into dragsters. Kevin Brandon on the left side. And Skylar B on the right. .505 to a 451 makes it more than a bulb. Bulb 04 if you want to get technical. Skylar gets a head start. Brandon on the chase. Brandon not going to catch. 009, dead on 1 for Skylar. 017 for Brandon. Game over, no matter what he did after that. No matter what. $17 on the tree locked out. Don't feel bad. We had 009 locked out. Don't feel bad. We had a 3-pack that lost. Tim Markaloo. And the left side, Dustin Wirtz. I know, that doesn't make you feel any better, does it? I made a bonehead move driving a stock eliminator car one time. I got back to the pits, and the guy that owned the car said, if it makes you feel any better, we've all done that. I said, it doesn't make me feel any better. Anybody that does that's an idiot, and I just did it, so I'm stupid. Not a lot of handicap coming at you right here. Dustin on the right side, Tim on the left side. Wind light comes on for Dustin. He was behind at the lead, but in front at the finish. Dead on 2 for the win. at 153, 447.0. Tim Markley was at 007, had some advantage, but he runs 2 back of the dial at 447, and that left too much room. Dustin sneaks through by 0.005 of a second for the W. Kyle Bigley now on the left side, and Joe Barsh in the right. We are ready for the K&N Pro Final, please. Pro Final. We're ready for you. Come on back. And I guess as long as we're at it, Gage, whenever you're ready, your parking space is reserved at the front of the staging lanes. It's nice to have a reserved parking lot, isn't it? Or a reserved parking spot. I mean, so I've heard. Better on the tree, Bigley. Getting too much at the stripe, Bigley. Breaking out, Bigley. Joe Barsh, and he's going to get the win. He goes 0-11, 491 on the 489. That is not a mistake Kyle makes very often. But he took almost 400s at the stripe and ran under. 47 on a 49. Will Holloman in the left side. Brian Kennedy in the right. K&N Pro Finalists, come on down. And Gage Birch, whenever you're ready. Come on down. Very gentle in the staging procedure. 300s is all there is. Difference in dial up there on this end of the racetrack. Red light. Kennedy jumped the gun by 025. Red light's on. Brian's gone. Will goes on. 467 on the 467. Brian goes 484 off the throttle. Because the last thing you want to do after going red is run dead zero to make yourself feel even worse. Now it's Dennis Mead on the left side, Jeremy York on the right. Jeremy York leaves second, cross second, win the race. 022 on the tree to Dennis Mead's 011, but Dennis got himself a fairly good chunk down there. He takes 22, ran 49.4 against the 50. That's 6th out too quick. 48 on 48 with an 022 bolt for Jeremy York. Got away with it. But they're not going to write that on the trophy. Dan Davies, Josh Baker. Rolling in right here and right now. Dan's got the fastest car here. 4:14 down there on the board, so Josh Baker going to take a 54 head start. Dan with that side slung Pro Charger. I still think that looks like the car should just fall over. Off and running. Here comes the intimidation factor. Can't get there. Can't get there. 008. Dead 3. Game over. Dan Davies runs dead 2 with a 16 bulb. Nice try. 008 dead 3 for the win, Josh. 7th out in front at the finish line. And McKenna Brown's got the solo. Been knocking them down here with the yellow and black. Our title sponsor this weekend is the Jegs Summer Fling. He's going to take the solo here. Gage Birch. We have a spot for you at the front of the lanes. And K&N Pro Final. We have a spot for you guys at the front of the lanes. hits the tree at 10 and hits the scoreboard, 453 at 152 miles an hour. All righty, we've reached the portion of the evening. And as soon as we get Gage rolling in here, we'll run the rest of the door cars in right behind them. All right, Gage is here, so let's get the rest of the door cars, please. Super Pro door cars, come on down.
Hello, everybody. Hello, racers and race fans. We are at the Summer Fling in Columbus, Ohio. We're about to kick off our third annual event here. I'm sitting here with Alan Reinhardt, and this is going to be another session of practice tree personalities. And Alan, you're the personality this time.
Right on. Well, I'm glad I finally got the opportunity. I don't know how many of you people know this. I worked the first ever fling, and then I got put on probation for 14 years, and I finally, I got a chance to come back. I hope I don't screw this up.
That's his version. My version is he took a break to go to the bathroom, and I never saw him again.
Well, you weren't there when I came back.
So, Alan, if you don't know Alan well, you don't follow NHRA, he is one of the lead announcers at NHRA. He's been doing this a long time. He's clearly one of the best at it. We're very fortunate to have him here at this event, particularly because we have a $100,000 All-Star Shootout tomorrow that he's going to be calling the shots. So yeah, he worked the first one. He's back for the All-Star Shootout, and he'll be back all weekend. We're excited to have you here.
I'm looking forward to it. We had a lot of fun at the first one, and unfortunately, the schedule didn't align and things that happened over the time. And then you found Nate, and Nate's so good that you didn't need me anymore. And so, but since he wasn't available this weekend, I was in the neighborhood. I'm really happy to be here. We had a lot of fun the first time, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun again.
Absolutely. It's going to be great to work with you again. So let's get to the practice tree personality part. The personality part's done. Now we hit the practice tree. So basically, if you have never seen a practice tree personality bit, we usually call a racer up, we do a little talking, and then we go on a practice tree. If the racer beats me to 3 or 5, whatever we have it set for, we give him a free t-shirt or a free hat. Alan doesn't care about a t-shirt or hat. What'd you say you wanted if you beat me?
If I win, I mean when I win, not if. When I win, you will add my beer tab to the weekend to the pay that you're already giving me, which will, in essence, double my salary.
It's going to increase it like 50% at least.
Pretty considerable, yeah. Everybody that knows me knows that I like to have a cold beer at the end of the day, and then another one, and then maybe one after that.
Well, it didn't take me long to figure that out, because I said, let's go in the practice tree room, and we're going to do this thing. He goes, what'd you call it? Your competitive?
My competitive edge.
It's a competitive edge. There it is.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
I'm ready. How embarrassing is this going to be when you lose?
Well, that's the whole thing. You have nothing to lose.
6-time world champion in NHRA, plus the $10 billion he's won bracket racing. Me, I once went to second round at a foot brake event.
Yeah, you have nothing to lose, and I have everything to lose.
Exactly.
If he beats me, like they say, he shuts me out. He has the mic the whole weekend. That's going to be...
I don't think I'm going to shut him out. Come on, let's hit it.
All right, let's do it. First to 5.
All right. Yes!
He's got 1.
That's 1. And that's 1.
All right, I got to take him a little more serious. I thought he was just an announcer, so I kind of padded the box a little bit. Do you guys see what's going on here? He's 1 and 2. Oh, 001 and 002.
Yeah, 003. Sorry about your bad luck. You know, the one thing I remember from my first fling race is the number of times that I was announcing and said, look, 003 left second. Kind of like he just did.
That's what I'm feeling right now.
Yeah. Oh. All right.
2 to 1. At least I didn't get shut out.
Time to back it up a little bit.
You're gonna leave the box?
Yep. I'm gonna back up my thumb 4th out. Come on! How do you win the tie?
Well, Biondo makes this box. So.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Goes to the next digit, Brockmeyer. All right.
Mine's a Porta-Tree. It would have turned on my light.
I will say, this guy's got me a little. He's got my head a little bit.
I can't believe I lost a 001 tie. Come on, really? All right, I'm in trouble now.
You want to? No, it's not. You want to put maybe a little in? Or?
Yeah, I'll put 2 in.
When was the last time you raced?
The last time I raced was when Leo Glassbrenner ruined my day 5 years ago in a stock eliminator car.
And whose was it?
Tommy Gaynors.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not too rusty.
Yeah, well, it was a stalker, so I was foot braking it. But
maybe you should be in top Dragster because you're pretty damn good off the top.
Yes.
Dude, this is a battle.
You thought it was going to be?
I've yet to lose one. I'm telling you right now, I've yet to lose one off. I haven't lost a practice street personality off the top yet.
Just so you know, if I'm lying, you tell him I'm lying. He said, I'll go ahead and give you a 2 head start because that'll just make it fair.
I'll admit it. I had no idea what I was up against here. What is it, 3-3?
3-2. You get the 2.
No, I think it's 3-3. You got the first 2. And you got that. It's 3-3.
We'll find out here in a second.
Show, yeah. What's the score? Oh boy, I'm against the ropes. So my first time I ever lose one of these practice street personalities off the top is going to be to Alan Reinhardt.
Don't worry, I doubt that anybody will hear about it the rest of the weekend.
Yeah. I can't wait to pull up your average after this.
Oh.
4-4, baby. I'm safe.
Beat you to the red light. That's disappointing. You know, if I was still sitting here on this button, I would have won.
I'm not even putting any in because you're...
For 1, for 001, what would you put in?
I'm going to put 1 in now just because you said that.
He's going to lose 004 to 003.
Okay, here we go. This is the final round, 4-4.
Oh, come on.
Holy moly, that was close.
I can't believe I was 15.
Hold on, let's see the spread there. So this is the stats. His average was a damn 002. You should, dude, hang up the announcer hat, get in a race car. You could make a lot more money, I think.
And I lost a tie at 001.
Your best was 006 red, my best. Your worst was 15, which you weren't even close to 15. Every other one was like mid to low 00.
Right.
And you had, all right. Yo, dude, I got to admit I'm impressed.
I lost a 001 tie. A 001 tie.
Biondo box.
If we'd have been on a porta tree, I'd kick his ass.
Well, I'm never playing you again, so that's it.
Water box. John Gregory left, Ben Haight right. Ben, who put up the perfect run about an hour or so ago, and then got a free ride to the final because of it. For those of you watching on Motor Mania TV, how many had how many had bet that Pete would get me 5-zip when we did that? I still can't believe I lost the 1-1 tie. Turns out a Biondo box has got a sensor on the button that reads Pete's thumbprint and gives him the ties. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. For the trophy, handicap head start is going to Ben over here on the right side. The Camaro off and running. Here comes the Mustang. Red light. John Gregory turns on the red bulb. Ben was perfect again. And then 1 thou under at the other end. Ben just came within 1,000th of a second of making his second perfect run in 3 trips. Trip zip perfect. Come get your donuts again. And then 6:25 for the win. Didn't matter once the red light came on for Gregory. And then, of course, he runs dead on 9. Crazy. Crazy. The racing we've seen today. In Pro and Super Pro. All right, that's going to take care of Pro. Super Pro drivers back in the staging lanes. They are getting their final adjustments made. Dragsters, let's go ahead and head this way if you haven't already yet. Super Pro Dragsters, come on down. But congratulations, Ben Haight. Perfect run, couple of perfect lights, and a really good run. Through the K&N Pro 48 field. And John Gregory, knowing what he's up against, just squeezed a little too tight. You know, I was watching that K&N commercial. Those of you that are following along on Motor Mania. Have you seen the one where the chipmunk says, K&N, the world's best ever? Have you guys seen that one? It's a fun little fact of when you drink in a bar someday. Guess who did the voice of the squirrel? Me. No kidding. Which will now start everybody saying, well, we always knew Reinhardt was a squirrel. No, it's funny. They had like 2 or 3 people that came in and tried out for the deal, and I do the voiceover for their other stuff, and they said, can you do a squirrel? And I said, sure. And so they used me so they didn't have to pay somebody else to do it because they were already paying me. Steve Williams, a bright guy. Gage Birch. And Peeps. All right, Mr. Pennington, your mission, whether you like it or not, try to pull off what so far today has been the impossible feat. Turn a wind light on your side when Gage Birch is on the other side. Many have tried. All have failed. .604 is the number for Gage, 512 for Pennington. Gage so far is just kind of having one of them days, you know? You ever just get in the zone? Deep breath as they both roll forward. Pennington finds the first bulb. Gage right there. They both stage at almost the exact same instant. They both leave green. Gage gets the head start. Pennington on the chase. Can't catch him. 0-12, one above for Gage. Pennington is 0-16, one above. Gage comes out on the good side of the mat, 12 thousandths of a second. He'll come back around and do it at least one more time. And after that, he'll hope to come around and do it 2 more times. Garrett Griffith on the left side, John Siegel on the right. 6'11 to a 6'35, the difference in the numbers on the window. That makes 0-24. The head start going to Garrett. Pickup bumps in, ready to go. About a half a bulb out front, then John Siegel will turn loose that really sweet little Chevy too. One more time, both of them away on a green. John trying to get in front of Garrett. Garrett trying to hold off John. Look for the green light. It says John left last, got there first. 6'12 on a 6'11 for the win, 109 miles an hour. Garrett was 009, which was solid, but 638, which wasn't enough. 3 on back of the dial, and John Siegel with an 014 light and one above. Sneaks it in there by a margin of 0-1-2. Racers really appreciate everybody's cooperation. I mean, we're certainly, not going to go to the whip tonight, but when you do get the win light, just as expeditiously as you possibly can, go back, take care of what you need to do, and head right back up this direction because we will be ready by the time you get here.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Order online and use promo code FLING23 for discount.
They got a little energy to burn off. Send them over there. They got the obstacle course, got the bounce house. How could you go wrong with an obstacle course and a bounce house? I know, I couldn't think of a way either.
And as our great friend Kyle Seipel would say as he looks down upon us,
operative.
This is what's known as an adjustment for broadcast television. And now a word from our sponsor. Those of you that are watching on Motor Mania, you just missed Pete whining about how bad I scared him in the practice tree tournament, which you guys all just saw a few minutes ago.
Pull a spade, Alan was way better than I expected.
And I lost a 001 tie. I feel like the guy who lost the 3-pack to 3-pack, half an hour ago. It's like, what did I do to lose that race? Well. I scared him. That was worthwhile. How about Gage back already? I don't know what the award is for the quickest turnaround coming back when you're still doubled up, but Gage needs to win that, whatever it is. I don't know, like a Rice Krispie treat or something. Just got a notice that I need to update my billing on my Amazon Prime account from somebody with a Gmail address. And you are correct. I don't have an Amazon Prime account. I should write back and ask them if it's okay if I use an iTunes card. Cameron lives in Newark, which is just a couple of miles down the street. Figures he's defending his home turf. And when I say home turf, when he's not racing, he'll spend a lot of time standing out there on the starting line. He actually works here for the racetrack. No kidding. Hits the tree at 011. Got a 667 on the window just for funsies. 665. At 102 miles an hour. And here comes Gage Birch. Today, Gage has been Superman. Unbeaten, untied, and unscored upon. About to find out if Bo Butner is in possession of any kryptonite. Gage is going to keep on keeping on. Handicap is going to go to Gage. Better than a second. I get 1.12 if I'm counting right on my fingers. Pretty sizable deficit. Also means Bo's going to be closing in a hurry. Gage is off and running. Bo is closing in a hurry. Guess what? Ain't going to catch him. 605 on the 604. Bo missed the tree. Dead on 8. Couldn't save him. Gage Birch still in 2 as we roll back around. And the dragster matchup start with McKenna Brown on the left side and Dustin Wirtz on the right. Dialed, almost heads up. A hundo between the two. Watch the starting line closely. If the yellow and black car moves first, that puts McKenna in the driver's seat. Dustin should move first, but it should be all but imperceptible if they both hit the tree the way they're planning to. One from Idaho, one from Florida. Meeting in Columbus. Trying to race a little deeper into the night. McKenna did move first, and McKenna's going to win it. 017, dead on 8. Dustin was a little late on the tree, and even though he ran under by almost 200s, he still got there second. McKenna gets the advantage, takes 004, runs a dead 8. The yellow and black comes back again. Skylar B now on the left side, and Joe Barish on the right. A little bit bigger difference in dial this time. 1700ths of a second, the difference in the predictions. Joe Barish, come get some donuts. Trip, zip, perfect, 489. Trip, zip, taking 12th thou. Scott was 036, locked out. No chance, no way, no how. Got their second and broke out. Josh Baker, Jeremy York. Enter and sign in, please. 468 to a 448. I make that 2/10. Can't miss. You cannot miss. Josh Baker just proved that point again. Jeremy York, 005. Took that starting line advantage all the way down to the finish line. Wins it at 449 and 149. Will Holloman will take the solo run. And that'll be the end of this round. You know, I think I may actually run out of donuts. 15 for Will. 67.5 on a 67 for Will. Just like that.
So let's talk reaction times. A lot of times people will ask me, what do you set up for? You got some guys that just say, I set up for a 9 or a 10, no matter what. I have a little bit different philosophy. Depending on the round, so for instance, first round, and I battle this with Marco Perovalaris all the time. He sets up super aggressive, and I always preach aggression, first of all. I think everyone could use to be a little more aggressive and a little less afraid of the red light. Secondly, first round, you only have one or two laps under your belt. You can't set up 005 because you don't know, you really don't know your window yet. And also your opponent only had 1 or 2 runs. So the chances they're going to be low 00 is also not a good chance. So first round, I tend to pad the box a little bit, and because I don't have much data to go by. So let's just say if I'm 005 and 009 on my time runs, I'm definitely not going to take any out. I'll probably add 2,000 or 3 thousandths in to cover that. Now, when you get into later rounds, it's a different story. You start gathering data, you start getting more confident, you start seeing what your window is, and on those, so basically first round, I'm more like a 10-12 setup guy. Later rounds, I'm not afraid to set up 005, and if I'm really killing it, I'm not even afraid to set up 003 or 004 in certain situations. Now, light conditions. How do light conditions play into all of this? The best I could explain is, from my experience, the quickest part of the day is going to be dusk or morning before the sun really comes up, gets high in the sky. The slowest part of the day is going to be when it's really bright and sunny and dark. So, but with incandescent bulbs back in the day, you'd have to move maybe 15 thou, 200 sometimes, especially depending on the sun. With the LED bulbs, you really shouldn't be overthinking that. You don't have to do much to the box because day to night, sun to no sun, it's pretty consistent. The only thing I'd say is what I see nighttime, if anything, people need to be more aggressive. They seem to slow up a little bit at night, and that's somewhat dependent on the light conditions at the race they're at.
All right, so we'll take our 5 remaining door cars. Gage Birch, you will have the wait and see buy with your A019 entry. So our 5 remaining door cars will take you, please. Gage Birch, A019, your wait and see buy.
All right, we are back in the tower here at Galat. I'm joined by Will Holloman. We brought him up here. We just want to say hi. So everybody wants to get interviewed. We thought we didn't want to leave you out, right? No, it's not what we brought you up here for. We've been a great few days of racing. It's been packed around some weather and these things, and we have our Todd's Extreme Paint MVP award. And so for the last few days, we've been looking at Blaine Parrish and Robert Holton and Will. And today it kind of separated a little bit for us. We're saying, man, Robert Holton and Will, we're both going deep. They're still going rounds. They're doing their thing. And so then Robert goes out, and we start looking. We start digging deeper. And then we look at the winnings. And Will, you had a pretty good week. You've turned on a lot of win lights this week. You turned on, I think we said 24 win lights in 3 days. Robert had turned on 18 win lights in 2 days. And so it was tough. But then you go deeper than that. And, man, they didn't make it very easy on you this week. You had a lot of double O lights. You had a lot of close finishes. So when it all came down to it and we award the MVP award, we say not only, who wins the most rounds, that's important, obviously, but it's what you're doing beyond that. When you're turning win lights on or you're not turning win lights on, you're involved in a lot of good races. That's what separates the great drivers from the really good drivers. Because there's no bad drivers here. So I'm up here and I want to present the Todd's Extreme Paint. It'll be $1,000 and a custom painted helmet from Todd's Extreme Paint, and we're going to award the MVP award to Mr. Will Holloman. Congratulations. And I'm going to so Will, I kind of summed up a little bit, but it's your turn, bud. We're going to turn it over to you. Just kind of, I'll hold the check or something. You can hold the mic and just kind of let us break down your week for us. Let us know what your experience has been here at Galop.
Just a typical week. Found double O early. I think my 2 time runs I was 1 and 4, and just one of those deals. I didn't touch it from there. I let it ride all week. Every time I don't get to race here much, even though I live close, but when I do come race here, they don't welcome me back real well. I mean, they beat me pretty good, even when I make good runs. So bringing the Fling in brings in another tier of racers. So I just stayed set up, absolutely nothing, and tried to take as little as possible. But it's cool because my teammate Chris Bear won MVP at Columbus at the Summer Fling last year, so it's pretty cool to do it myself.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, you described it well, and that's not the only successes you had. You won the warm-up race. You found yourself running off for the Brodix Heads. You had a lot of good things happen for you this week, and it's been fun to watch. It made it exciting. It seems like you have one person that kind of runs away with it during the course of a week, and this week it made it very interesting. But at the end of the day, Will, you earned it. You deserve it. And we're proud to present to you the Todd's Extreme Paint MVP Award for the Strange Spring Fling here at Galop, presented by Optima Battery. So congratulations, Will. Thanks so much for racing with us, and continued success down the road.
Yep. Thank you.
What do you think of the color scheme on that there helmet?
Carolina blue, just like God intended.
All right. Good interview there from Galop with Will Holloman. We come out of our little break. So again, I want to say thank you to all the folks out in the Motormania chat bleachers who have went through APD Thursday with us. We are getting down towards the end. $15,000 still to be given away. And then we start out tomorrow with the first of our triple 30s. Tomorrow will be ATI Performance Products. $30,000 Friday. So if you enjoyed racing for 15 today, you'll enjoy racing for double tomorrow. If you did enjoy racing for 15 so much today, then well, tomorrow's a better day. It's a new day. So we are waiting to get everybody in the lanes, and we are ready for a quarterfinal.
Sing to you
all of our door cars are present and accounted for. We're giving the dragsters just a little bit as they just went down the racetrack. So Gage Birch still carrying 2 entries. I hear race cars. So here we go. Gage Birch and Ben Height. Birch, Palmetto, Florida, still carrying 2 entries. 6:04 left side. Ben, who has made 1 perfect run and nearly made another. Out of Rowe, New York. 86 Camaro on a 6:26. So 2200ths head start goes to Ben on the right side. Gage going to try to continue doing what Gage has been doing. Leaving on time and lighting win lights. And he does again. Gage Birch in full control. 007, take 27 to be 2 above. Ben misses it and goes 1 above, no good. Gage Birch continuing to roll. John Siegel, Riverview, Florida, 611 left side. Cameron Cardulis, 666 right side. So Gage going to come back around and take a hit at the tree. Where's Byron? His other entry. Nine fouls separate him, advantage Cardulis. When light goes Siegel as Cardulis gets behind. And had to, really, as Siegel was 31, dead 5, and I think maybe Cameron couldn't get there, so he bails to go 4 above. 670. No good. Siegel continuing on. He knows he'll have Gage sitting over there waiting on him. 2 entries left.
All right, racers, your attention, please. The schedule for tomorrow. We're going to get into the first main event day. It's going to be ATI $30,000 Friday. If you've never been to a fling before, hang on because it starts getting really good. Racer appreciation prizes and a lot of fun stuff going on. We'll start things off with new entry time runs at 8 a.m. So those are for drivers that just came off the highway. That's what we consider a new entry time run. After the new entry time run, we'll go right into round number 1 of the 30K, just like today, starting with K&N Pro. And we'll go right through the Group A, Group B, Group C, and Group D. But take a look at the flyer tonight. There's best losing packages every round, round 1 to 7. The first 4 rounds, best losing package is $500, real money, not a cert, real money. The last 3 rounds is a set of slicks. If you go 000 tomorrow and turn on a win light, you get a Kyle Seipel Triple Hero coin and $50 cash. That's for the next 3 days, any round. Just go trip zip and turn on the win light. If you hit a perfect run tomorrow and you're a Larice customer and Larice Insurance, you have the sticker on, it's $3,000. We got the Bounty Award going. Goethe, driver that beats today's winner will get a CVD drive shaft valued at $14.95. And if you have any friends that are coming tonight, tell them we are going to leave the gates open for parking so they can come right in. I know we have some travelers that are calling, they're on their way. Plenty of room at this place. So we're going to leave the gates open. Now let's go crown a $15,000 champion.
All right. Thanks, Pete. Always chock full of wonderful information. Here we go. Dragsters. McKenna Brown, Boca Raton, Florida, the Jigs.com entry. She has been lights out. Down to 453. Tough customer on the right side, Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana, the diamond entry. 448. Giving McKenna 500. So 500's head start goes to McKenna Brown, left side. Seventh, Al separate them. Here comes Jeremy York as the rocks hit the window. Wind light says York. 24, dead 3 is McKenna Brown. 17, take 11 to be 1 foul under York. Moving on. Jeremy York trying to tap into his fling magic. Always seems to show up and show out at the flings, and he's continuing on. Will Holloman, 467 left side. Joe Barish, 488 right side, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So Holloman and Barish. 2100's head start goes to Barish. And Holloman makes it all up. Well, doesn't make all that up, but he makes up on the starting line. 27 thou and gets the win light. 003, take 26. 18 total for Will Holloman. Barish locked out, 30. And one above 4, no good. Well, here he is again. Gage Birch. So Gage Birch gonna take the tree, see where he can throw himself on the ladder. So this is important for Gage. Although, we think we might have it figured out. Till it all shakes out, till it becomes official, just all speculation. Double 04 for Gage Birch. He said, let's just go. 603, 9 total. Yeah, we thought he was going to just take the trees. Like, I'll just take all of it. It's fine.
Hello, racers. We have a treat for you today. I have some really smart guys on here, both from the technical side and also from the racer side, that we're going to talk about the age-old controversy of alcohol versus gas. So we're going to start with Mark Wessler from Fuel Factory. He's a director of sales. Then we're going to transition into Luke Bogacki, and we're going to give you the positives, negatives, and our general thoughts of alcohol versus gas. So, Mark, first tell us a little bit about Fuel Factory. You're new in the business. You're starting to make a pretty wide footprint, it seems. And when did you enter the market, and what are you guys all about? I know, and this guy, by the way, for everyone who's watching, has more experience in racing fuel than probably anybody that I know personally.
Sure. Thanks, Pete. It's exciting to be here and have the conversation. And so Fuel Factory, we launched at the 2022 version of the PRI show. We had spent about 12 to 14 months prior to that putting together our blends and our proprietary formulations, working with engine builders, doing a bunch of on-track testing at many of the big bracket races that either you put on or that many of your customers attend, before the brand even actually went public.
Luke, you've run gas on all your super class stuff. You won a world championship in super gas. You run super comp, and you've also brought out a new little cool Vega recently in the last couple of years, and that's printing tickets on alcohol. So tell us a little bit about your thoughts. If a racer came to you, Luke, and said, I'm building a race car. That's all he tells you. I'm building a race car. Should I put it on alcohol, or for these big buck bracket races, should I put it on alcohol or gas?
So I think Mark hit it on the head in terms of you can make an argument for each, especially given your specific application. As you mentioned, like a lot of today's higher horsepower, newer technology power plants, like your spread port stuff, or even for the most part, your 20-degree stuff, like it's just happier on gas. It's easier to make gas work, right? And not to say that you can't make alcohol work on something like that, but more prevalent on gas versus, something like you mentioned my Vega. That's just a a 383 with a decent set of aluminum heads, like kind of your bare bones combination, like for something like that, I would much more make an argument for alcohol. Now for everything in between that you could kind of go either way, I think the easiest way to sum it up from a bracket racing standpoint, like I came from the school, 20, 30 years ago, everybody said, hey, you run alcohol because it's more consistent. And I still think that that statement is accurate today. Like, I think the right alcohol setup is more quote unquote consistent in that when it's right, something like my Vega, it should go 629 at noon when I roll in, and it should go 629 at midnight in the final, and nothing in between. And that's very easy to keep up with, right? Like, it doesn't, in most cases, it doesn't really even matter what the weather's doing. Like, it should just stay there. I would make the counter argument that on a similar combination, gas, while it may not be as quote unquote consistent, it is every bit and at times even more predictable in terms of it's not going to run 629 all day long, but it's going to follow the weather and you're going to know exactly what's coming. And the advantage to gas, I think, which is probably more prevalent today than ever, you talked about the NHRA racing and superclass racing that we do, where races are often day to day, right? And you go in to have a round or two throughout the event in which you haven't made a time trial that day. Well, that, as you know, Pete, is becoming more and more common in the big dollar bracket scene. And when you've got significant changes in weather from one run to the next or one day to the next, I would actually argue that in my experience, gas is actually more predictable in knowing what's coming. So it's alcohol is consistent, gas is predictable. There's a happy median there somewhere depending on what you want to do.
My take on it is this: the alcohol is so much more forgiving that it's a little bit more, it's a lot more, it is a wider range where your tune-up's going to work really well in a wider range. Wider range of weather. Gasoline can be, and Fletcher's a big gas guy, and he helped me with my car. Gasoline could be as good and more not quite as consistent, but very consistent and predictable for, like what Luke said, those first runs of the morning at a big buck bracket race when you have a big weather change. And some of the guys on alcohol, I know when I used to run and I ran Indy on alcohol, the next day, I know Luke goes through this at a big buck bracket race, but the next day, weather changes so much. Okay, am I gonna pick up 300s or am I gonna pick up 500s? Where on gas, I know I'm gonna pick up 800 to 900s. What you're saying, I know that sounds like a lot, but it really maps out and it's predictable. My take on the gas though is it does have its advantages, but you have to stay on top of the tune-up. You have to. So to get my car good at New Media on gas, I ended up having to change a lot of things. I ended up having to lean it out, run a more oxygenated fuel, and where if I was on alcohol, I probably wouldn't have had to go through that little struggle, that hump that I kind of looked like a fool the first 3 days I was at New Media this summer. Now I will say this, on gas, I think most people are running too rich. I think they get the carburetor from their motor guys who are a little bit more conservative and want to make sure there's enough fuel going to it. And then they go to 8th mile and then they go to summertime. I really think that a lot of gas guys probably could use to lean it out, but sticking with
bracket racing 101, your converter should be looser and you could lean it down some. We fixed it.
Let's switch over to gas since that's what you're very experienced in, Mark. Let's give the audience, the racers, a summary of some different fuels that could be popular in bracket racing that you offer, from a small block Chevy to a something with more compression versus something with less compression versus a 12-degree 632.
Sure, and again, I think it just depends on what it is you're trying to accomplish with your particular application. But we've got what we consider conventional fuels in your what we call F12, F14, and F16. Could be used in everything from a high RPM small block to a 17 or 18.5 to 1 SR20 headed 632. Continues to be more and more popular are the oxygenated fuels. Some guys feel like they do act and a little bit more consistent and weather swings and maybe act a little bit more like methanol. So we've got a couple of different oxygenated fuels that quite a few bracket racers are out there running now. But yeah, we've got the whole lineup. So fuelfactoryusa.com is the website. And we'll be on hand at the next 2 Fling events here to answer any questions and help take care of fuel needs.
Well, great advice from 2 really smart people in the industry. I appreciate you both coming on and sharing your experience, sharing your advice with the racing community.
All right, so we made the call back for the quarterfinals. We got 5 left to settle up for $15,000. Hey, want to give a quick shout out to Big Jed and JJ Pennington. They're out watching us here on the live feed, and got to spend last week with them down at Bristol at the Labor Day 250K. Always a great time. So glad you guys are tuning in. Glad you're watching. So Big Jed and JJ, my dogs. So thanks for checking us out, what we're doing over here at the great state of Ohio. Maybe not as great as the state of Alabama, but I'm not in a position to say that. So I'm going to stay neutral right now. So 5 left for $15K. Yeah, see, now we've made it. Now the chat bleachers have arrived at food, which always seems to happen. We're talking about, man, good stuff on DoorDashing and banana pudding shakes and from Whataburger. Man. It always gets there at some point or another. We've made it. So 5 left. So we'll have Gage Birch on a solo. Gage Birch racing Jeremy York. So we're going to go from 5 to 3 and 3 to 2. Won't be long. We'll crown a winner here on APD Thursday. So continue to drag the starting line, keep the optimal traction out there. As we continue to roll through the evening, it's cooling off out there. We want to keep the most heat in the track that we can and give them the best we can possibly offer here. The Jake Summer Fling, presented by Optimal Batteries.
it really feels like if you can win a spring fling event, it's one of the most prestigious events you can win because a lot of really good bracket racers show up, and it's just a really tough atmosphere.
These are some of the best bracket racers all over the U.S. There's a great turnout this year, and I'm going up against the best, trying to put my best foot forward. I think it's been really awesome. Definitely being challenged out here.
If someone asked me about spring fling, I would tell them to come and enjoy it because it's a great time. It's a full week of racing and a lot of beautiful cars and a lot of good competition.
If I was asked by anyone whether or not they should come to the spring fling, I would say absolutely. It's the best race on the West Coast. I would absolutely recommend it. Go spring fling team.
All right. So it looks like we've got quarterfinals. York must be coming because I see Lee and Jerry running, so here we go. I know Jeremy must be waiting in the wings. Here he is. So he's going to try to knock Gage Birch off of this pedestal he's been on all day. Many have tried, none have been successful so far. So Gage Birch, Palmetto, Florida. 93 Oldsmobile, left side, 604. Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana. The diamond entry, 448 right side. Will it be Dorcar? Will it be Dragster? Moving to the semifinals. Birch is going to get the bye on his other entry, so he'll be ineligible for one going the round of 3, the semifinals. No matter what he does here. So, hypothetically, I guess, if he would win both, he would ensure himself to race himself. Yeah, Alan Reinhardt just brought it up, though. He goes, what if everyone's had a bye run? That's possible, too. So then, who knows? Anything is still possible. Jeremy York would like to take all the hypothetics out of it right here and knock off Gage. See what happens. They're identical, 25s a pair. Here comes York. Finish line, Gage Birch. 25, dead one. Take an 11th foul. York, 25, one above two, no good. 449 on the 448, so Gage ensures himself 1 in the semifinals. Will Holloman, the Bear Motorsports entry left side. John Siegel, Riverview, Florida, 6'10", the right side. Here's the other hypothetical. If John Siegel can knock off Will Holloman, it'd be all door cars. So Siegel leaving first by almost a second and a half. Holloman going to give chase. Nobody's in a hurry to stage. Siegel flickers it. And now goes solid. Holloman, quick flicker and he's in. Here we go. 18 to a 28 advantage, John Siegel. Who lights it up? Give it to Siegel, all door cars. 18, dead 9, 27 total, Holloman 28 and 2 above, no good. So we're going to have Gage Birch, John Siegel, Gage Birch. All door cars.
I want to start with the evolution of bracket racing from the time I got into it and what I know about it throughout the decades. You can see in the 1980s across to 2021, that chart is going to be related to the total package. We're right now where the package is a lot tighter because of the better technology, the racing schools, the racers sharing information, and the 8th mile. Start with the 1980s, and you can't have a racing school and talk about the history of drag racing without talking about these two guys. Edmund and Scotty Richardson. I bring them up because they totally dominated the 1980s and 1990s, and I'm going to explain how they did it and the impact it had on our sport. So the way they did it, back then it was quarter mile. The technology wasn't what it is today. The reaction times weren't where they are today, and these guys exploited it. Man, did they just absolutely dominate. So the way they did it was make sure they could run at least 2 under the number, and they would just cross first. It was as simple as that. It worked so good, as a matter of fact, and when I relate this to big buck bracket racing, when we got to the 2000s, this next decade was basically bracket racing evolved, and as a response to Edmund and Scotty Richardson, they basically dictated what happened next. Because everybody said, how the heck do we beat these guys? at different skill sets, different skill levels on where they're at. The goal on this, and I'll stay on here as long as you guys want, is to give you guys, no matter what skill set you're at, a foundation, just a couple of foundational points to build a foundation for you as a racer, regardless of what skill set you're at. And one foundation point, I'll call it, is keeping a very simple game plan. The simply, like a game, like Mike, it sounds like you don't hold too much. Maybe your game plan is, all right, I know I can cover my number. I'm probably going one under, let's just say. And I can relate to this because early 2000s at ACO, I ran a weekend like this, and it was real simple. I said to myself, if I can get to the stripe first, I'm going to get there by as little as I can. Because if I'm not going to get, if I see he's getting there, I'm just going to bail out 100th and a half. I wasn't holding much. I was killing a tree, and I did great. But even with all the tools I have in my toolbox, weapon, so to speak, that was the simple game plan I chose to use for that day, for that weekend. And I think if you can just simplify it more, and it sounds like you're kind of getting ahead of yourself as you're going down the track, and you're overcomplicating, and it's turning into second guessing. Just keep it really, really simple. Okay.
Direct Fit dash panels take the time and guesswork out of installing a new dash in your vehicle. With hundreds of makes and models available, including over 50 new models this year, Direct Fit dash panels easily replace worn, faded, or outdated dashes while maintaining a factory-like appearance. Autometer Direct Fit dash panels are made in the USA from a durable, thermoformed, UV-protected ABS material. Panels are available in 2, 5, and 6 gauge configurations that require no cutting, drilling, or modification to the original dash. Simplify your dash replacement and avoid custom fabrication with a Direct Fit dash panel from Autometer.
Ready, bring it to the front of the lanes. I'll meet you there.
All right, so Gage Birch on his solo. The NHRA 139 on the board. Memory of Sean Serra. And he'll be back to run John Siegel for all of it. The APD Thursday 15K. And he's 001. Wow. Takes his foot out. Goes through 631. So, that'll give Gage lane choice in the final against John Siegel. For APD 15K Thursday, John Siegel and Gage Birch.
All right, racers, I'm hanging out here with Bubba Browning. Bubba, I'd like to present to you our Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award out here today at the Spring Fling. Tell me a little bit, Bubba, about this beautiful hot rod behind us.
I got this car off my cousin, Troy Williams Jr., back in October. Decided to do some upgrades. My buddy John Siegel helped me out a lot. He took it under his wing and kind of steered me in the right direction. It's been 4 or 5 months of just nothing but love, and didn't clip any corners. I think he did a pretty nice job, if I'd say so myself. Did a lot of hard work in this thing.
So you spent about 4 or 5 months. What was the condition before you put that much time in it? What was it? What was the starting point?
I mean, it was in okay condition. It just it's 1967 Chevy 2, and probably hasn't had a whole lot done to it since it was brand new. It used to be the old Harold Stout car, and we just went through and just basically cleaned it up a little bit. Did some chassis stuff. We got underneath, ran into some stuff. Actually changed a bunch. I think it turned out really well. We definitely didn't cut no corners.
This pearl white paint job on here just absolutely pops in the sunshine. Did you guys do the paint?
Yeah, this is a John Siegel one-off. This is actually a Cadillac paint color with a little bit more metallic. We were sitting around trying to figure out what we were going to paint it, and we went originally with white, and then through the process we added the black top, and he kicked some more metallic on the black top as well. So yeah, we're pretty impressed with the way it turned out. You go into something with a vision, and and you're not quite sure how it turns out. When it rolled out of the paint booth, we were pretty excited.
Inside and out, a beautiful hot rod. Tell me just a little bit about the power plant.
It's got John Spare motor right now. We got the original motor. We wanted to make Galot, so we got the other motor being finished. That's going to be a 434. This is actually a 408. It's John Spare to the wagon, so that's hence the color that it is. But the original motor is all white to match the car. Thank Peter and Spring Fling. This is my first one actually, and I'm very impressed. With all the weather conditions that we fought, the track staff and everybody getting this thing in. It's just as a racer, it's very much appreciated.
If you're out here on the property at Galot, come and check out Bubba's car. This thing is absolutely killer. Congratulations on your Todd Barton Designs Best Appearing Car Award. And, of course, as you know, $500 bonus comes along with that.
That's awesome.
And thank you so much for supporting the Strange Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries out here at Galot.
Welcome to Las Vegas. Welcome to the Mosier Engineering Spring Fling Million. For many of you, this is a familiar feeling. For others, it's a first. And while this entire week will be amazing, an experience that will last a lifetime, ultimately, there's a reason that most of us are here. I want you to humor me for just a moment. I want you to close your eyes and allow yourself to sink into, to imagine what it's going to feel like here on Friday morning. Soak in that energy. Because if you know, you know. You can say it's just another race all you want. And yet, you know. $1 Million Day, it's just different. There is an electricity in the air. There is an intensity in your gut. It's largely unspoken. You're surrounded by professionals. We all know what we signed up for. But make no mistake, it's here. And you are not the only one feeling it. With that excitement, with that electricity, there is an inherent pressure to perform. The stakes are high, sure, but what might be even more intriguing to the competitor in all of us is this unique opportunity to test our skills against the best racers the world has to offer. Embrace this moment as just that, an opportunity. You belong here. When you roll into the water for round one, you see the mountains in the distance. If you're fortunate enough to make that left turn beside the tower for round 6 and see so many of your fellow racers standing on the fence, eliminated, but waiting with bated breath. Because, let's be honest, no one leaves the million before it's over. I'm not going to tell you that in that moment, your heart won't be beating out of your chest. It will. I'm not going to tell you that you won't feel that nervous energy in the pit of your stomach. I will tell you this, embrace that feeling. It does not come every day. It's not rooted in fear. It's not rooted in trepidation. No, those butterflies in your gut, do you know what they mean? They mean that you care. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't be here in the first place. You've done the work necessary to succeed at this level. Trust yourself to execute to the best of your immense ability. Find confidence in the fact that you have worked, thought, studied, trained as hard or harder than anyone in competition at this moment. You are prepared, you are ready. These are the moments that make the grind worthwhile. You have trained yourself so that now, on the biggest stage, you can trust yourself. Focus on your strengths, execute them to the best of your ability. It's natural to think that on this stage, against this immense level of competition, that we have to be superhuman to succeed. Only that's not accurate. Race within your comfort zone. We're all familiar with the stakes. This promises to be the richest spring fling million ever. The consequences of winning today, pretty monumental. For most of us, winning today's event, it would be a life-changing experience. But not winning today's event, it's not as devastating as we often think in the moment. Sure, a loss in the big show, it stings. It stings more than normal. But we'll wake up tomorrow, we'll resume everyday life, and if we're honest, we're in Las Vegas, driving a race car for the better part of a week. If we're honest with ourselves, our life is pretty good. I want to encourage each of you, take a moment in the heat of battle, take a moment to soak in the scene. You've got the mountains in front of you, a beautiful backdrop to an incredible facility. You're surrounded by the energy of hundreds of racers striving for that same goal, creating an atmosphere that is as electric as any that our sport has to offer. Give yourself a moment, maybe at the ready line, maybe it's as you pull into the water box, perhaps it's right before you pre-stage. Take a look around. Breathe this in. This is what it's all about. Approach today with your best effort, your best attitude. Practice optimism on purpose. Well, that doesn't mean that you're going to be perfect. Listen, there have been 7 winners in the history of this event, and not one has been 0-0 for 9 consecutive rounds to do it. In fact, no one's been 0-0 anything for 9 straight rounds to do it, because we don't play a game of perfect. So don't expect perfection within yourself. And don't allow your inability to be perfect to derail you from your ability to be the best that you can be. Strive to underreact in the moment. You have earned the right to be confident. And if we're honest, while it may not feel like it in the moment, in the big picture, you've got very little to lose. Keep that in perspective and enjoy one of the best days that our sport has to offer.
Advanced Product Design, also known as APD, is the Sportsman Racer's industry leader in carburetor and fuel systems. Whether you are a big buck bracket racer or a weekend warrior, contact the knowledgeable staff at APD for high-quality gasoline and alcohol carburetors, or visit them online at apdracing.com.
All right, here we are at the 2023 Strange Spring Fling presented by Optima Batteries. We're in the Galat Tower Suite. I'm sitting here with JJ Pennington, and we're going to talk about the history of how he became part of our staff. JJ, so let's rewind, all right? Okay. 2010, how old were you?
2010, I would have been, let's see, at the time of the fling, I would have been 4 years old. 4 years old, okay. So in 2010, when we had our first fling, I called up Jared Pennington, his father, and I said, can you come? And I was very impressed by his World Foot Brake Challenge race. I attended it and I was super impressed by it. So I said, can you come and, you know, just kind of oversee what I'm doing? If I'm doing anything wrong, put me, you know, help me out a little bit. And funny part of the story is he goes, I'll call you back with a price the next day.
he goes, how many days? I said, well, I'd like you to get you there 3 or 4 days. So calls me back the next day. He goes, all right, Pete, I got the price. And he says, it's serious as can be. He goes, it's going to be 10 grand. Take it or leave it. So, and I didn't know him really well. So I was like, okay. And he goes, I'm just joking, man. It's only X amount per day. So anyway, he has a great reputation. He's a funny guy. Obviously, he's one of the best announcers there is, if not the best bracket racing announcer. And that's how I met Jared. Fast forward to the event, it gets even better. Alan Reinhardt, the NHRA announcer, is there, and Alan's announcing, and he says, I need a break. And Kyle and I and the Bristol staff and Jared are sitting in the tower, and I said, all right, I'm looking around, and Jared goes, I can do it for a little bit. That was 2010. That was his first really debut as an announcer. I started listening to him, like, I pulled him out. I said, holy moly, dude, you're good. And anyway, the rest is history. He's been part of our flings for a long time. He's made a lot of them from 2010 to 2017. He's made probably all of them. Now he's a little bit busy and he makes them as he can. But that's how I met this guy. This guy started announcing. JJ started announcing. How old were you when you first started announcing at our flings?
At the flings, I would have been 10 years old, the first fling I ever went to.
So at 10 years old, I'm listening to this guy, and he would just fill in because his father, he knows we run a pretty tight program, and we want the professionals on the announcements. So calling the shots. So he lets JJ in a little bit here and there, and I'm like, man, this kid's good. As the years went on, he got better and better, and I called Jared and I said, can you come to this event, to the Galot event? And he said, no, I can't. I said, what about JJ? How old are you now, JJ?
17.
17. And when he was 10, he was doing math like Rain Man. I'm telling you, this guy was figuring out within a millisecond of when they crossed the finish line. He was figuring out the stripe, everything. But I told him, and I meant this, JJ, you earned this. Like, you've been with us for a long time, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So how does it feel to, you've announced at a lot of races, how does it feel to be here at a fling? How does it feel to, I'm not going to say you're taking your father's seat, but he's a busy guy, and, you can be part of our future.
Well, I first like to say that's an honor for you to say that about me, coming from the Peter Biondo. So yeah, I came to my first fling, the spring fling in Bristol, 2016. 10 years old. It had been a dream of mine to go to a fling and really just travel the world, travel the country with my dad to announce these big money races that he went to. So I made it to my first fling, and I knew from that weekend forward that I wanted to go to every fling possible. I remember the first day we were there, the first morning, I held up one of the champion trophies from the weekend. You took my picture. I'll never forget that moment. Went out on the track, took a picture with you and Kyle. That's a moment I'll never forget. Really, just like I said, I knew from that weekend forward it was a dream of mine to come to a fling and do what I'm doing this weekend. From that point forward, made it to Galot the very first year you had it, 2017. We were at that one. Made it to all the Galot events up until 2020. Made it to all the Bristol events up until 2020, and then Dad retired from announcing all these big money races. So that kind of hindered my ability because I was only 14, 15 at the time. I couldn't drive myself, couldn't really fly by myself, couldn't do any of that stuff. He wasn't comfortable with me leaving home by myself. So when he called me, I guess it was about a month ago or so, close to it, and said, here's the deal. They've got an announcer at the fling for Galot. Peter needs a second one. He wants you. Can you do it? I immediately said, I'd love to. Let me check my schedule. I'll know by next week.
6 seconds for 15K. Gage Birch, who took double entries down to the semifinals where he had to race himself. And John Siegel has rolled his way all the way through here. Difference in dial is 007. Couple of guys that race each other on a regular basis down in the Sunshine State. Doing it right here for the whole world to watch on Motor Mania TV. And they both get away on the green. And Gage Birch, who's had such an unbelievable day, goes trip zip in the final round and wins it 6:05. Siegel goes dead 3 and couldn't get there. Gage with a perfect reaction time to close off a perfect day, or about as close to it as you could possibly get in spring fling lore, and he's going to win it. Siegel dead 3, left a couple back here, and I look forward to seeing those guys battling it out again here tomorrow. That's going to put us into the history books for the evening. Folks, appreciate everybody today, especially all the cooperation with the racers making it all work. We do it again tomorrow. Remember, we start at 8 o'clock. Time runs only for those who have not run today. Whatever new cars come in tonight or early in the morning, we'll have a shot at the racetrack, and then we're going to call you in here and start eliminations a little bit earlier. We got to get done early. We've got the Racer Appreciation Party, thanks to the folks at Larice Motorsport Insurance. It's coming up tomorrow.
Welding, pumps, regulators, filters, fueling champions.
Baby ferns uncurling, everything
Well, as Gage Birch climbs out of his car, I would like to present you, sir, with a bag of donuts. Well, that was for the perfect reaction time in the final. You can come up and get the other one. Come over here for the Motor Mania TV, folks, because the microphone works from here. What an incredible day. You never pulled up the starting line and didn't see a win light.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you shoot for every day, but it's just one of them days where when you make the bad runs, it works out for you.
Was there any point in time when you let go, you looked over and thought, man, I might be in trouble here?
I'm sure there was a couple of runs, but not really off the top of my head.
Have you ever had another day like this when you were so locked in the zone?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about it.
I've had a few times I ran myself in the final, but today was really special, and I'm glad everybody was here to enjoy it, and glad I'm driving for somebody like that.
How's it feel that a couple of guys from Florida came all the way up here to Ohio to battle it out in the final round?
It's really special, you know. I grew up with John, racing with John, and it's just a good time all the time racing with him. It was like a regular race on a Saturday night at Bradenton. I'm just glad to sneak by him right there.
John, come on over here. Couple of guys that race together on a regular basis coming up here and being a part of this. Tell me a little bit about your day. Obviously, you would have liked one more win light, but it wasn't too bad.
Man, after yesterday, I really didn't think I was going to get back into race car. We had yesterday. Just didn't drive well. Just nothing went my way. Just acted like I never even drove a race car. Tonight it started going good. I was good when I needed to be. Got lucky when I needed to be. And, you know, in the final, man, you just can't give up 30 with, I think I bumped it 3 times. Clinched when I went up. And, you know, it's what happens. It is what it is, Gage, you know. The man, I mean, shit, I'm glad, you know what I mean, to see this kid grow up like Cameron and the rest of them. You know, just proud of everybody. You know, Peter did a good race, so I'm just happy to be here.
You looking forward to tomorrow? You got 3 days with big bucks on the line.
Yeah, buddy, CD racing to the front.
I look forward to that. You guys want to run it in the final maybe tomorrow or maybe Saturday or maybe Sunday or maybe all the above?
Every day for the rest of our lives, I think it'd be good with that.
I think they both would. Gage, congratulations. John, a great day at the office for you as well. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank a few people. Matt and his gym. They do a lot for countless hours on this this car right here, and we were in the shop until 3 or 4 a.m. a couple nights getting this thing ready, and it was the worst car at the racetrack at the first race we rated product to. That's no joke. And I think honestly it was the best car at the racetrack today. So it's came a long way, and got to thank Mickey Thompson, Wiseco, Trick Flow, everybody that helps us, Bo Butner, Bonos, and just want to say that my last run yesterday was a little different. After the finish line, there was a lot less noise this time. I mean, I don't know, maybe the guy didn't expect the night to come on or something, but just thank everybody. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jim. Thank my girlfriend at home. She's at the hospital working nights at the NICU, and she does a lot for me as well, and she's way more of a hero today than me, so I appreciate it, Nicole.
Well, you had a heck of a day today, and I wish you the best of luck the rest of the weekend, and we really appreciate you guys dragging your stuff up from Florida to be part of the Fling.
Thank you, guys. This is an awesome race, and I'm just glad to be part of it.
Nobody on the racetrack was better than Gage. That's going to wrap us up here for everybody on Motor Media, and for those of us here at National Trail Raceway. Tomorrow morning, we start a little bit earlier. We've just got some special time runs. Any of the new arrivals come in tonight early in the morning, get a time run, but we're going to be into eliminations a little bit earlier, so plan on tuning in a little earlier. For everybody here at National Trail and everybody here with the Fling Racing Series, I'm Alan Reinhardt. Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, we have certainly seen that young man in the winner's circle before, haven't we? Especially, where was that with the million? Oh, yeah. Anyway, congratulations, Gage Birch. Job well done today. Also, shout out, congratulations to Scotty Richardson for his victory yesterday. And let's see. Thank you to Strange Engineering for bringing us in and keeping us free to you, the viewer. Now, tomorrow we start off with our 30K. So, so tune in. We should be live at about 8 o'clock, I think. Oh my gosh, 8 o'clock. I better go. Okay, say your goodbyes to each other, and we will see you all at about, oh my gosh, 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Love ya. See ya.